Okay, I think we're going. About 5 minutes late. Yeah, the thing wouldn't work, so I had to sign OBS out of my YouTube account and sign it back in. So I think we're going now. Let me check. Yep. Looks like we're going. 5 minutes late because even though I didn't schedule, OBS was still doing that thing where it wouldn't connect. And so I signed out. Of the YouTube account in OBS and signed back in. So we're up and running 5 minutes late. Yippee-doo-dah-day. If I don't know, arguably the shows get a little better, but the intros lately are just kind of depressing because I'm so depressed. And the main reason is, I'll tell you right now, the current temperature somewhere in Minnesota where I'm residing. I hesitate to even say it. I'm just so fucking sick of this weather. Is 30 degrees fucking Fahrenheit, or if you don't want to swear, 30 degrees FF fucking Fahrenheit. It's supposed to get up to 40. Good luck with that. Anyway, this is why a lot of winters past I just took the winter off, because as you can see in my voice, or possibly hear in my voice, when you got like fucking 4 months of just fucking freezing cold bullshit that even as we're approaching spring just doesn't seem to end, it really just destroys your soul. But hopefully we can get some people to show up and get my mind off the weather. Let's see, looking at the actual, yeah, okay, well, let's see here. Honestly, I don't know, I I don't know if I should do these if I'm in such a bad mood. I don't really necessarily know if I have anything to say. Don't really know if I have anything to say other than it's 30 degrees Fahrenheit out, and the snow, in the past week or whatever, the snow did pretty much all melt, but then, like, I don't know, a couple days ago we got a little bit of snow, which is, it's just so, a lot of time, the reason I'm so just down is just, looks like Matt's here. Welcome, Matt. Welcome, Matt. I always love that. I'll turn on my stuff, I guess. Hold on. The reason, okay, let me turn on my stuff. All right, Matt. I think my stuff's on. If you want to use my stuff, or if you want to call, that'd be lovely. I don't know what I was saying. Oh, I guess what I was saying was the reason I'm so just blah is because a lot of times by this time I've started biking. And it's freaking the last day of March, and it's 30 degrees. It's just like everything's frozen, and looks like Gary Page is here. Welcome. He says, "Hi, Nate. We've had a strange heat wave last week, but now it's gone, and it tried to snow this morning." That's what I mean. It's like, just weather warfare. Welcome, Matt and Gary. Welcome, Matt. Always makes me smile. Welcome, Matt. Looks like Matt's, yeah, okay. So, just as always, trying to get through the grueling, I don't know, beginning part of the show, and just like, apologies for my mood, but 4 months of just frozen tundra. This is like one of the coldest winters I can remember, and as I was saying, this was part of the reason why traditionally in the winter I just stop producing output, because this is the mood I often am in the winter, you know. It's easier to like put on a smile and whatchamacallit for like a video, you know. Record a video and put on a smile and then press stop and then like frown just reoccurs back on your. It's easier to fake it for a video that's like 30 minutes long, but I guess it's harder to fake it when you're live, you know. It's just like you click the click the. All right, welcome.
No, I guess I was still listening to.
Oh, that's perfectly understandable.
Because you were saying something, and then I guess we're 10 seconds behind.
Yeah, using OBS, it's more behind than directly.
Oh, the regular?
Yeah.
Okay. So I missed what you said the last 20 seconds.
Oh, I think I'm just repeating the same thing over and over. Just cabin fever, just over the weather, just Russian roulette. Yeah, just, you know, standard Nate start of the show, just bitching about the weather.
Well, it's catch-22 because for you it sucks because you want to get out there biking and kayaking, but I guess everyone that likes watching your show is still happy the show goes on. You know?
Right, that's true. And you know, the last couple of weeks they've actually had pretty high after the fact listener count on the shows, if you noticed.
Yeah, I noticed that.
So I'm not exactly sure. That's kind of cool. I don't know what's going on, but if people are listening after the fact, thank you very much for doing so.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I was wondering that too. Is there like, do I have like a subscriber or two that just searches my name? And I don't know. I was wondering if that was.
I was thinking that.
My name in there?
I was thinking that weeks ago because there was that one show from I want to say March 3rd where you I think were sleeping the whole time and you didn't show up, and the whatchamacallit, you know, the views on that is really low, you know. So I think you're the reason why everyone's listening after the fact.
I don't think the only reason, because you still had like 50 views before, or 60 or whatever. Your older ones.
Yeah, that's true. But it's funny how, you know, the Skype thing I think kind of puts people off as far as, you know, at the moment, but I think more people listen after the fact. So interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you got to focus on chat though. I mean, I try to, but I mean, maybe a verisimilitude has to kind of learn to, you know what I mean? Like, I think we've told him that, but I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if he even looks at the chat.
I don't think so. I mean, you know, that's like I say, that's why I was hesitant to start Skyping at all. And I can't remember. I think it was you who brought it up last year. You know, when I was doing the show in the winter and stuff, and I was like, yeah, but then blah 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 blah. It's okay. Like I say, I think it's more interesting for listening after the fact. Like people, if they're listening at work or whatever, it's actual conversations versus me just reading everything.
Yeah, that's true. There's actually like a dialogue, yeah.
And as far as reading the chat goes, I mean, you know, if we have 2 or 3 people on Skype, I mean, all we can do is our best. And if we don't read what people what do they say for them? Well, oh well, yeah.
Yep.
But I know I'm caught up on chat right now as of now. I know that.
Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. It's still is this really abnormal that it's still this cold on basically tomorrow's April?
Yeah, I mean we've had winters like this, but this is more atypical. And like I say, I biked, you know, by now last March. I think my first kayak last year was April 9th or something. I bet the lakes are still frozen now.
Shit.
Uh-huh.
And I don't remember if I asked you. I think you said no, but have you sailed before? I think you said you'd never sailed.
Oh yeah, we had that conversation. Yeah, only once. My dad's buddy took us out on his boat once, and that was cool.
I think you'd like. I only sailed a couple times when I was a kid, but I think you would really. I mean, I don't know how you wouldn't like it. It's very relaxing, and you know, it's cool because you don't. If you're trying to feel, if you're feeling like you want to be lazy, it's nice because you you're powered by the wind, so you can just go at your own, whatever the wind, yeah. So I like sailing. So I don't know. It's just really cool knowing the wind is just pushing you along,
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure I'd love it. It's just a matter of, yeah, I don't have a sailboat.
Yeah. I mean, I think I was gonna say, yeah. I mean, I don't, you could get one that's not that much bigger than your kayak, but it's a matter of cost, and
Right. Yeah.
You could build. You could build one. I would imagine. I mean, it's like it's not like rocket science. It's pretty basic stuff. It's a sail and some rope and this and that. I mean, obviously it's a little more complicated than that, but you get my point. Like,
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, it's not like you have to buy an official sailboat from the.
no, yeah. As long as you get, I mean, the sail is the most important part. That's what's actually going to power you, and then some plastic or aluminum piping, whatever, and then. Yeah, I mean, like you said, they built sailboats how many years ago? How long have you been sailing the world?
Yeah, at least 50. What? I think they've been existing for at least 50.
50 what?
The sailboats have been around for at least 50 years, maybe 75.
We got chat.
Gary said something and
he
retracted it, yeah.
Gary says, Nate, is it hot in the summer?
Yeah, it gets up to into the low to mid 90s Fahrenheit in Minnesota, and me, that's kind of hot for me. Plus sometimes it gets humid, so I'm not. Oh God, I hate humidity.
Have you ever been to the desert where there's no humidity?
Yeah, we were in Las Vegas, and
how was that? I've never actually been to a desert. Like I've always wanted to go to feel what it was like there.
Yeah, I mean,
without no humidity.
Yeah, I really prefer dry heat. When me and my dad,
everyone says that. Yeah, it's just more comfortable.
Oh yeah, definitely. Humidity, I'd almost rather be freezing than in humidity, because at least you can bundle up in clothes and blankets and stuff. Like humidity, if you don't have air conditioning, you're screwed.
So like in a desert, you don't really need AC, right? For the most part, maybe like it gets really hot during the day, but. I mean, doesn't it cool off a lot at night in those deserts because there's nothing to trap the heat in there?
Yeah, I guess it probably depends what desert you're in, but yeah. But I remember when I was with my Vegas and with my dad. I mean, it was like sweltering. I mean, it's even without humidity, like when it gets hot, it's freaking hot. But definitely the lack of humidity is very much. Humidity is really whew.
Yeah, it's like a double-edged sword because. We live it. We can haul and plant and do all this stuff. Like living in a desert's not. If it wasn't for the technology, like it's not really the environment to be able to live in very well. Like what do you hardly any water. The soil is not good for growing anything besides cactuses and other shit like that. But you know what I mean? It's like, it's not really conducive for living. It's like if it wasn't for if it wasn't for technology and trucks and ship and stuff and electricity, like I don't think most people could live in a desert. It's not an environment that
Oh yeah, like it may be a little more difficult to have a garden and stuff.
A little more difficult, I think. You know what I mean? I mean, again, like it's a require. Like, I mean, now they can dig a well a lot deeper, so you can still have water in a desert, but they gotta dig like a lot deeper, and even then they may dry up a lot faster. But so yeah, I mean, with modern technology, I think it's cool because you can live in a desert for now. I mean, like I said, who knows what the hell the future is gonna bring, but. To me, I've always thought like, wow, it's like I don't know, I've always wanted to because it's like. I don't like bugs. I don't like humidity. I don't really like the cold weather, So it's like, I don't know. Like, would I really miss all the greenery if it meant that I didn't have to deal with all the extra bullshit,
I hear you. As I said, I contemplated Arizona many years ago and stuff, but too lazy.
Yeah, the hardest part is just moving there. Then the rest, you can just be lazy down there. That's how I see it. But the moving is the hardest part for any of this stuff. I mean, I'm dealing with it now.
Gary's got a question for you, Matt.
Oh wow. Does it get hot in Well, I don't live. I basically have the same weather as New Jersey, but I live in PA. Yeah, it gets hot. Yeah, it gets 80, 90 degrees. It gets hot and humid, and it gets very humid.
Yeah, humidity.
I think it's a rule of thumb. Wherever there's greenery, you can kind of expect humidity.
Yeah, I think
it's without it, you wouldn't have. It's the water. You have a lot of water in the air. It's moisture means plants grow pretty well. So just you don't get humidity in desert environments.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I mean, it's like you're not going to get it in the frozen Antarctic, I guess, and you're not going to get it. Maybe I don't know. Do you get it in Antarctic? Because there is. I don't know how you could. It's completely frozen, and I don't. But anyway, it's like you're not going to get it in the warm deserts. So.
Oh, okay. It looks like JoJo Wilson, formerly Wade Wilson, is now Joseph Wilson. He says.
Oh, okay, new gender.
He was on my other stream. I don't know what that means, unless in my trying to start the show, I started like 3 other streams as possible. There was a little glitch in starting today. Looks like we've got Verisimilitude. He says, "Hey guys, just finished watching Slaughter High, and I'll watch April Fool's Day later. I always watch both on April 1st. Oh, okay. I'm assuming Slaughter High takes place on April Fool's Day then.
Yep. Exactly.
Joseph says marriage is and always. I think I can say this without. Well, I don't know. I don't know what they deem wrong.
Yeah, you might. Yeah. I mean, you might want to future-proof yourself on the marriage thing.
Okay, then I'm going to click the mute button then.
I would say marriage is and always will means to. I mean, can't say the rest because, like you said, marriage might be just between different genders, man. I mean, let's come on, dude. We got to future-proof this channel because they're going to start changing the censorship years from now.
Yeah, future-proof the channel. Just all we can say is the word rainbow over and over, and for 6 hours, and then end the show. So
Joseph says we're gonna have to censor it. He's on it. Yeah, I guess he's really provoked by the publicity stunt that's been going on that people seem to think.
Yeah, I just assume. Yeah, I'm sure Matt already knows, but I just assume not say any specifics or names in regards to.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I've gotten it down how to censor. Joseph says the censored version, you can read the real one if you're watching after the fact. If it's still up, YouTube, they might delete it. Joseph says, I kind of like censoring it. Like, I think it's kind of funny to like censor it and and make sure the algorithm doesn't get triggered. I think it's kind of funny.
Oh, right. It makes it entertaining.
Everyone knows what we're going to say, but the algorithm, the robot doesn't, the program won't understand sarcasm and, the weekend. And Joseph says, I seen some mentally stable producer from Hollywood and other very sane celebrities blame beep, even though the joke was the joke was uncalled for. That's not what he said, and wasn't even okay, I can't say that. This shows you how sick these. Oh, I said sick these. I didn't say anything else. So it shows you how great these people are. Joseph also says it's obvious that it's not a. Okay, something. It's obviously not a something number relationship, and she has control over beep beep beep. All right. Let's not assume their gender. Okay, Joseph. You're saying she, let's be a little bit more open-minded. We don't know if it's a she. Could be, different pronoun. I don't know. It's terrible, and that's not what relationship's supposed to be. He says God, this is a tough one, man. Joseph's making it harder for me to censor. The things you wear on your bottom area are supposed to be shared, not worn by one person.
Well, I think you just offended people who wear pants on their head, Matt.
Well, we're sorry if we offended you. Our deepest apologies. You know. And then Joseph says, "My dad was forced to watch it." Really? He was forced to watch this shit when he visited her in Florida. He would not watch it otherwise. Okay. And then Joseph says, "The way Beep Beep behaved is the same way many of these royalty people behave," which makes sense because they're royalty people. That's why these royalty high up people defending Beep and blaming the other Beep right now, these people are not, they are really, really sane and well inside the head. And then Gary Page says, "At least you can swear on Skype." He also says, "I have to be very careful what I say on YouTube these days." Oh yeah. You just gotta speak in sarcastic. You can't say the same word, and you'll always get by the algorithm. You know, it's so much. It's so, I don't even know how they could. You know, that would be such a hard thing to constantly program for, to like detect subtle sarcasm. I mean, they would end up censoring everything if they did that. That would be like a nightmare. And then Future Boy is here. He says, "Hello, are we talking about?" Ooh.
Are we talking about so and so?
So and so, yeah, but he used a different word to describe so and so that we don't condone. We weren't talking about it specifically, but the chat is, so.
Yeah, I just assume not, because the whole fucking world is talking about it. So.
Yeah, I love how like let me look up CNN real quick.
In the meantime, Verisimilitude asks if I've not seen Slaughter High. I have, but it's like one of the mind wipe movies. Like it for some reason, and I even watched it kind of recently, within the last few months, I think. And for some reason, it's one of them mind wipe movies. I can never remember it. There's movies like that, and that's one of them.
I gotta say this, and I'll beat around. I mean, to the people, I mean, it kind of blows my mind that like whether or not this supposed event happened or not but it's kind of mind blowing how people think this could never be, you know, an act. Like that's what makes me laugh. I'm like, whether it's an act or not, or sincere, what makes me laugh is you have a whole room full of actors and actresses that do this for a living and paid a lot of money, and let's be real, most of them are pretty good. Like that, literally a whole room full of those people, and people are like, "Oh, no way they could be acting," right? Like, doesn't that make you laugh, Nate? Like, I mean, oh my god, like,
yeah,
it's like, no, really? Like, these are literally actors. Like, I mean, I understand if these weren't actors, and like you could, you know, because it'd be like, all right, well, how would they pull that off? They're not that, you know, they're not actors. How could they do, you know what I mean?
Right. If this happened, for example, like, you know, on a sports field, or, you know, in a State of the Union at the Senate, or some venue that wasn't full of actors, at an event that wasn't all dedicated towards acting and fakery, it's just like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's like, how could he go up there and give a speech and act that way? It's like, I don't know. Like, how could he act in his movies? I mean, this is his fucking job for how many years? I mean, maybe he should be getting an award for that act, supposedly, right?
I don't know if Future Boy is being sarcastic or not. It's hard to tell. He says it's not acting, it's 100% real.
Oh, he might be like... the thing is, I think that you can kind of... I think they allow you to question this, that whether it was an act or not. Like, that's an okay conspiracy theory to have by our lovely mainstream. I did notice that. They're not like attacking people for questioning whether this was real or not.
Oh,
like,
Okay.
Have you noticed that?
No, I haven't been paying attention.
This is a state-approved conspiracy theory we were talking about, everyone. So just to let everyone know, this is actually state-approved, and we don't actually condone normal conspiracy theories. But our the mainstream has said that they have not vilified, so we know that we can talk about this conspiracy theory. Okay, guys? FYI.
All right.
Something so fucking important we can talk about. Something that matters so much in our life, this conspiracy of a slap, that we can talk about that. Go figure, right?
Yeah, I was worried that people were going to want to talk about this.
I honestly forgot about it until they brought it up.
Well, way to go, Matt.
My mind is blown that people still care. I mean, it's like, are they not struggling financially? Did they not see the storm? I mean, is this just like extreme? What's this word? Is this just like an extreme form of escapism at this point? And that's just what they are giving people?
I think so. It's like they care more about this than what's been going on the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm. And what's going to be going on that's going to be worse than the last I mean, this is far from over, and it's like maybe people, and again, it makes sense why this happened all of a sudden. Like, they put this crazy shit in the news, because it's like I think that it's like it's like they're amping up the distractions as they pull their shit. You know what I mean? As they, it's like a magician. Look over here as I use my hand to set up the next act.
I hear you.
I don't know if we can say much of what Joseph is saying.
Yeah.
I like reading Joseph's. It really puts my censorship skills to use.
Yeah.
Joseph says, my dad thinks beep beep is in some door that you close that has clothes in it.
He's in a little room full of clothes.
My dad thinks that beep beep is in a little room full of clothes. Joseph doesn't think so. I just think he is in a well, can we say that? I mean, that is the submissive.
Yeah, I think government loves it.
That's kind of approved.
Big tech and government loves that word.
Yeah, submissive. Like, I mean, men should be submissive. That's open-minded. That's like progressive. Yeah, there's nothing wrong. Men should be submissive. That's good. I think so. So then Joseph says, I don't remember all these major poo-poo battles. I'm going to say poo-poo battles under, I guess you could say Orange Man.
Yeah, you can say that.
Because that's state approved. Because you're allowed to shit on Orange Man. I like saying state approved. Joseph also says, yeah, he's pissed today, man. Like, Jesus, the little publicity stunt got to him. I only remember when these poo-poos under the other state-approved good guys. Joseph also says it seemed like the world got along better under. Yeah, I can't say that. I'm going to say that it seems like the world got along better under Obama, but he didn't say Obama. So read the chat for who he actually said. Right?
Yeah, okay.
The world got it better under Obama. Is that what you said, Joseph? I think so. You're right. That's state approved. Joseph says maybe, but I think beep beep does. He says he might think he might have. I don't know. I can't say that because. Well, I guess you can because that's what people are talking about. Yeah, I guess. Joseph says maybe, but I think this guy that played in some movies might have problems. I mean, that's state approved. Like, you can question this because it's like, you know what I mean? I mean, this is the kind of dialogue that people in America are supposed to have now, talking about the most meaningless bullshit in the fucking world. I mean, this is kind of what America has always been about, This is what small talk, right? Just, yeah, you see the football game? You see the weather? Yeah, you see the weather out there? It's raining. It's raining. Are we still connected, Nate? Or
Oh yeah, I still hear you. And let me just put this out to the listeners. I just want to ask the listeners, how does the audio levels
oh, yeah, how's
sound?
the auto sound?
Like, how does Matt sound and how do I sound? I'm trying to keep us both kind of around the same volume. So if I could have some feedback.
We'll get a little echo.
That's okay. Oh yeah, I still hear you.
Oh yeah, you're definitely a little louder than me.
So why don't I put the mic or put the speaker maybe a little closer to the mic?
Yeah. Yeah, I forgot to do an audio check. I just figured you'd probably end up doing the same thing every week, and yeah, I totally forgot.
It's hard to gauge because now it changed with Skype and stuff. I was doing the same thing every
Did
week.
it get better? Because I mean, it was listenable, but I mean, I was definitely could be a little.
Yeah, I'm slowly moving the speaker closer. So
Yeah,
Gary says sounds fine. Future Boy says sounds good. Yeah, I think I'm a little louder, but
Probably end up doing the same thing every week. Yeah, I totally forgot.
it's hard to gauge.
Yeah, I mean, it's good enough. It's close. I think it's hard because I come through a lot tinny because the mic is going your mic is going through a speaker.
Yeah.
So you have like a more boomy bass. So it's kind of hard to gauge those levels as much as if they were coming through like a more equal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
Yep. So we got it in the chat here.
Yeah, it's mostly just political.
Yeah, well, political theater. That's all it is. It's literally political theater. Let's just, it's a stage. It's a theater.
So,
I don't know what goes on behind the theater, though. Ooh, can't talk about what goes on. We're supposed to pretend like this political, like the theater is real.
Matt, did you call you just called me and you didn't call the group thing?
Oh yeah, sorry. I did just call you. Yeah, I didn't even think. I didn't. Yeah.
Should we reconnect on the group thing?
I mean, did someone else want to join? I didn't.
Well, no one mentioned it. I was just wondering what you thought. We do not want to bother until someone mentions it.
Yeah. In case they. Yeah. I mean, I didn't do that on purpose. I just pulled up my Skype and I don't know. I just saw your name at the top and hit it and called.
Well, we've been doing that doing that for months, so it only makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. My bad.
Well, just put that out there. Anyone who, if that's, I guess I should ask you though, Matt. I mean, if anyone who wants to join, that's cool with you, or?
Yeah. I don't care. It's your show.
Oh, that's right. Why am I asking you?
Yeah, it's not my show. You're like, you're the one that's made this movie channel for how many years now? Yeah, I mean,
10.
10 years. Yeah, you put all the work and time. So yeah, it's your say. I mean, unless you want to have a democracy, because we love democracy, but it's kind of like, it's only two of us, so I guess how would you do that vote?
That's true.
Pizzagate. It's not. Oh, I said that pizza. I just said Pizzagate. Sorry. I mean, I didn't say anything else.
Yeah, I just, honestly, if he's talking political, maybe we don't even need to read it.
Yeah. I'm surprised that they're allowing a lot of his comments to come up.
Yeah, it's too bad.
Oh, man. Is Joseph the one that had the channel that got banned? If I'm correct.
Yeah, it's Wade. Yep.
Wade. Okay. Wow. Yeah, I like his new picture. It's kind of funny. Picture he's got. Oh man. Who drew that first picture of the little stick guy face? I thought that was pretty clever.
Yeah.
With the little beady eyes and.
Yeah, I don't know.
Joseph says, "Should I talk about 7 laser disc I got recently? I think I mentioned some of them already." Of course,
I'd probably
is state approved.
I'd probably rather hear about that than politics. Yeah.
Yeah, what's going on with the laser disc?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who the hell watches my channel anymore because I don't really post many videos.
So maybe they have to come here to get a weekly dose of Matt.
Yeah, maybe there's one person, yeah, that I don't know about that's too shy to say anything. Because we've never had anyone come in the comments that were from my channel. You know,
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's true.
like you think, you know what I mean? So that's why I don't know if it has anything to do with me. Because it's like, wouldn't one of them have said like, "Hey, I saw your neighbor videos," you know?
Yeah, there's
Or
a
whatever.
lot of people that just stay in the shadows on the worldwide internet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's true. There could be a couple of people that just don't want to talk in the chat.
I guess I can put this out there again. If anyone wants to join on Skype, let us know in chat, and we'll reconnect with Matt on the our little group thingy.
I'm drinking a Red Bull now.
Oh, okay.
I love Red Bull.
What the hell's your sleep schedule these days? Did you have to?
It's getting a little later. Well, nothing crazy. 2 in the morning I go to bed. 1 in the morning.
So then, when do you get up then?
12 p.m. 11:30.
Oh, okay. We're pretty comparable right now then.
Yeah, for now. Talk to me in like 2 months. Yeah, or a month from now. It'll be like, oh, I'm getting up at like 5 p.m. Yeah, that's when I get up.
So it's a constantly evolving thing for you, where it just constantly gets later and later and.
Well, I think once, yeah. The problem is we're entering April, so once the mow and blow season, which is almost year round. Let's be real. Like my fucking asshole neighbor will use leaf blowers in the middle of winter. People are just dog shit. But once like official mow and blow season of April comes around, it's kind of harder to sleep in because, like, you know, people will be out there mowing and
blowing I hear you.
Lawns. And it's usually not in the early mornings, but maybe it's 10 a.m., 12 p.m., and, you know, if I'm sleeping until 5 or 6, then I get woken up by the, you know.
Yeah, because there's people that probably blow their lawn every day, I bet, or even maybe more than once a day.
Well, they always blow it when they mow. They got those grass clippings that are good for the yard and stuff. They got to get off the yard. They can't be anywhere in sight. They can't be on the sidewalk. They can't be on the lawn itself. So they got to get blown, you know?
Well, where do they blow them to if they're not?
I know. They just blow them on the other side of the yard. It's like the dumbest fucking thing. Yeah, they don't really like, I don't know. They just blow them where they can't. Where they only, I don't know, dude. It's so stupid.
Let's see here. Joseph Wilson. We heard about the Blob, Manitou, and Netherworld. I guess he also got Elvira, Mistress of the Dark. Grumpy Old Men was given to him for free. That's a relief. Rumpelstiltskin from '95. The Offspring 1987 Laserdiscs. Okay, yeah, way to go.
Do you have a lot of leaf blowing neighbors? Like, do you have any neighbors in your neighborhood that are like obsessed with their leaf blower?
Yeah, luckily they're not very well. I mean, they're obviously in leaf blowing, distance.
Yeah, that's like a mile long, though.
Yeah, that's true. So I mean, yeah, unfortunately there are like 3 houses right around me, so it's kind of a bummer.
But it's not close enough to wake you up in your house, though, right?
No, I don't think so. No.
That's good at least. But if you go outside in your yard, on a nice day, there's a good chance you hear.
Yeah, and there's like one guy that I swear does it every day. It's just like, holy shit.
Like he uses it just to like instead of using he's like obsessed about keeping his sidewalk litter free of anything.
Oh my god.
And it's like, yeah, and they have some obsession with having the loudest one possible. Like they got to get the 2-stroke gas one, which you would think like, a normal person would be like, dude, unless I really need this, like you don't really need this kind of power to just blow some shit off your sidewalk. I mean, It's like more. It really is more of a pain in the ass to start the damn thing up. It's loud as hell. Like you would think, like they'd want just like, oh, just use my little electric one, you know. But it's like they really do get off on these things, you know. It must be a mixture of they get off on. Look at me, like they have, you know what I mean, like the same people that ride their Harleys around. I don't know. I really don't understand it.
Yeah, it's almost like Harley Davidson leaf blower.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. But at least the Harley Davidson just drives by. Like, it's annoying for like 5 seconds.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
It's not in your next door, like revving it for fucking an hour or two every week.
Joseph Wilson says the Blob 88 was given to him for free because it has some rot throughout the movie. It's not the worst rot, but it's still annoying. Also, the glue issues are shown on the disc. He can see the rot. You can't always see the issues on rotted discs, but this one has issues on the disc. Well, I thought my life was bad.
Yeah. Gary Page says Nate was the Friday the 13th Laserdisc a lot better picture quality than the new VHS.
I don't know what new VHS he's referring to. I don't know if he's just talking about was Laserdisc better than the VHS. I mean, Laserdisc has a little bit better image quality than VHS, but it was like the same. If we're talking about the VHS versus Laserdisc from the 80s, it's the same, you know, it's the same transfer, so you're looking at the same thing, but it's a little clearer or, you know, a little clearer on Laserdisc, I would say, but unless, of course, you've got one that rotted. But I kind of showed, if anyone's seen my comparing Laserdiscs of Friday the 13th, I showed what rot versus no rot looks like.
Wow. How does the disc rot?
Well, I mean, Joseph would be a good person to ask. I guess it has something from what I've read or from what I hear, it has something to do with the manufacturing process. If you know, maybe the glue they use or something like that, maybe it isn't as good over time. Maybe dirt and shit gets in there, and I'm not exactly sure, but I guess it has something to do with the manufacturing process.
Yeah. I gotta wonder what's the longest. I'm sure I could Google it, but everyone has like. I guess these technologies haven't been around long enough to really test how long they can, you know, with, you know, I was gonna say what's the best technology to store audio, video? Like, what's the longest? Least, you know what I mean? Is it, you know what I mean? Is it
the best format for longevity?
For storing, yeah, long term, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be a good question. You're right. I mean, for as far as consumer items goes, they only really existed for, like on the home video front, 40 years or so, you know. But
yeah, exactly, yeah. And I'm sure, obviously, there's factors like where it's stored. But I'm saying, assuming that you put it in a dark place with average temperatures, like what's gonna hold up? Is it gonna be like an SD hard drive, you know, solid state hard drive? Is it gonna be a hard drive with the older hard drives with the? Well, I guess we still use them. I still have them on my computer. You know, the hard drives that just spinning disc and the magnet.
Yeah.
Is it gonna be Blu-ray disc? I don't. You know, how long will a Blu-ray disc last if it just sits there? You know.
Yeah, I guess if I had to say
30 years, 40 years,
yeah,
50 years.
I don't know. It also depends on, I guess, how the disc is manufactured, because a lot of DVDs that are like dual layer and shit, I think they go bad just, I think, because there's too much info on them. A lot of the DVDs that are just, you know, not dual layer, I think they last longer because they're not all crammed full of shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I would imagine a Blu-ray is probably more durable, but I don't know.
Some of those, well, they're more durable, like scratch resistant, but those can rot too.
Yeah.
They can rot too, unfortunately. Joseph Wilson says Friday the 13th Laserdisc looks pretty good, but the only problem is that the image is slightly squished. I feel like Laserdiscs are a lot clearer than VHS. Yeah, I agree with that. He says cheap glue is the reason he thinks they rot. Gary says true. How long will Blu-ray disc last? He spent a lot of money. Yeah, that's just I
Well,
know.
I mean, in 10 or 15 years, you can always check them. And then if they're still good, you just make a copy with the new Blu-ray disc. Just make it, just burn the disc onto a separate Blu-ray that's brand new, and there you go. You got another 15 years, 20 years of what? I mean, you have to do that with everything eventually. Just you have to put it onto a new format, keep copying it,
Right. I mean,
every so often to make sure it doesn't,
yeah, I try not to worry about like, oh my God, I hope my stuff doesn't rot. I mean, you just kind of just live in the moment, and if something happens down the line, then you deal with it. A lot of people are like, oh God, I hope my stuff ain't rotting. But I hear what you're saying, Gary.
I mean, you just check them periodically, and play them every now and again. And again, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, you just go, hey, I'm gonna copy these precious Blu-ray discs.
Yeah, I think honestly, if we're still around in 10, 15 years, we're going to have a lot more worries than Blu-ray rot.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Or like you said, if you're not attached to a disc, just put that thing on a hard drive, a SD drive or something, because that'll probably last longer than the Blu-ray disc. And that's easier to probably copy an SD. You know what I mean? Just an SD card. Just copy and paste a little easy. Well, it's not hard to burn a Blu-ray disc, but it's easier to just copy and paste onto another hard drive.
That's true. Joseph is talking. He says he's got DVDs that are 20 years old that work perfectly fine. Also have Laserdiscs that are over 40 years old that work perfectly fine.
I think this stuff will honestly, I think a Blu-ray, a DVD, I think they'll easily last 40 years, like easy. I think like you won't have to worry about the shit till you're really older, and you're probably going to die before the disc does, at this rate.
Well, I can hope so. I mean, referring to me, not anyone else. I'm not wishing death on anyone else.
Yeah, like your Miata might outlast you, Nate, right?
Yep, I hope so.
If it's like stored in that garage, and start it up every now and again. Oh, have you? How's the Miata? Have you started it this year or?
Well, I generally don't dick around with vehicles until it's got to get above fucking 40 before I start dicking around with vehicles. So maybe sometime in July when it's above 40.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, like you said, with gas prices being what they are, I'd imagine this year would be the year to dick around with the Miata, just because, just for the sake of saving money.
I've just been waiting for the temperatures to get and stay out of the 30s, man. It's not happening.
Yeah. You know me, I drive my Miata year round. I drive that thing when it's 20 degrees.
Wow.
What do you mean, wow?
I just mean, way to go, Matt.
Oh, I was saying, you do not drive it in the winter just to preserve it?
Well,
or...
I think by now. I got a lot worse winters than you do. I mean,
that's true. Yeah,
it gets cold. I mean, it's right. It's salt. I mean, yeah, it's mostly to preserve it. I'd say. I mean, for me, I just historically, if you can't have the top down, I guess I just assume there's no, point to drive the convertible. But I mean, for you, it's your only vehicle.
No, I mean, if I had a second vehicle, then I would still drive it in the wintertime, but I wouldn't drive it as much. No, especially when it's cold or shitty out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I hear you. If I had a second vehicle sitting here that I like to drive, then I would probably only drive it in spring, summer, nice fall days.
Let's see, where the hell was I? Joseph Wilson says the Friday 13th Laserdisc is over 40 years old and still works great, at least the Pioneer version of the movie. Future Boy says, my life will be over if my Blu-ray collection rotted, laugh out loud. Oh no! Well, that's kind of scary. Joseph says, some of these Blu-ray movies are worth big bucks. Ooh.
Another thing with my Miata is I drive it in the salt more because I already have like terminal rust on my frame in the front, so it's kind of like, well, I got to get new metal welded up front anyway. So what's the difference if I, you know, have to weld it in other places at this point? You know, it's already kind of, you know what I mean? Kind of fucked in that regard. So.
Oh, well, if it's already getting fucked, yeah, you might as well. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, what am I worried about some more? Yeah, it's like, I already got it. Well, I literally have to cut off the front part of my frame if I really want to fix the car properly, because it's got holes in it.
Oh,
like right where the engine is, like next to it.
God, I hope you're not driving along and the engine falls out.
No, it's not that bad yet, and I don't even know where it's. I don't think it's even where it's rotting. I don't think the engine will even. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it'll be affected. I don't think it'll be good if it collapses, but I don't think my engine will fall out.
Well, let's hope not.
I mean, it's not that bad yet. I mean, it's got some holes, but I don't think it's like, it's not like ready to just collapse yet. But it's something that, like you said, in the foreseeable future, it'll get to that point. I got to fix it, or if I want to keep the car.
Yeah, I imagine do you have salt in the winter on your roads over there?
Yeah, but it's kind of more of a design flaw in my year Miata, because they changed the right where the front collapses during a crash. Your Miata, it's like one piece of steel. It's like it's just a one piece of steel. When they changed the body over, they tried to improve the crash ratings, and for some reason Mazda, when they did it, they used a piece of steel. They used it's like three pieces of thin steel sandwiched together, so the car rusts in between, like moisture gets in between the pieces of steel and just rots from the inside.
Oh.
So where yours doesn't have that problem because it's just one solid piece of steel. Where this is like, I guess if they didn't, I don't know if they didn't. I don't know. I don't know if they just didn't do it right. They just, I don't know what the fuck that. I don't know. It's pretty much a design flaw. It's every Miata, pretty much, unless they live in like a place where there's no salt or anything at all. Every Miata, is gonna have, like, of my years, is gonna have that problem unless they fix it. It's like it's so bad that you can't even really prevent it. It should have been something that had a class. I think it should have been something. I don't know if it was again. It probably, given the age of this Miata, it's probably something that it probably shouldn't have happened that bad, but it's also like the car is that old, so I don't think it was like bad enough that they could do like a class action lawsuit. But it certainly wasn't something that like you'd be happy about when you find out when I found out my car's rotting, it's because a design flaw by Mazda. You know what I mean?
So you got worse than a Blu-ray rot. You got vehicle rot.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, fuck. I got a rotting frame. Yeah, it sucks.
Everything rots.
Everything does rot eventually. But I'm saying your Miata is just not as susceptible to rot up there. You have the normal. Yeah, you'll have the normal rot where most cars rot. Around the rear quarter panel and shit like that. But your frame, for the most part, should be decent. So, it's a shame. But anyway, I'm getting caught off.
That's all right. Let me do some chat. He says his Blu-ray of Humongous recently sold for $130 plus tax on eBay, and now someone else listed a copy of it after one sold for that price. Not his, but the same Blu-ray that he's got. He just happens to own Humongous on Blu-ray. Gary says Matt is good with tech. I haven't got a clue, saving disc on to whatever.
Yep.
I guess Gary doesn't know how to do what Matt's suggesting, which I don't even know how to do a lot of it myself. He's good with tech. Joseph Wilson says he's tempted to sell his Blu-ray of Humongous because apparently it's really sought after and the money is always good. Well, it sounds like something you got to ponder. Austin's here. He says, hey there. Have you seen Dead End Driving? I watched it a few nights ago. Actually, a buddy of mine a long time ago gifted me with the DVD of that. I think I want to say it's the Anchor Bay release or something. And he knowing how much of a drive-in enthusiast and aficionado I am, gifted it to me, and unfortunately I didn't. It was kind of a bummer. I didn't love it too much, but maybe I should give it a rewatch all these years later and see what Dead End Drive-In is like these days. I've seen it once a long time ago and never again. I can't remember what it's about, but C-Snap's also here. He says, "Hey Nate and hey guys, welcome C-Snap." Gary Page says he can't drive, but as a kid he wanted a Triumph R7, a small British sports car. Now you can buy rusty ones on eBay cheap. Very sad. Yeah,
those were.
is that kind of like a small? Is that what is that, Matt? Do you know?
Yeah, I know it's an old British roadster. It's pretty much what inspired Mazda to make the Miata.
Yeah, that's yeah. So many of them small little British roadsters like the MG and all this and that are kind of what inspired the Miata.
Yeah, and those they were not reliable. Those roadsters, I never drove one. They look a lot of fun. I mean, a lot of them are even smaller than the Miata.
Yeah,
but they're smaller and lighter. Like, it's crazy. But so in some ways they might be even more fun. But yeah, they were not known for the reliability, and now that they're old and they're just basically rust buckets at this point. So yeah, the Mazda thought there was a market for little roadsters because they weren't making them really by the 90s. So and Mazda said we'll make a reliable one too. Something that really wasn't even like you didn't even have a reliable English roadster. So it's funny because now the Miata is so damn old that it's become it's like the Japanese old roadster. It's because they don't even have British ones anymore. But it's taken the place of them.
Yeah, that's true.
Because most convertibles are still big. Like they don't really make. No one really makes roadsters besides especially the size of the Miata. Like that's pretty much it. You really don't even have. And you had that Honda S2000, but even that was a little bit bigger than the Miata and heavier. So I don't even know if you could say that was an exact. Yeah, really is nothing else to compete with the Miata like that size. That's pretty much it. If you want a small replacement of a British Roadster, you have to buy a Miata or a British Roadster.
There you go.
Behind on chat.
Joseph says, have I seen Humongous? It's not a porno, it's the horror movie. Or Twisted Nightmare? No, I haven't. Austin says the drive-in in that movie is not a drive-in you would want to visit. Laugh out loud.
Oh, Nate, are you going to go see that one new horror movie that's out? That I think it's done by A2 Films or whatever that did Hereditary and stuff. It's called like X, I think. Have you seen the trailer?
I don't think I've seen the trailer. I think me and
trailer, yeah.
Verisimilitude may have talked about it last week because we like the director Ty West who did House of the Devil.
Ty West. Yeah, there you go. You got to check that out. I mean,
I haven't seen the. I haven't actually watched the trailer. Have you?
Yeah, it looks all right, but yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'll go see it in theaters. I might check it out when it comes out on DVD.
Right.
But, I mean, it might be something more up your avenue, but I mean, it looks like a well-made movie. So I figured maybe something you want to go see in the theaters, get you out of your house,
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't think it'll drag me out to the theater, but it's definitely a good suggestion. Yeah.
Well, something's got to drag you out of that house in this cold, miserable weather,
Yeah. Well.
You got to get out there. You got to see. You got to. I don't know. I'm the same way. I just got to move, man. I got to get out of my shed here. I can't wait. I'm trying to move.
So how actively are you actually trying to pursue that? Would you say just moderately, or?
It's. I have my spurts. It's just I get kind of like demoralized when I look at the market, and
right.
I really don't want to live in it. Like I could just go live in an apartment, but I'm just so done. I don't want to share walls with people. They're such pieces of you know what I mean? It's. So I'm like, I don't know. And then you start looking at property, and it's just one. It's just I don't know. It's just I don't know. I don't know. I guess I just don't want to buy land.
when it comes down to it. I don't want to pay property tax.
Yep.
I don't want to deal with all these fucking restrictions on your own goddamn land. You know, it's like, yeah, I mean, it's like when it comes down to it, it's like, unless you build somewhere that literally no one wants to live because it's like not livable area, then you're like stuck either paying a lot of money or you're stuck like having to build a house a certain size. Like, it's like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, the house, you buy and own the land, but we tell you what size house you could put on it. It's like, well, you know, on top of paying property tax, it's like, okay, then why am I buying land? Why I don't own this. So, you know, I don't know. I have a real problem with it mentally. So,
Oh, it's totally understandable. You know, a lot of time back when the winters were really kicking my ass, like, I don't know, 2012, 2013, I was thinking of Arizona. I mean, I was like, God, a person could almost just live in a van, like in the desert
Yeah.
or something, and you know.
Yeah, I thought about that too. I'm like, I mean, is it better for me just to buy a van and exactly what you said, put my shit in storage, you know, like spend the $60 a month storing my shit, you know, because that's really all I need for the most part. Is just a place to store my guitar and a couple of my possessions, which basically fit all in my shed easily. So I don't really need I you know. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's like it's a tough call. I don't even really need the land. I want it because I don't want to have to, you know, it makes life easier. But like I said, if you lived in the desert and stuff, and yeah, I don't know. It's like weighing my options out, I guess.
Yeah, I got a lot of time to think about it. Let me read Austin here.
Yeah.
He says he watched this one movie called Omega Syndrome. It was pretty cheesy fun. All these films I'm mentioning were put out by New World Home Video at one point. Okay. Yeah, let me also take this opportunity to thank everyone for showing up. Definitely a busier chat day than last week. Thank you very much. I don't think I thanked everyone for showing up today. Thank you very much for showing up. Appreciate it, definitely.
Yep. Yeah, living out of a van, whatever.
I think a lot of people are actually doing it, and you know, part of me is like, God, I wonder if they have a better setup than I do. And you know, I mean, obviously, in some regards, you don't, and some regards.
Honestly, I think the worst part about that life is because I would have, you know, like the worst part about that stuff is the harassment from, you know, our lovely police force that we love and support, you know.
Yeah.
Because they literally make it illegal to be homeless, loiter, you know. So I mean, you could get away with it, you know, but it's like you're always kind of having to be stealth and look out for these cops and other people calling the cops on you. I mean, that seems to be unless you pay for a place to park, which kind of almost defeats the whole point of it. You know, at that point, like, okay, why not just, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, you're probably not paying as much as you would be in
That's true.
property tax.
Well, not necessarily, but if you lived in the desert in some shithole part of town, like the property tax is next to nothing. It's like, you know, so I don't know. It's like again, they don't allow you to just, you know, every avenue that people could have to easily escape this system, they have thought about, obviously, and they have made it almost impossible, or your life is more of a pain in the ass than it would be just to pay your property. You know what I mean? They make sure that it's such a hassle for you to do anything outside of this system that it's easier to just go with the system, you know? That's what they you know, they've, you know, so that's kind of how you know, what I've noticed or seen. Would you agree with that? Or
Oh yeah, I mean, the system's designed to, you're forced to be a part of it, and if you're not, they harass you.
Yep, yeah, they harass you. They even they'll fine you, harass you, maybe even put you in jail in some instances. Yeah. So this idea of land of the free is like, it literally makes me almost laugh, and you know, it like when people say that, I literally laugh out loud. Like, you've got to be kidding me. You know what I mean? Like,
Absolutely. Gary Page says, I would be happy to live in a trailer park in America. Good weather. Well, only if you're in a place with good weather. I grew up in a trailer park for many years, and I gotta say, trailer parks have kind of that trailer trash, white trash, trailer park trash stigma. But honestly, growing up as a kid in a trailer park was actually really great because it was like a little city, like a little mini kid city, and you could get on your bike, and when you're 11 and 12 years old and stuff, the trailer park seems a lot bigger than it does now, and it's kind of like a little mini kid city. It was really actually kind of fun to spend some years of my growing up years in a trailer park because you could just like either bike or walk over to your friend's house, and yeah, it was they had a little like playground in the trailer park, and it was actually kind of a fun place to spend a few of my kid years.
Oh. Yep. Exactly. I think trailer parks now with how people are, and just I think even when you grew up, I don't think were as many trashy pieces of shit people.
So do you think they're more trashy people now?
Oh yeah, I mean people across the board are more trashy now. I mean you go to a nice neighborhood and you've got a fucking piece of shit trash neighbor, let alone. So that's my worry about a trailer park. It's just. Oh my God, it's just. But then again, it's like you could get lucky and not have any trashy people. It's like that's the crazy part about living here. It's like you could have a $1 million home and your neighbor could be the trashiest piece of shit, and you're like, I just spent, you know what I mean? But then you could go to a trailer park and get lucky and have nice neighbors. It's.
Oh yeah.
I guess statistically, let's be real. Like at a trailer park, yeah, it's more likely you're gonna have a drug addict neighbor that causes you a lot of problems and grief, and
Yeah, back in the late '80s when I was in the trailer park, there really wasn't like the subwoofers and stuff that exist.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, can you imagine now the dogs barking, the subwoofers, the dogs that people do now? I mean, it's like the '80s was a fucking paradise compared to that. I'm saying this because I lived in Philly, and I lived in a nice street, but I lived around trashy poor people, again, trash doesn't come poor, rich. It doesn't really matter at this point. It's just like, that's what I'm saying. It's really roll the dice. Like you could live in a poor area and have decent neighbors, or you could live in a rich area and have really shitty. It's like, there's no just a definitive, I want to pay my way to get away from trashy people, because they've become such the norm now that it's like there's no escape no matter where you go. It doesn't matter what kind of money you spend. The only way to escape it, I guess, is if you lived on an island somewhere, or you bought like 1,000 acres or something and you put a maximum security wall around it.
I do know. Joseph Wilson says the wonderful Maxine Waters told homeless people to go home. She is such an intelligent woman, or whatever she is. Okay, it must be some politician. I'm not familiar with Maxine Waters, but go home, homeless people. I can imagine a politician saying that. That's funny.
Where was that? Homeless people going home? What do you mean? I kind of missed that.
Oh, you can't see it in chat, or what?
Oh, I'm away from my computer now. I'll look in a minute. Sorry.
Oh, it's the one on the bottom, the most recent one right now. And Gary Page says the trailer park in the movie The Last Starfighter was great. Yeah, those are like the glory years of what Matt was talking about. Trailer parks maybe in the '80s weren't maybe as bad as they potentially are now. I mean,
that was that. But again, I want to make a point. In the '80s, everything was better.
Oh yeah,
it's just like, I mean, it's a thing across the board. Is my point.
Okay, yeah, good point.
I mean, there are way more people that are addicted to crazy drugs now than ever. Way more people that are just pieces of shit now more than ever. I mean, that's the norm now, at least in America. But, yeah. So it's just. I don't know.
Ju-
because I would just live in a trailer because I really don't even need, just a little bit of space, and I don't really. Again, I live in a shed now, so a trailer is like a step up.
yeah, you'd have
More space.
more than one room.
Yeah. Yeah. Even a small trailer is bigger than this. Not that I need much more space, but like I said, I don't know.
Where the hell am I? Joseph Wilson says Maxine Water is a wonderful California politician with a beautiful personality. Another politician that earned every penny of their wealth. Yeah, there you go. He's learning the sarcasm.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, he's doing it for us. Yeah. Oh, okay. So I didn't know who that was. That politician. I don't know. I don't really know these people. These actors.
Right. What actors? They're not an actor.
Well,
They're.
I'm sorry. These they're not. I meant someone else. Not the. No, politicians are. I didn't mean that. That's a conspiracy theory. Oh man.
So what? So what did your parents think when you? Whose idea was it to build the shed? Yours or your parents or?
Mine. Yeah, mine. I didn't want to live in my parents' house with them. I can't stand living in their backyard. I still got to deal with it.
So what?
Actually, in their house, it's just it's just a.
What did
my idea.
What did they think when you proposed that idea of the shed and living in their yard in a shed?
Well, they didn't really care because I don't think they want to deal with me, and also, when I leave, it'll just be their shed. It'll probably be destroyed.
They're gonna burn it because it reminds them of you.
No, they just won't take care of it at all.
Oh, okay.
Like my dad wants to use it to store his fucking lawnmower, so that kind of says it all right there.
Oh, it'll get all greasy and oily.
Yeah, would you want to? Yeah, would you look at this shed and be like, "Hey, this looks like a great place to store a lawnmower"? I would understand if I didn't put up the walls and floor, then yeah, it's what you do with sheds. But I don't know. I have no idea why he wants to store the lawn. Like he's got a perfect garage with concrete. Like you know what I mean? It's like you can store all your other shit that's not a lawnmower. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like it literally seems like more of a hassle because you'd have to, open these doors. I have those two doors. Then you'd have to lock them. It's so much easier to just open up the garage. And like you said, it's on concrete. It's like you said, when it gets messy, it's just I don't know. I don't. Yeah.
Oh yeah, if oil spills on concrete, it's not as bad as spilling on. I imagine you got a wood floor.
Yeah, well, laminate, but yeah, and also just all the fumes and getting on the lights. Just I don't know. Look at that garage door; has a lot more ventilation too. You open it up. So it's literally, that garage was meant to store shit like that. I didn't build this shed. I don't know. It's just.
Austin says...
I try not to think about it.
Oh, sorry, we'll change the subject. Austin says gangster rap culture and liberal brainwashing is why people are trashier now. They were taught you don't need standards or a moral compass in daily life. Yeah, I think Austin has a good point there. Culture is destroying, quote-unquote, culture. Culture is destroying itself by... Some conspiracy theorists would say by design.
Yeah.
Joseph Wilson says, on a serious note, I better read this first. I really believe the world gets along better when we don't have career politicians running the world. I am no fan of these children being blown. Whoa, shit. Okay, I better not.
What do you say? Are you? Oh man.
Yeah, I can't.
You want to take a break from trying to read these things? You're reading them without any censorship. Oh man, that's all right. I think it's all right.
Yeah, I just realized that I can't finish that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, actually, this is interesting. I'll read what Joseph says because I was going to ask you. Yeah, that is something I kind of wanted to talk about. That was fucking crazy. It's only like I can send you the link if you wanted to see it. Joseph says, "Oh yeah, did you guys hear about that Orlando amusement park ride accident?" where a 14-year-old kid lost his life. There's a video of it literally in high def on. Did you see that video? Hear about that?
No, I'm not interested in seeing someone potentially dying. Hopefully it's fake, but why? What? Maybe we'll have you describe.
No, it's not fake at all. It's not fake at all.
Damn. Well, yeah, I'm not big into real death. What? Maybe you can describe it for us.
Well, there's a ride in Orlando, like one of those those towers that like you bring you up real high and you just drop like in your seat.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So this tower went up like a 430 feet, which is technically I think the tallest one of its kind. So really tall, 430 feet. It's like I've been on one at Six Flags that went up 415 feet, and when you're that high on those things, it's like holy shit, and you drop. So apparently this kid was like 6'5", weighed like I don't know if we have an exact weight because some people say they're kind of all over the place. But either way, he was too heavy for the ride. He was too big for the ride. It was like 300 pounds or something, and he was really tall, and it was just so. In this ride, just had this over the shoulder vest you just pull down. Nate.
Oh, I'm listening to the gory details.
Oh, there's not really any gore.
So what do we just see someone fall from this thing and go out of the camera shot?
Well, yeah. So some guy was filming, I guess, his buddies. Just so happened to be filming his buddies going on the ride, and he was filming the whole experience of his buddies, and just so happened to caught a rare event like this where he basically like the ride locked, like the harness, and apparently the light, like the ride wouldn't even go up if the shit wasn't locked. It's a new ride. The ride only came out 3 months ago. Like it's a new ride. So like it wouldn't even allow you to it wouldn't allow the ride to go up if it didn't think everything was locked and ready. But this ride doesn't have a seatbelt. Like a lot of those rides actually have a seatbelt that like locks in the harness. I guess that these ride manufacturers thought not having a seatbelt we don't need that. We're good. So you could, so the kid, he was too big. The harness didn't really like lock his lower half enough. So, and the ride makes it worse. It kind of tilts out a little bit, not like fully, but you're not sitting straight up. Like it tilts you out. So when the ride was falling, it hits the brakes, I think like 40 feet up. So as soon as like he's going to like, I think they're going like they said like 80 miles an hour when they're falling. So when the ride hit the brakes, that's when he just slipped right out from underneath. And then you just hear a loud, like you see him fall and you just hear a loud, like a super loud doosh, like a bang. And then, then the guy filming it didn't like, it was crazy. He was steady hands. I got like for something that, I don't know if he didn't notice it at first. But it's like, I mean, so then he filmed, showed the kid. And, I mean, there wasn't any blood that you could see or anything, but people were like, freaking out, obviously. But, yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, I missed that one. Well, thank you for the play-by-play. Austin says everyone wants to act like a tough gangster these days, and it's laughable. Most of them are white as well. Oh, okay. Joseph Wilson gives us more details. He says he was a 6'5", 350.
Yeah, I said he was 6'5". I said he was 6'5".
Oh, okay. Sorry.
You weren't listening, Nate.
Joseph
I didn't know his exact weight.
Joseph Wilson confirms Matt's 6'5", 350-pound, 14-year-old kid. He was too big.
Joseph, did you not see and hear that? Like, you don't survive. Because he was basically falling at probably 80 right into concrete. I mean, that was pretty, when you heard that loud thump, like, and saw him, like, I think anyone there could, he was not alive. You're out. Like, you're done. Like, you slam into the concrete at 80, like, you're done. There's no, I mean, maybe there's someone out there that, I don't know, but the way he hit like face, like pretty much face first. I mean, it was like there's just dude, your insides are basically gush at that point.
Oh no!
You know what I mean? Like you're going 80 and you slam and stop, all your organs are just now, yeah, they're done. You're dead. And it's funny because they're like, he died at the hospital. It's like, no, he didn't. He died right there on the spot. Like he did not die at the hospital. I think they were saying he died at the hospital, but everyone knows that's bullshit. I mean, it's something they said. I think just to, I don't know. There was like a reason why they say that, but he was definitely dead on the spot.
Yeah, it's like a stand.
I mean, Joseph says they should have tried to get aid to him quicker. There was nothing to aid. He was gone. Like, I mean, like anyone that saw that and heard that, like, I mean, he was out. He was dead, dude. You don't. I don't know if people watch too many movies or like you fall going 80 miles an hour right into concrete. Like you're gone. Like you're not. There's no chance. Like and you're not supposed to. If someone falls like that or gets in a bad car accident, you don't know. You can't move them. Like you could do more damage. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Like you're not supposed to touch them or do anything like that. You know. And I don't know, when you saw his body, it was, I don't know. To me, it seemed pretty obvious. He was either completely unconscious and not there, or like pretty much dead. Like there was no life left. Like I don't know. Like usually when you see something dead, like you know it's dead. Like it's kind of like an instinct, you know. Like there's like, you know what I mean?
I no experience, but I can imagine what you're talking.
Well, you've
about.
seen like a dead animal. Like you don't have to think twice about it. Sometimes.
Oh,
like,
that thing's okay. Dead. Yeah, it's still yeah.
Yeah, it's so still and so lifeless. And I mean, even through that video, if you watch it, like even through the video, you could tell, like, yeah, he's like, if the fall, looking at the fall wasn't enough, you could just see that guy was gone. Like he was dead.
He was dead.
And like I said, these are minimum wage workers at an amusement park. Like, I mean, this is not something they've, you know what I mean? Like this is just a rare thing to happen. Like you can't expect them to, you know what I mean? Like they're probably in shock. Like, you know?
Yep.
Flew off of his bike versus flying straight down into concrete at 80 miles an hour. I think is a little different.
Yeah, now Joseph is talking about the accident. Yep.
I mean, maybe some people. I mean, there were probably people that didn't see the fall. They just probably saw him there. But again, anyone that was there on the ride or there, like, I think it was pretty evident that he was not alive or he was not able to be moved. I don't know. People just have this, like, I've noticed something after that, because a lot of people were trying to say what Joseph was saying. It's like people have, I feel like there's this, like, deep-seated denial of, like, death and, like, crazy accidents where it's like, dude, they're dead. Like, there's no chance of, like, it's like it had to be a complete miracle to survive that. Like, you wouldn't even be human to survive something like that. It's, I don't know. It's just like this like, you know, it's like this never-ending, like, oh, we can bring them back. There might be a. It's like, I don't know if it stems from like a deep-seated fear of death, and everyone has to just live no matter what happens to them. You know what I mean? Because it's like on the other side, if I felt and I did survive something like that, I wouldn't want to live the rest of my life as a vegetable or whatever, like completely paralyzed. Like I would be like, just, I would rather die, you know?
Yeah, probably a combination of that, fear of death, and the oversaturation of superhero movies.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like, they think like flying at 80 straight into concrete, you're gonna come out of that one.
Iron Man would have been fine.
Yeah, Iron Man would have been fine. It's like, no, when your body stops moving at that speed, even in a car accident, like, you have these things called organs, and they bounce around and they'll move and get this. I don't even know. Like, they'll just, your own brain will start bouncing around your skull till it's not existent. You know, you're not meant to just stop that fast. You know, let alone what the concrete would have done to your skeleton, and you know what I mean. It's just like, yeah, like if you fly at 80 into water, you'll die. Like, you die going that fast going into water, let alone concrete. And water at least kind of helps soften the blow, but even that's not enough to stop you from dying, you know?
Yeah, high speeds are dangerous.
Yeah. Like that ride, I saw the video and I saw he flew out as soon as it hit the brakes. And I read the ride was going at about 80 miles an hour, and he barely slowed down before he fell out. So, and he probably sped up a bit when he fell out. So he was probably going 70, 80 miles an hour. And you can hear it. Like, you can hear how loud it was when he hit. Like, he hit at a very high speed. It was like, it sounded like almost like a balloon, like a loud explosive balloon went off or something, you know? It's like, oh man, yeah, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it's a disconnect. I don't understand. Like, yeah, a lot of people were saying, oh man, it's like, oh, he was gone. I would, if, you know, lights out.
Lights out.
Joseph, they lied, man. That's what they do. They said he died at the hospital. That was a complete lie. They did that for like insurance reasons. That's something they normally do. Yeah, that was bullshit.
Right.
Again, come on, Joseph. You know better than to take. You know what I mean? Like, they would never lie about that.
Yeah, I imagine it's a lot better for the amusement park to have them say they died at the hospital.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things. I think it's like I read that. Like, every time something like this happens, they always get into the hospital and say they died there instead of at the amusement park. I think it makes the situation better for the amusement park. But, you know, yeah.
Oh.
I could tell from looking at him in the video, that was lights out. Like, that was instant goner.
Gary has an interesting question for you, Matt.
I could, but I mean, at this point, man, it's
Gary says, Matt, could you build a shed for your dad's lawnmower to save yours? Well, I think Gary, he's talking about putting the lawnmower in after Matt's gone, correct?
Yeah, after I'm gone, yeah. So at that point, it's just it'll get destroyed one way or the other. You know, like a tree will probably fall in it. So.
That's too, yeah, God, that must be a crappy concern. Like, you just, oh my God, living under.
Well, I didn't want to build it here. I mean, I kept saying there's all these big trees that are over like 100 years old at this point that will fall, and they are falling now. Like, 2 of them fell in the past 2 years. It's just a matter of time that one falls right on the shed.
Oh, man.
You know, so if it's not the lawnmower, a tree will fall through it. I mean, I wanted to build it where there were no trees on the other side of the lawn. My parents, you know, said no. They probably want this puppy. That was probably what they wanted. Like, yeah, hopefully a tree does fall. And
oh, that's sad.
Joseph, no, I mean, Joseph, man, it's an accident, man. At the end of the day, it's an accident. Like, people, like, shit happens. Like, I mean, that was the definition of an accident. Yeah, there were neglectful people, but at the end of the day, man, we humans make mistakes, dude. We all make mistakes. It's like this one little mistake cost someone's life, but there's been plenty of times that probably attract amusement parks where someone almost died, but they didn't because of neglect, and no one talked about it. It's just, you know what I mean? It's just, it's the manufacturer's fault mainly, but it's also everyone's fault. It's like where were his parents? Where were you know what I mean? It's like, at the end of the day, like, you also got to take some responsibility for yourself. Like, maybe you got to be like, I don't feel like I fit in this thing too well, you know? Because this guy was kicked off of every other ride in the park for being too big, you know? That was something I read in the news too. Like, all the other rides said you're too big for the ride, you know?
Yeah, it is kind of weird. I don't know why they let him on this thing.
Well, but again, it's like, when do you make your own judgment call and be like, you know what? I was too big for all these other rides. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I don't fit in this one too well. You know what I mean? It's like, no one wants to take responsibility for themselves, you know?
14 and 350 pounds.
Yeah. I don't know.
Austin.
But either way, the park and the manufacturer are going to take the blame, because at the end of the day, this is a new ride, and there should have been zero possibility of letting a human be able to make that judgment call of what's too big for the ride or not. That should have all been on the ride. You know what I mean? Itself. There should have never. A new ride should take out every variable of a human mistake possible. You know what I mean?
Right, especially in this modern era of...
it came out 3 months ago. This is not an old ride. How this ride was able to just be like, yeah, that's cool. It locked in and it went up. It should have been... they don't know that people are going to be a little bit too big and try to ride the ride. I mean, that should be common sense. I mean, 100% the ride manufacturer. Like, human error is going to happen. People are not going to care. You have to assume that. You could not put the lives of people's lives solely on some low-wage operator that's probably high or drunk or just not doing his job, or just maybe he had a bad day. I mean, humans make mistakes, so why? It's crazy, you know what I mean? Like, the ride didn't even have a seatbelt. I mean, like, it didn't even have a goddamn seatbelt. And mind you, this manufacturer had two other almost deadly accidents within like a couple of years that made this ride. So it's not like this is a one-off thing. They had another ride where the cable snapped and someone like got really hurt. And then there was another, I think someone died while making one of their rides. I don't know. It's like this manufacturer already has a history of not caring about safety. So it's like, yeah, I think it's safe to say, like, you could probably blame 99% of it on the people who made that ride. You know? So
Austin says it probably sounded like Hans Gruber hitting the Nakatomi parking lot from 30 stories in Die Hard.
yeah, I don't know if I remember. Yeah, you can watch the video and hear it. It sounded like death to me. That's for sure. I mean, I'm laughing because I'm not laughing because I'm just laughing because it's just so crazy.
He's just laughing.
How can you just? What?
He's just laughing because it's so crazy.
Yeah. Joseph says, "Oh man, I don't know if he can."
Yeah, I just wouldn't even bother.
Something about a bridge. I heard something about that. I don't.
You know what? This isn't the huge news fanatic channel.
Huge news fanatic channel. If anything, it's the opposite. It's the huge I don't give a fuck about the news fanatics channel.
Yeah.
Oh, man. It's a safe place from the news channel. Oh, man. That's funny. Oh, man. Yeah, but it's yeah, and there's been a lot of also it wasn't caught on video, but there was like a 6-year-old girl who died at a ride last year. That's in like Colorado. One of the same thing, like a drop tower, but it was in Colorado. And that ride only had seatbelts. Like, that's all they had. And the girl was sitting on top of her seatbelt, and like I think the strap was over her, so it looked like it was on, but she was sitting on top of it. And the ride was like saying you can't run it because the seatbelts, you know what I mean, aren't right. But then like they overrid it. They just reset it, and then they turned the ride because they checked everyone, and I guess they didn't think that little girl could be sitting on a seatbelt. And yeah, the girl flew off the ride and died, like, you know. So that happened last year in September. So it's like, well, this shit's just ramping up. Like, you know, don't assume that driving is as safe as it used to be or going to an amusement park. I mean, this is going to become the norm. This kind of stuff. I hate to say it.
Oh, good.
But, so yeah, I don't know. The Orlando Amusement Park massacre. It was one person, so can you say it's a
Well, I guess you can massacre one person.
Yeah, I always assumed that it meant like multiple people, but yeah, I guess so.
Oh, Versimilitude wants to join. Should we reconnect on the group one, Matt?
Is that easier, or can you? I guess we can't add them. It's a pain in the ass. You gotta.
Well, I'd say it's easier. Yeah.
All right, just connect on the
We'll just reconnect on the group thingy right now. Okay.
All right, I'll hang up.
Okay. Let me just go do that. is the group thingy? I don't know why this is so difficult.
Hello?
Yeah, okay. I think we're going good.
Cool.
So I think we're on the group verisimilitude, or if you want to jump on. Let's see here. Yeah, Gary Page's crying tears of laughter. No movie talk tonight. Yeah, that's pretty much how it's been. So far, yeah, Joseph Wilson is turning this channel into a news network.
That's all right. I mean, again, you're not going to be able to. I mean, as time goes forward, there's going to be no escapism from what we're going through. You know.
Meaning what?
Like reality will just get so bad that there will be no you know what I mean. Escapism will become harder and harder to do. You know what I mean? Even if the option's there, like mentally, people will start breaking down so bad that there won't be you won't be able to escape into another reality or fantasy. You know?
Oh, I see. That's where VR comes in.
Yeah, it still won't work. They know that. That's just what they're selling the masses. You know?
Okay.
But yeah, I don't think they give a shit. I don't think they're planning on doing the VR stuff. I think that'll just be just something that they say. Like, these people have any plans on you living a I don't think so.
Yo, how is everyone?
Hey, there he is.
Well, Nate's been pretty sad today because of the weather.
Well, yeah,
it is like April.
It's almost April and it's 30 degrees Fahrenheit.
Well, yeah. What is that in Celsius? I don't even know. A 10? No, like a 0.
I don't know.
I don't even know.
Did you guys
CNN,
talking about rides and stuff, like accidents on rides and stuff? It made me think of Final Destination 3.
Yeah, I was gonna
say. I thought about that movie, and I thought about that movie when I saw that video, and I was like, if they just made this was way more horrific to watch, like a real life. Like if they instead of going all this crazy effects and trying to do this, I think just seeing someone fly out of something and making it look as realistic as possible is actually way more horrifying. You know what I mean? Because it's like, oh shit. Because when you're watching that ride, you're like, oh my god, like that could fucking happen. What the fuck? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you. I get what you're saying.
It was just way more like, holy shit. And then hearing the loud thump, like when it hit, I don't, it's sometimes less is more. And I think just being realistic is more, because then you watch Final Fantasy, you're like, dude, come on, that was crazy with that roller coaster. Yeah, but if someone fell out of their harness.
It's fun, though.
Yeah, but I don't know, it's fun, but horror movie.
I don't know, I'm like Nate, it's kind of weird, I can watch all the gore I want, as long as it's fake. That the minute you try to show me something real, I just don't want to look at that, most of the time it's too much, man. It's just like when it's a whole different ball game when you're looking at something, you're like, yeah, that's real,
Yeah, my parents were so worried when I got into horror movies at 11 and 12 that I was going to be some kind of psychopathic killer and stuff. I should have told them, real violence has always disturbed me a lot, like actual violence. And I guess the horror movie violence, I suppose watching it is a way to was somehow some way for me to help cope with growing up and just in life, the fake violence was therapeutic,
Hey, Nate,
yeah, same for me. Yeah, there were people like my mom and stuff. Yeah, thought that it would warp my mind too. And especially when I started getting into playing a lot of the more graphic and violent video games. Like Doom and all that. And they get like, yeah, this kid's gonna grow up to be some kind of psychopath.
Hey, Nate, where'd you get the CNN thing?
From the worldwide internet.
Oh, okay. It's easy to put on there. I just noticed that that made me laugh.
Yeah, I just thought I'd put it on there for a few minutes. Yeah, it was easy.
Oh yeah, verisimilitude. Yeah. I guess it's up to Nate, but we have to try. I guess we have to try to pay more attention to the chat when it's going. Read it, or what do you think, Nate?
I was just gonna start responding in chat right now. I was gonna respond to Gary, but since we've got a window, I'll just respond in person with voice. Gary says Ready Player One is good for him. It sounds like he's ready to dive into
the VR world.
the world of
Do you have
VR.
the chat open? Can you see it?
Not right now. I did have it open when I was just listening to the show, but I closed it. I'll open it up now.
Okay.
I mean,
that was Nate's concern with the Skype calls. If we go on too much without responding to chat, I mean, obviously,
Yeah,
the
but
chat's
I mean,
going.
people have got to, you also got to take into consideration that this is all new. Like, it's new to us. You know what I mean? Like, takes a little while to work out the kinks on something. Sometimes.
Well,
you know what I mean?
I'm not-
get better at it as we go along, I guess.
Well, that's what I was asking. Can you see the chat? Because I try to read it and respond. Because I'm saying they're. I guess my point is they're. I don't know. Like, they're in the chat. They want to be. I don't know. They want to be engaged too.
We'll just.
They're actually.
Yeah, I mean, even who was it? Was it someone last week was saying that, like, like they were even cool with this, just like reading chat for maybe the first hour or so, and then they were quite happy to listen to us ramble on or talk about whatever we're talking about. But I don't know, like either way is good to me. Whatever works.
maybe not. I don't know if you have to read it, but like respond to their inputs and
Maybe that's a good take. Maybe not read it, but to make it go quicker when there's three of us on here, we can just respond to it. That's a good idea.
Well, that's what do you, yeah. Well, yeah.
But anyway, we'll just do our best in regards to chat. We'll just do our best.
Joseph said, should I just not say? Oh well, I like saying it sometimes. I like censoring it. I think it's funny. Joseph says, I just refreshed the YouTube channel. We are now. Ooh.
Yeah. The
Something News Network.
The Something News Network. There you go. So what's on Verisimilitude's mind?
Just this and that, and getting sick of the world talking about this whole slap incident. Like I'm done hearing about that. Like it's all anyone ever wants to talk about. It seems. So
isn't that?
I personally think it was probably staged. I mean, like you guys were saying before, it's like, why do people find that such a hard thing to believe? And it's like, actors doing it, in front of like all these other actors. And not only that, like another thing that I haven't really heard anyone, like I haven't watched a lot of videos about it or talked to everyone about this, but one thing I find interesting that no one seems to have really mentioned is the Oscars have been, like, the ratings have been plummeting for years now. Like, in each year is like worse and worse attendance for ratings. So
it's a marketing.
It could have been a publicity. Yeah, it could have been like a publicity stunt. You know what I mean?
Also,
boost interest. Yeah? Now maybe they think, if we do this, maybe now people will tune in every year just to see if something else happens. You know what I mean?
They'll give them something else. They'll do it next year with something else. Yeah. And also, Pfizer sponsors that stuff. Like, they own everything else, and apparently Pfizer has.
Wait! Maybe you're using the name, Matt.
Well, can I say the corporate name?
I just as soon not have him said, but.
Okay. Well, I figured it wouldn't get censored because I'm just saying.
Nate is a very cautious cat, isn't he?
Yeah. Okay. So some corporation that makes stuff, liquid medicine, that we all love and we support, and of course on this channel, they put a little money towards the Oscars, and apparently that woman didn't have any hair because of whatever you call it. Yeah, but apparently that this company they've got a new drug to help with that. So
it could have been a little bit of a marketing thing to say, make a joke about the hair and then have everyone Google it and be like, oh, okay. They've got a new drug to help with that.
It'd be funny if next year there's a wrestling ring on the stage.
A what ring?
Wrestling ring next year on the Oscar stage.
Oh, maybe next year they'll amp it up and actually punch someone. Yeah, like you said, do a little, like a throw someone like it's like the WWE. Yeah. So they're gonna have to one up it.
Let's just say for argument's sake, say it was real. Like, do either of you guys like have someone you side with more, or like do you think they're both in the wrong? Or
okay, let
it was a joke, so I mean I side with the fact that it was just a joke and that's the guy's job. So
right,
he got roasted, whatever. Like
for me, it's like words. People can say whatever the fuck they want to say to me, and they can say it.
Yeah.
And it's just like it's their opinion, it's their thought, they're entitled to it. I'm not gonna fucking, let them, because if you get pissed off by it, then they're in control. I mean, nothing what people say pisses me off.
Exactly. Like for me, if that was me, if I was Will Smith, right, and like obviously we know him and his missus don't have the best relationship anyway.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Thank God, until everyone started talking about it. I'm happy I didn't know. Let's say they did. Let's say they did though, right? Like if that was me, if I was him, and if I saw my missus was visibly like upset and hurt, which is hurtful, for what this guy was saying is a joke. I'd be looking at her, like, look, it's okay. I'll deal with this later. I'll speak to him later. Or lady, we're at a comedy thing, and that's what they do.
Yeah, I'd be like,
get some thicker skin.
It's a joke, but
it's not like this guy. It's not like this guy came up to your fucking woman on this. I mean, it's one thing if he went up to her on like the street and started fucking saying shit. Yeah, then I could see, be like, yo, shut your mouth, dude. You know what I mean? Like, that's like you're at that event.
I firmly believe though, no matter what anyone says, it still doesn't give you the right to walk up and friggin' smack them out, dude. You know what I mean? It really doesn't.
No. But like you said, it's not real.
Well, my opinion on it is it's just more like just to scare people even more into speaking their mind or joking around about anything. Yeah. It's just like, this is what happens if you joke around about something. There's consequences. So it's kind of like it's just something to put out there to scare people even more from talking.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like the whole thing looks so like, this looks so staged. Like even the way he hits him doesn't look real.
Yeah,
like,
it's not real.
Even the way Chris Rock leans forward, like he leans.
Yeah, you would never lean forward. Yeah, you would never
take the hit. You know what I mean? It's like.
Yeah, it's just staged. Yeah.
It looks very much staged, man. Like I said, let's not forget these people literally do this shit for a living.
Yep. Yep. And they're supposed to be some of the best at what they do, supposedly. I'm not saying they are, but I mean they're good enough. They're good enough in some of the movies to be convincing. So they're obviously good enough at their job of acting to clearly pull something like that off. Like no big deal, Did
you guys hear about Bruce Willis?
Oh yeah. Okay.
He dead?
No. Nate's like, okay, here we go. Now we're going to talk about this for another 2 hours.
Bryce Wilson did bring it up. So,
Bruce Willis. I can't remember what it's called, but he's got some disability now, like with his mind and shit. Like, it's going to start affecting his speech and like his ability to even understand speech and things like that. Apparently, it's caused by like brain damage and stuff. So.
How do you get the brain damage?
Don't know.
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny about that
He's retired from acting, so.
That's what's funny about
the brain damage.
I'm trying to talk. That's what's funny.
I don't want to know.
That's what's funny about this story is they're saying he's got this thing attributed to brain damage, but they don't say how he got brain damage.
Yeah.
Oh well. Yeah. I don't know. Like the dude's been working on in action movies for years, I dare say, like, you can be as careful as you want, but I dare say he's taken some knocks here and there along the way. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, but there's players like boxers, dude, that literally like taking real hits for their whole lives and don't have. I mean,
but don't forget, everyone's constitution's different, and we don't all have. Some people got harder heads than others, and
I understand.
I don't know. Maybe he just took a bad hit somewhere. Yeah?
Did he? Can anyone confirm whether he got his liquid medicine? That was my first thought.
I haven't actually. Yeah, I didn't actually think of that, but that's.
Oh,
yeah,
you got it.
That's an interesting thought.
Yeah, you gotta think about that, my man. That's like number one, dude. I mean, again, if this is all happening within a year and a half after this thing went down and stuff that would, again, we're not conspiracy theorists here. Yeah. We're not conspiracy theorists here, but I'm saying, did he get his liquid medicine because that may have prevented something like this from happening? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I hope he's got it because he'd be much better off.
That would have prevented this from happening.
Yes.
It prevented it.
It would have definitely caused it. Screw it.
All right, you conspiracy wacko, you.
I'm gonna look it up.
So
it says it has many causes. Apparently, his condition has many causes. Of course, it has many causes that we just can't pinpoint at all.
Yeah, I did know that. Yeah, like brain damage is one reason, but yeah.
Let me look up.
So, have you been up all night verisimilitude?
Off and on. Like, I tried to sleep earlier, but I just couldn't get to sleep.
Okay.
Yeah. My sleep pattern's a little bit like Matt, man. It's like it's all over the place. Like especially lately, like the last few months, it's like, dude, like I'll be up. Sometimes I'll wake up at 6 a.m, and that'll last for maybe a week or two, and then it'll be, later in the day. It's just nuts. It doesn't help either when you got buddies, that want to stay up all night and friggin' hang out, watch movies and shit.
Oh yeah, that's a factor.
Bruce Willis says, yes, I have gotten my liquid medicine, but I must say, if I could be kind enough to say, I didn't do it willingly. That was in 2021. So
really,
okay. I think they all had to get the liquid medicine, so I figured he did. So he said he didn't want to do it, but yeah. Well, I don't know why. Is he like a conspiracy theorist or something? Like
why would he have to, man? Like, come on, like the dude's got how much money? Like,
if he wants to film it, if he wants to be in another movie, then he has to. So
yeah, what I'm saying is he could have been like back then. He could have been like, screw it, I'll just retire now. Then
I mean,
guy's got money.
Money's nothing, man. It's all about the passion and the love for things.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the passion and the love. Come on, you must know that, man. He's like one of the most sell-out actors ever.
No, I don't know anything about the guy.
Yeah, man.
If he's a sellout actor, then no. But if he's a sellout actor, then you're making my point. Then it all is about. Then he wants more money and shit. So then
maybe. Yeah. I mean,
it actually makes sense that he would get something like that. Yeah,
he hasn't had the passion for years, man. Like even in the last Die Hard movie, he was. Yeah, but listen, in the last Die Hard movie, right? It was like he wasn't even playing John McClane anymore. It's like he's forgotten how to play John McClane. He's basically just being Bruce Willis. It was weird.
Yeah, then he wants the money, so it makes sense why he actually got it. Yep.
I guess. Yeah.
So it says. So yeah, of course, can only, like I said, we're not conspiracy theorists here, but. Doesn't look like anyone's going to investigate that either.
Well, like I told you, there's that cricket player who's from here, and he had both of them, and then he had a heart attack. Like just a few weeks ago, and it's like, oh yeah, it's unrelated though.
So it says that this thing he's got is usually caused, which makes sense, by some type of stroke, which cuts off oxygen and kills your brain cells.
We know.
Oh no, we don't. That's no. We're not conspiracy theorists here.
medicine can make you have one of those.
No, medicine doesn't make you have those things, man. That's a conspiracy theory. It's called medicine, dude. There's no. It's safe and effective, my dude.
Any
It's safe and effective.
any other topics? Any other topics?
So I just want to, so everyone knows Bruce Willis did get his liquid medicine, and now, yep. And then no correlation. We're not conspiracy theorists. And again, yeah.
So verisimilitude.
It's just weird coincidence. That's all. It's
Vers-
just a weird coincidence.
vers-
One of like 1,000.
Verisimilitude's parents were worried that he was going to turn into a wacko. But isn't your dad the one who kind of showed you horror movies? Wasn't it?
No, I said, nah, not my dad. Man, it was my mom.
Oh,
like
okay.
other people. Yeah, obviously not my dad, because my dad, he was into the same stuff I was into too, and we used to watch it all together.
So what did your
it was like I remember like when I was like 5 or 6, and I wanted to watch like Friday and stuff, and like my mum tried to like protest it a little bit, and my dad's like, "Come on, just let the kid watch it. He knows it's not real." So yeah.
Joseph says he has not had any health problems, and he didn't take his liquid medicine yet. Wow, that's not good. Why didn't you take it, Joseph?
So
I haven't taken it, and I haven't had any problems.
So did
you guys like a conspiracy theorist or something?
Yeah. So I'm
not a conspiracy theorist. I just don't believe in putting something into my body that I don't know nothing about, and especially when I've heard it's done things to other people.
Well, you don't trust the science? You don't trust science? Are you anti-science?
I don't trust the government, mate.
What? Get him off the show. Get him off the show.
Oh, it looks
He's
like
gotta go. Sorry, Verisimilitude.
Verisimilitude's
Can't
buddy.
say that.
Verisimilitude's buddy's here. He can change the subject.
Okay. Get his buddy on the show. Knock some sense into Verisimilitude.
So did your dad ever have any conversation with your mom about, I've been watching this stuff and I'm not a crazy person?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Did he convince did he convince her?
Like, I remember I'm sorry?
Did he convince her?
No, not really. No, like even to this day, like whenever I do see, which is not that often, but she'll bring that up. She's like, "Well, you shouldn't have been watching all that when you were really young and all that stuff." And I'm like, "Well, yeah, it never hurt me nothing, like just gave me a passion in life. You know what I mean?" But, what about you? Both your parents cool with you watching it, or?
Yeah, I watched that shit when I was 5. I don't care.
What about you, Nate? You were saying both your parents were cool with it, yeah? Or?
Well, I'd say my parents were mostly cool with it, but there was this underlying concern about my passion for the horror movies and stuff. But I mean, you can understand why. But luckily they weren't too crazy. I mean, too insane about my passion for horror movies. As I was growing up, they could tell that I was, fine.
Yeah, I remember there was this one guy that my dad knew when I was like maybe 15 or something. It was like around the time, like it was a little probably a couple of years into when I started getting into collecting like horror figurines and stuff, and I had like all the sideshow, like, cause I got all the sideshow Jasons.
Oh, okay.
Like all the ones they made, and I had them all. Had them all on the shelf in my room and stuff, and I was out somewhere, and I come back home. My dad told me that like when this dude was here, and like my bedroom door was open, so he saw all the stuff I have in that, and he's like asking my dad, he's like, "Oh, your son's not an occultist, is he?" And my dad just he started laughing so hard at that. Oh, that was hilarious. And there's this YouTube guy that I watch. He was saying once that, like, cause he's got like his own man cave, and it's like filled with horror stuff. And he was saying that one time he had like a repair guy in his house. I think like he was an internet guy or something like that. And he reckons this guy, like when he walked into his room and saw like all the horror things. Like the guy got so spooked that when he was working in the room, he would never turn his back to this guy. He would never turn his back to him, dude. Like he's like thinking, you know, like this guy's some sort of psycho. Man, if I turn my back on him, he's gonna club me on the head or something.
That's so funny. Oh my God.
Joseph has said, my parents were very liberal. That's good. Round of applause to your parents. They're very progressive and liberal.
But it's like
even to movies. Sorry, I didn't read the whole thing.
even like, you know, you hear from like horror celebrities that meet like their fans and stuff at cons. They're like, you know, even they say that like, you know, horror fans are like some of the nicest people just in general that you'll ever meet. So, yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, so Joseph Wilson says his parents were very liberal when it came to movies and let us watch whatever as kids as long as it wasn't porn, obviously. But even then, his parents didn't really care. Way to go. Gary Page says Blind Date was Bruce Willis's best film, he thinks. I don't know if he spelt this wrong. Shane Warne Legend, I'm not exactly sure. Rye Guy 1988 says, too bad Willis couldn't go out on a good note, my dudes. Last Boy Scout needs way more love.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Last Boy Scout's a decent flick, yeah. I like that one. Been a while since I've seen it.
Joseph says his parents were liberal when it came to movies, but are conservative when it comes to pro...
Careful.
Okay.
You can't be saying that. You know, you got to future-proof it, man. That might not be like something you could say in the future.
Oh, okay. I'll just say rainbow.
I'm just trying to say, like, before you say it, who knows, man? Like I said,
rainbow.
That seems a little bit too right wing. It's a little bit too I don't know.
Rainbow.
I'm so sick of hearing this bullshit, this right wing, left, like, dude.
I know, but that's what they're gonna.
Stop, man. Like,
that's what they're gonna
get over yourself and your bullshit. Like,
Verisimilitude. Do they have that left-right divide in us down under?
They do.
Oh, it's freaking everywhere, isn't it? Like,
well, I didn't
really personally.
I didn't know if
personally run into it too much because I don't associate with people really that are like that, you know, because if I spend more than, you know, half an hour around them, I just want to knock them the fuck out, you know. But
we don't condone violence here, dude.
Jesus
I do,
Christ.
but it's against people like that.
Not on the channel, dude. Come on, dude.
Nah,
that's
fuck it. The gloves are coming off.
Oh man, you hear? Oh god, it's hate speech. Oh my god. Oh. We're progressive here.
So I wonder, Australia, their government would it be like the UK, like with Parliament and shit? I wonder, or what?
Yeah, we have Parliament here.
Oh god.
So are there? I guess my main question is: are there like like in the States, it's Republicans and Democrats, two different parties? Is there anything like that in Australia, or you don't care enough to know?
We have Liberals and Labor. We have they're the main two parties.
Oh, okay.
Liberals all for the rich, and Labor's all for obviously middle class.
Oh, so it's rich versus
they're
poor.
Supposed to be that, yeah. It's supposed to be like that, but they're all out for themselves, mate. Yeah.
Your Rye guy, 1988 says he's buffoonery wing. Okay.
Yeah, Ryan. Yeah, he's a class act. That guy, one of my good buddies. Good guy.
In Florida, correct?
No, he lives in West Virginia or something like that.
Okay.
He lives in West Virginia. Wow, he's got a place I could live out there. That's where I'm trying to move.
Oh, okay.
You got a house or something I could rent out?
No, I don't. No, I think he's just renting himself at the moment, mate.
Well, any good places to live? Any ideas? I mean, he lives there. We'll cook a brother up. He's on the channel.
There you go. In the meantime, Joseph Wilson says he remember one time when he was a kid around 12 or 13, he borrowed some porn on the computer and lied to his father about the way it popped up, and his mom didn't believe him either. They didn't care. Way to go,
Yeah, I
Joseph.
think I started sneaking porn by the time I was about, oh man, it was young. Probably like 8 or 9, something like that.
Whoa, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me it was back in the late '80s. My dad lent me some of his Playboys, so that was appreciated.
He lent it to you.
Yeah, he was a good dad.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to look at my dad's Playboys. Hey, no.
It all worked
Obvious
out.
reason.
It all worked out.
Oh man.
Fair enough.
Well. So yep. So what's going on?
Just another day in paradise.
Oh, it's great. Yeah, paradise.
Oh, mate, you got to
Nope.
enjoy these paradise.
Yeah, it's paradise. Of course.
I just noticed, Nate, you've got a review up of April Fool's Day. I'll have to check that out later.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. There's one that me and Matt did 10 years ago, which I did a whatchamacallit. If you go to the homepage thing, it's the top. I don't know how to describe it. If you go to homepage, it's like the featured video from the 10 years ago,
Okay.
and then I also did a brand new one as well. So,
Yeah, I
yep.
would have watched that one way back in the day.
Hey Nate, did you cut the when we got on the new? Oh, never mind. Sorry, never mind. I'm just being. Never mind. I thought for a second you cut the live stream, but we just went to a different Skype call.
Yeah, we stayed on the stream and went to a different Skype call.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, never mind. I got confused for a second. Paul Joseph says, my parents are a mix of liberal and something else values that we can't really say.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that means they're more like what most people.
Yeah.
We can't say that because you shouldn't say that. No, he's saying that they are like what he thinks people should be, but that's kind of bigoted. You can't say what people should be like. You can't have an opinion on what. I mean, what the hell's wrong with you, man? Then he says, not an extreme on either side, really, in my opinion.
Oh, here's a good question. Gary Page says, Slaughter High, good or bad? Didn't you just watch that Verisimilitude?
Yeah. I enjoy it for what it is. It's nothing special. It's like kind of a middle of the road 80s slashes. Like if you enjoy the genre, then I imagine you get something out of it, as I do. And it's funny how you say, Nate, how you can never remember the movie. I don't have that problem, but I could see how it could be one of those sort of films. Like there are films like that for me where I can't remember the movie, like even days after watching it.
So what titles
a few times.
What titles do that for you then?
Off the top of my head, that's a hard thing to answer.
Oh,
but
okay, that's all right.
I do know though. Yeah, I do know there are plenty of movies there that are like that for me.
Yeah, for me, I call them mind wipes, where you just can't. Like I've seen them more than once. I've seen Slaughter High I think twice in my life, and I can't. I've seen it recently, and I can't remember it. So that takes place on April 1st.
Did you know Slaughter High was originally called April Fool's Day?
Oh no, I wasn't aware of that. Obviously, that takes place on April 1st, huh?
Yeah, but I think April Fool's Day was coming out around the same time, so they had to change the title and stuff. And I think it was actually made early. I think it was made in '84, but for some reason, the release got delayed. And then, by the time they were getting ready to bring it out, April Fool's Day, the title was already taken. And do you know the backstory about the dude who played Marty, the killer?
Oh, okay. No, I don't. I don't know much about Slaughter High.
Yeah, he killed himself.
Oh,
Like, not long after the movie was made.
was that nerdy kid?
Yeah. Apparently, like he was a really strange kind of dude, and
He looked like it.
Yeah, friggin' capped himself. Not long after the film.
Well, that's a bummer.
and also like it's not even like it poses as an American slasher, but it was actually made in England.
Oh yeah, I think Gary Page has mentioned that. Like, yeah, okay, it's like the UK's attempt at a slasher movie. But are they speaking with American accents though? I can't remember.
Yeah, they speak with American accents, but they're not the best at it. Like there's one actress that really struggles with it. Like you can hear a Pommy accent like coming through quite a bit.
Looks like people in the chat aren't crazy about the ending of Slaughter High. Of course, I can't
I was about
remember
to mention that. Yeah, the ending. I mean, it's kind of got like a similar ending to some other horror films and stuff. The kind of ending, the way it ends, but I don't know. I don't really have that much of a problem with the ending, other than like it kind of, I guess in a way, it kind of negates the whole movie in a way. I won't say too much if you want to watch it again, or anyone who hasn't seen it, I guess. Watch it again, Nate, so you can not remember it again.
So I cannot remember it next week, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, yeah, it's an okay slasher. The look of the killer is kind of interesting. It's like a jester, like with the mask and all that. I thought that was pretty cool, like a pretty cool look for the killer, and yeah.
Austin, I do not own Masters of Horror TV show on DVD. That is a no. Rye Guy 88 says for verisimilitude, Freddy 2 and The Burning, tell them they're masterpieces. Are you going to get upset about that, or is that like some joke, or is they're going to trigger you?
It's a private sort of joke.
Trigger you.
He knows damn well. He knows damn well I can't stand either of those fucking movies.
Oh, okay. I figured it was a joke to trigger you. Okay.
Yeah, The Burning. I can't get into that movie. Like the only thing I like about that film is the raft scene. The raft kill is pretty cool, but
yeah,
that's really about it. They should remake that movie because I think there is something there. I'm not a fan of the execution, really. What about you? You fan of The Burning, Nate?
No, same thing. It's like the idea and everything is great, but I do feel like at the end of the day, it's. I'm pretty sure I've done a review of it, but yeah, it doesn't gel. I think that it's funny how the guy who edited The Burning who directed Nightmare on Elm Street 2 later on, so it's like they're kind of connected in that way.
Oh, Jack Shoulder.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Jack Shoulder, was the editor on The Burning.
I don't remember.
I think I've only ever seen it once, twice at the most.
I don't know if you were here when I mentioned it, but I did a kind of a fan cut of. I have a big problem with the way that The Burning is cut at the end. It just drags and drags, and I did my own cut of the movie in my. I recut the end so it works better. So that was kind of fun.
Okay. The scene at the beginning where he goes to see the prostitute, that feels like so out of left field. Doesn't even really like go with the rest of the movie. It's weird. It's a weird scene. Though.
Yeah, I cut the whole thing.
Feels like it's from a different movie.
A long time ago, I was bored and I cut the whole thing to how make it the best I could, and I cut that scene out.
Yeah, I could totally understand why. Like I said, yeah. For me, like there's a bit of a debate between like that movie and Mad Men. Because, like, I don't know if you know, but Mad Men was originally supposed to be about Cropsey as well.
Oh, okay.
And then, they heard about, I think someone, like, who was involved with Mad Men got a hold of the script for The Burning, and they're like, what? Like, they're doing the Cropsey story too. Oh, no, we're going to have to change our movie a bit. But I much prefer Mad Men. Like, I actually recommended that to my buddy who's in the chat right now, Rye. He really didn't care for Mad Men, but yeah, it's always been a staple slasher for me. It's always one I've always really enjoyed. But from what I remember, isn't there some scenes in The Burning that are very reminiscent of like Friday 2? Like, isn't there a campfire scene that's like really similar to the one where Paul's like telling the legend of Jason and stuff? Like, I swear that's in that movie.
Yep, exactly. All three of those movies were like being filmed right around the same time in the same kind of vicinity. It was really weird.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, the burning. Yeah.
And it's funny how
Madman.
it's funny
I
how
don't know.
Tom Savini turned down Friday the 13th too to work on The Burning.
I was about to just bring that up. Yeah, I don't get that. Hey, like just because Jason's running around and he was supposed to be dead and whatever the fuck, but yeah, like you make that movie and that killer seems like you could say that kind of the same thing about him. Him pretty much. He seems kind of superhuman in that movie. So, yeah, I don't know, weird logic there. But I mean that is what it is. But in a way, I'm kind of glad that like Savini didn't come back for Friday 2 because it wouldn't be the exact same movie it is today. It'd be a little bit different. Like he probably would have had different kills. You know what I mean? And who's to say like what he would have come up with? But I wouldn't want to take out what Carl Fullerton did in the movie.
Yeah, that's a good point. Let me look at some chat really quick here. Let's see here. Austin Wilcutt has Slaughter High on Blu-ray. Rye Guy 88 says Madman is for verisimilitude what The Burning is for him. Gary Page says Caroline I don't know how to pronounce her last name, Murnroe, still look a bit old, 35 years old, playing a student in Slaughter High. Oh, okay, she's in that as well. Austin says, Nate, did you ever own the original Reanimator VHS from 85? Yeah, I've got that, the Vestron unrated VHS of Reanimator. I've been meaning to showcase it. I guess I didn't get around to it. Rye Guy 88 says he's got nothing but love for verisimilitude. He knows I'm just messing around. Absolutely, yeah, I figured so.
Yeah, he's a good buddy of mine.
Austin says Sleepaway Camp kind of did the camp concept the best.
That's a big call. I can see why you'd say that. Like for me, it did it second best after Friday. Friday will always be the best for me, but then Sleepaway Camp's the next best thing. But what do you think about like the whole controversy? People trying to say that Sleepaway Camp's nothing but a rip off of Friday. Like, I don't really subscribe to that.
What he might be referring to is, which I would agree with, if he's referring to like the experience of having a camp full of like a bunch of kids and stuff. If we're talking about the original Friday the 13th, it really doesn't have that because the characters are it's before camp season, so they're getting the place ready for the kids, whereas Sleepaway Camp, it's during the on season, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I mean, yeah, like Sleepaway Camp, I would say, like, feels more like what it's like to actually, go to a summer camp. I don't know if you ever went to a summer camp as a kid. I've been like, I think I went like twice as a kid, and Sleepaway Camp is pretty close to what it's really like, except for the whole murder thing. Yeah.
Well, that was fortunate. Yeah, I never got to go. We did, like, at the end of one of my grades, we did a weekend at one, which was really cool. So I got to experience a couple days and nights, which was probably honestly enough for me. If I had to do it for, months or weeks and weeks, it'd probably get old. But I got to do it for a weekend, which was kind of fun. So at least I got a taste of it.
Yeah, I think the longest I ever did it for was like a week or so. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be out there for like the whole summer or whatever. That'd be pretty shitty after a while, I reckon. Like the camp food probably gets old as well,
But yeah, in regards to the first Friday film, I mean, I do prefer, I guess, I mean, it's a preference or whatever, but I do like the aspect of getting the place ready before the season starts, so that way it's kind of empty and spooky, and who knows who could be lurking anywhere.
I just kind of thought of something. I don't know, like, what relevance this really has, but I don't think I've ever thought about this. Like, in the first Friday, obviously, yeah, they're getting the camp ready for the kids, right? Like, they never really showed, like, except for right at the beginning, like, where are all these other cabins, like, where they're going to be able to house these kids? Like, you only ever see, like 4 or 5 cabins in the movie. And then it's usually just like a bunk or two in those cabins. So
yeah, it's
there must
true.
be like a whole other side to camp Camp Crystal Lake that you never see, like in the movie.
That's true. Yeah, I can't remember that
And
character.
that makes sense. Yeah.
That character said the number of campers. I can't remember what it is. Oh well, doesn't matter. But yeah, we just have to assume that there's plenty of beds and for all the kids, I guess.
That's mentioned in the movie.
Yeah, Annie says
that's
I'll be
right at the beginning. Yeah,
50,
Annie. Yeah,
50 kids and 10
yeah.
staff. 50 kids and 10 staff.
That's it. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, well, 50 kids. Yeah, there must be like a whole other side to the camp that you never freaking see in the movie, eh?
Yeah.
How's that many kids?
Looks like Gary's on his way out. Thanks a lot for showing up, Gary. See ya next time, I reckon. Thanks a lot, Gary. Let's see. I think we're boring the hell out of Matt, I would imagine, which is understandable.
Well, at least, I don't know, we're kind of doing what the channel's supposed to be, aren't we? Talking about movies.
Yeah, right. No, I understand that. Yep, I understand. It's funny how every week we talk more and more about Friday. Are we going to have anything left to talk about if we eventually do the dedicated?
Yeah, that's why that's probably where I'll end it. I'll end the Friday talk for today. Yeah, I don't want to say everything, obviously.
Joseph Wilson says, has Verisimilitude seen Humongous or Twisted Nightmare?
No, I never seen either of them. Twisted Nightmare, I think that sounds vaguely familiar. Humongous I've heard about for years, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think that has a few things in common with, I didn't want to mention again, but Friday too. Like it, apparently, like the killer has like a sack on his head or something like that. I remember hearing something about that. I've never seen the movie like available anywhere, like for streaming or buy or anything. So, I mean, I haven't looked too hard to find it, but yeah, I wouldn't mind, tracking that down someday.
Austin says, referring to Gary's talk about, I think whatever her name was, Caroline Murno. I don't know how to pronounce her last name. He says she still works in the adult scenes because it's 10 years later, so they'd all be about 30ish by then. Okay, the high school scenes not so much. Should have casted younger people for the opening, referring once again to I can't remember all these. Slaughter High, correct? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That chick that he's talking about, she wears way too much eye makeup, eh?
Oh my God!
Like her eyes are so dark in that movie. Like you can barely see her pupils at times. It's crazy, but even in the high school scenes, I think like she does a decent enough job of like acting like a teenager and stuff. But yeah, I mean they do kind of look too old to be teenagers. That's for sure. At the beginning.
Austin says, yeah, but in Friday the 13th, the camp wasn't running yet. Sleepaway Camp had kids in the functioning camp. Big difference. Yep, we've obviously already addressed that. So you said you've already watched Slaughter High and you're going to watch April Fool's Day later.
You're cutting out a little bit. Sorry, what was that?
Oh, you've already watched Slaughter High and you're going to watch April Fool's Day later?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, I watched Slaughter High earlier, yeah.
Which one would you like? Which one would you say is the better?
I'd definitely have to go with April Fool's Day. Like spoiler for a 30-year-old movie or whatever, but no one really dies in that movie, so I mean, it could be arguable, is it a slasher or not, but I just think it's a better made movie though, and the characters are better and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, I'd say I definitely prefer April Fool's Day. It's not a movie that I love though. I wouldn't say I love that movie. It does have really killer atmosphere though, and I really like the score for it, like that really creepy whistle. Yeah, that whistle that's played throughout the movie. It's really eerie. I reckon that's pretty cool.
Yeah, there's that tune that's like
yeah, and that creepy whistle. Like I couldn't even begin to try to whistle like that, but it's pretty creepy. It's cool. Like what I probably get out of that movie the most is like it's just cool to see Amy Steele in like another slasher kind of setting. Like that's what I get most out of it. Especially since she didn't go on to do any more work in the Friday franchise.
Yeah, that's true. That is cool. It's so funny how her boyfriend in that movie is just like spends the first half just grumpy because he's all depressed about his lack of a future and all this and that. He's just like grumpy. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, and also how Thomas F. Wilson is in it, like Biff.
Yeah.
And it's funny because that was after Back to the Future, and like that's the job. Like, no offense, I love slashers, but it's like that's the job he could get after being in Back to the Future. Like, I used to think like April Fool's Day must have been made before Back to the Future, but no, it's like April Fool's Day is like 86 it came out. So I mean, it's maybe possible he filmed it before like Back to the Future came out. That's possible, but.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know if you've seen Action Jackson, the action movie from like '88, but I mean, Thomas F. Wilson is just like a little bit scene part. He's just like some cop in that movie. So just because he had this big role of Biff doesn't mean he got to keep getting the meaty roles, I guess. Kind of a bummer.
Funny you say that. I actually just watched that for the first time, like about a couple of months ago with a buddy.
Crazy.
It's like one of his favorites from the '80s, and it's always one that I've always meant to see and stuff. So yeah, we watched it. Sharon Stone's actually in that movie too. It's like one of her earlier roles as well.
That's true, in A Topless Vanity as well. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't mind it. It was like a fun time waster kind of action film. I didn't mind it.
It seems.
You ever heard of one called Remo Williams?
Oh yeah, I saw that. I think in a second run theater with my dad in the '80s. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's fun. Yeah.
That's got a really. I don't know who the hell did the music, but that's got a really great theme. It's just one of them like.
Yeah, I think I've only ever seen it once. I do. Oh yeah, I'm gonna rewatch that at some point and show it to my buddy. Yeah, everyone like at least once a week. Yeah, one of my friends, he comes over and we just watch a whole bunch of flicks and shit. Like we usually like show each other like things we both loved when we were kids and stuff. Like, and it's usually a lot of the time it's things that neither of us have seen and stuff.
Well, that's cool. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. I see.
Yeah, mate, a little bit like that. No homo.
Austin says, anyone seen Return to Horror High? It sounds familiar. I don't know if I have.
Is that the one with Clooney?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not aware. It looks like Matt.
I know he's in one that's like I think it's like I think it might be the one Clooney's in. I think I've seen it. Like that's the thing, man. Like most of these slashes, like I've seen. Probably nearly all of them by now, but some of them I haven't seen in like 20 years, so it's hard to remember all of them, But it's funny though, because most of the ones that I really like, they usually become like a mainstay. It becomes a staple, and they get put into the rotation.
Right. Yep. Looks
like I'm guessing you're a fan of The Mutilator as well, Nate.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. Yeah, I mean, I am, but it's not something I watch crazy often.
Yeah, I discovered that one pretty late. Like, I think I downloaded it. Like, it was like maybe 10 years ago or something. I enjoy it for what it is. I wouldn't say it's anything great, but it's a fun slash. It's got some good gore in it. I'll say that. I don't know if you know, but they're actually the guy that made the first one, he's working on a sequel at the moment.
Yeah, well, I mean, is it going to happen, or is he just going to work on it for 10 years?
Well, I mean, who knows? It could end up getting made and be like another, Return to Sleepaway Camp kind of situation where it was just, horrid. But I mean, who knows? He's a pretty nice guy. I can't remember his name, but the guy who made that movie, if you contact him, apparently, he'll talk to you, and he even sends out like one sheets and stuff of like the movie and stuff to people sometimes. It's got the alternate title. Hey, like it's called The Mutilate, but it's also called Fall Break as well.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yep.
Yeah, the Arrow release of that's pretty good. I don't know if you have that, but that's the way to see the film.
Oh, absolutely. I got that when it came out. Yeah. Do you know what's really cool? Talking about nice directors is the guy. I don't know if you've seen or heard of Slaughterhouse, but the guy that got a Vinegar Syndrome Blu-ray release. But the guy who directed it actually watched and commented on my review of it. Pretty fun.
Slaughterhouse. No, I haven't seen that one. I know. I can see the box art in my head right now. It's got like a big beefy guy on the like the VHS cover. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I know that. I know. I'm very familiar with the artwork, but that's one I've never gotten around to seeing. That's definitely worth a watch. That one, eh?
I don't love it, but I'd say it's definitely something that, a slasher, 80s slasher fan should see. And the Vinegar Syndrome Blu-ray is amazing, obviously, but doing some chat here. Joseph Wilson says Tom Wilson is a Philly boy. He wonders if he has any relationship to him. Probably not, since Wilson is a super common last name. Looks like Matthew's phone died. That's why we lost him. Joseph Wilson says I do. He put that in chat. Wilson says I do have a cousin named Tom, which is obviously a common first name. Austin says still annoys me Scream Factory refused to put the VHS cover of Friday 5 in the box set. Yeah, what do you think about that?
Sorry, I was kind of zoned out there for a second. Was it something about Friday 5?
Yeah, the Scream Factory Blu-ray release is omitted. I don't know if but see, in Australia, you might not even be familiar with like the North American VHS Laserdisc cover art with that goofy-looking hockey mask with the square holes and the red light behind it. Maybe?
Oh yeah, no, I'm very familiar with that. Yeah, that was that's the release they got. Yeah, in your neck of the woods, the US. Here we have the one. We always had the one on VHS where it was supposed to be Tommy, I believe, where he's standing and he's got like the oversized machete and
okay, yeah,
like that. That was. I'm not sure if that. I can't even remember the box art they used on the Scream Factory release. What cover did they go with?
Yeah, it was the original North American theatrical poster, which was just all print. There was no images. It's like, if Jason still haunts you, you're not alone. And then they used that one with Jason or with Tommy and the machete. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen that artwork from. I don't know if it was created around the time the movie came out or later, but there's a poster for part 2 where it's like got Pam on the altar and that, and like Jason and Ralph and like some of the kills and stuff. I don't know if that was like a poster they had at the time and they just didn't go with it and they just decided to use the text or not, but that's a pretty sweet poster.
Yeah, I can't say I'm necessarily familiar with that one. What about the alternate artwork for Friday 2 that the guy who did the first poster for the first movie did with Jason and that girl in the canoe? That's kind of a bummer. That didn't. Well, I mean, you can understand why it didn't get used though.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. I didn't see that until like years later, that one. But that's actually included on the one of the newer Ultimate NECA Jason Part 2
figures. Yeah, I think. Yeah, okay, that's cool. Yeah. That's really cool that poster's got a breath of new life.
Yeah, it's a pretty dope poster. I would like. I mean, I know you have some of them on your walls and that because of like your videos and stuff. But I'd like to have like be good to like have a space where like have like all the best Friday posters set up, and that's a lot of wall space, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, especially if you're. Well, it depends on how far into the franchise you go, but yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, if it was me, I'd probably have like the first 4. And then I'd probably have part 6. Probably that's probably as far as I'd go with it. Because otherwise, it's going to be, heaps and heaps of space. But I'd probably go with like the alternate poster art though for part 2.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I would imagine someone's doing reprintings of those. I haven't looked into it.
I've really always loved the classic artwork for the first movie. They just with like
Oh,
the letters smashing through the glass and stuff. It's pretty dope.
oh yeah. Let me just do a little bit of chat here. Okay, so we were talking. Someone brought up that title, "Return to Horror High," and he says, "Yeah, that's the one with Clooney in it." He says it's a very meta film before it became a thing. Wilson says the Mutilator is the one with the woman's death with the murderer shoving the thing up you know what, right? Yeah, that's an original kill. Yep, you got that right.
So was he talking about Sleepaway Camp? Was he?
Mutilator, where that woman gets the, I can't remember what he shoves up the woman, but
Oh yeah, it's like that hook thing.
oh, the hook,
like
yeah.
Like a fishing implement or something in it, something like that.
Yeah, like a big huge hook for fishing. Yeah. Oh my god.
Hoo-ha. He gets it up to hoo-ha.
Yeah. What the hell? Where the hell am I? He says that was an original kill. Yeah. Okay. So. Oh, okay.
Austin's asking if you have the VHS of the Mutilator.
I think I do, but it's one of those that's cut down from video updates. So the original box was cut down to fit in the clamshell thing. But I do have the original North American Vestron video VHS. I've also got, oh my god, this is so cool. At this one video store, I found an actual Vestron video, kind of like a smaller size poster for the Mutilator. So it's got the Vestron video logo down on the bottom, and you might be aware of this, how there's like two different paintings of the same painting for that cover art. I don't know if you're aware of that, but like the Vestron video, I think they had their own painting commission that's like slightly different than, the original painting. It's really weird.
No, I wasn't aware of that. I don't believe that the Mutilator even got a release here on VHS.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I never saw it. I never saw it on the shelves as a kid. I mean, I don't know if I've mentioned this. I probably have at this point, but that was all my dad and me did, like, especially in the winter. Like, on the weekends, we'd just go to every video shop we could find and scour for movies and stuff. And I mean, in my life, I've probably been to well over 30 different video stores, and, yeah, I never remember seeing that movie anywhere.
Yeah, there's a chance that it wasn't even in your country, actually, until you got the Blu-ray or whatever. So
I still don't think it's ever had a release here, Nate. Like, yeah, because the Vestron, so not the Arrow release, sorry. Yeah, that's from England, obviously. So we have never gotten an official release of that movie, I don't believe.
Well, there you go. Austin says Slaughterhouse is just as fun as its cover. It's not misleading. Okay.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to give that a watch. That one, it looks fun.
Yeah, I would imagine.
I don't know. Like, even bad, like really bad slashes, like I could still usually have fun with it. Like, a slasher really has to be like, I don't know, like really boring before I don't like it. But a buddy of mine who I was actually watching, this is like sort of interesting. I was actually watching Slaughter High earlier with a buddy who had never seen it, and he was so bored by the movie that he fell asleep.
Oh.
Yeah, like he loves like Friday and stuff, but yeah, I don't know. I've tried to get him to branch out and show him like, yeah, some of these other slashers, but a lot of them just bore him. Like, he just goes to sleep. Like, he didn't like Mad Men either. He fell asleep during that. Trying to think what else I've shown him. He liked Sleepaway Camp. He saw Sleepaway Camp before I even met him, but enjoys that one. But yeah, he finds he finds certain slashers boring. One slasher that like I really like the concept of, but not so much the execution. I mean, it has its moments. The gore in it's good and all, but the Prowler. I've never been the biggest fan of the Prowler.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, like for me, the effects are kind of what stand out, and everything else about the movie isn't that great, is it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the. What do you think of the look of the soldier? Like, you think that's iconic?
Yeah, I think that's a cool look.
Yeah, I've always liked the look of the killer and the kills, but that's really kind of pretty much all the film has going for it. Like, I'm not really a fan of the story. Like, there's that one scene, I don't know if you remember it, but it's got a, I reckon it might have the award for the most, like, worst padded out scene just to pad out the runtime. It's where they ring that hotel and that dude answers the phone. He's playing like solitaire or something, and they want him to go and check on the sheriff, and like he just puts the phone down and continues to play solitaire. And it feels like it goes on for like 5 minutes. Feels like it goes on for 5 minutes. Just like you're just watching this guy sit there playing like cards with himself, and it's like, is this a fucking piss take? Like is this an outtake, or they accidentally got left in the movie, or what? You know, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, I talked about that when I did my review years ago, and I'm like, okay, well, it's this whole gag about this guy, who's pretending to go and check on something, but he's not, and it's almost like you can't really do that gag in the movie unless you let some time elapse. So it's kind of like, it's kind of like, it's just like, oh man, I hear you. That scene would get the award for just the most pathetic movie scene.
I don't know. I don't know if you've ever thought this though, but like one kind of like cool thing about that movie is the main chick. She kind of has a little bit of an Amy Steele quality about her, like a little bit.
Okay, yeah, I think, yeah, I can vaguely remember her. I can't really remember very much, but I can vaguely remember.
Yeah, she's like kind of got that look about her. Like she looks a little bit like Amy Steele, and just her personality is kind of similar. I mean, she's nowhere near as good as Amy Steele, but a little bit. Like got that quality about her a little bit.
Joseph Wilson asks, I guess this is to either of us, have either of us seen Slaughterhouse Rock? I don't think I have.
No, it doesn't ring a bell. Doesn't ring a bell. That's not the one. Like, there is one movie I'm thinking of. I don't know if that's the title. That there's this one about a dude. He's like a rock star or something, and he's a serial killer. Like he's a slasher killer or something like that. Like I remember saying, no, that's one called Rocktober Blood. That's what that's called. You ever seen that one, Nate? Rocktober Blood?
That doesn't ring a bell, no.
Yeah, I saw that. I haven't seen that since like VHS times, but I remember that being a pretty weird movie. That's the one I was just thinking of. Yeah, I thought it might have been the one he was talking about, but yeah, the title just came to mind.
I don't know what Joseph's on about. He says, we are supposed to believe that Jason Voorhees was possessing or influencing people to kill like him in Friday 5, The New Beginning. The ending kind of suggests that when Tommy sees Jason.
Yeah.
I think he means that's what the audience throughout the movie is supposed to be thinking. Okay.
Yeah, like I said, that movie's a mess.
Yeah, if we ever do the talks, we'll talk about it.
Oh, we will. Oh, it's gonna happen.
Okay, so when we do the talks, we'll talk about it.
Yeah. That movie doesn't work for me for a lot of different reasons.
So stay tuned for our talk about Friday 5 and to hear the many reasons it doesn't work for him. Verisimilitude. Austin says the alternate Friday 2 poster looked too much like part 1, might be why they didn't use it. I'd say maybe why they didn't use it is just because it like the Jason coming out of the water and attacking the girl in the canoe didn't happen in the movie. But Austin, it probably a little bit of both reasons, really. I mean, it did look a lot like the first.
But like a lot of posters back then were like that, though. Like a lot of the smaller movie companies would do that. Like they commission like this crazy, artwork for the movie, and like artwork had almost nothing in common with what was in the actual movie. Like the actual movie would be a piece of shit, you know what I mean? But like they would sell the movie on the fucking artwork, which is kind of genius in a way. I mean, I know Roger Corman did his fair share of that sort of stuff back in the day.
That's a good point. Austin says the alternate I Love New York poster for Part 8 is nice too. Yeah, it's like recalled by the...
Yeah, it's a shame they couldn't use that.
Yeah, that was a great idea. Oh my God.
Talk about another film that has a lot of problems. Part 8.
Yeah, well, we'll get to it. And that I can agree more with. So we'll be in more agreeance with that one. Wilson says Slaughterhouse Rock, a man visits Alcatraz prison after having dreams about all the people who died there. That's all he'll say about this movie because IMDb spoils the rest of the movie. Austin says Friday Part 4 poster is text only as well. Yep, it's currently on my wall in my winter studio.
What was that Friday 4?
Final chapter poster. The North American poster was just there's no images on it, or at least the one I got. It's just got the tagline, 3 times before you felt the terror, known the madness, lived the horror, but this is the one you've been screaming for, and just got the title.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I've seen that poster. I know that text is actually in the trailer as well. I know that. I've always known it by the hockey mask and the, what is it, like a dagger or something that's in the eye?
Yeah, that poster should be on your alternate cover of your Scream Factory Blu-ray, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they put most of the original poster art in that. Like, speaking of poster art, that really is a lost art now. Hey, like a lot of poster art now just sucks. Like, it's all Photoshop bullshit now. You know, there's no more. Like, where are the Drew Struzans of the world? You know what I mean?
I was just thinking of that. Yeah. So it sounds like you agree with me about posters being, from the good old days, being paintings and beautiful works of art for...
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay, yeah. Agreed.
Way better. It's a way better way to go. You know what I mean? It's just, Photoshop bullshit just doesn't, yeah? I mean, that's why, like, I reckon, like, a lot of these special editions and stuff that a lot of these, like, boutique labels do, like Scream Factory and all that, like, with the commissioned artwork and that, like, I think that's a big draw of why they sell so well. It's because, like, people love that shit. Yeah, the poster is enough to sell that release a lot of the time.
Yeah, could very well be true. Austin says Jaws 2 has a poster that's exactly the same as what happens in the movie, but has a sailboat instead of the girl. Okay. He says Jason Lives has a teaser poster with just the gravestone. Yeah, I got that one.
Yeah, that only ever had a teaser trailer too, Part 6. Like, it's just that push-in shot of the tombstone, and it gets, like, struck by lightning and stuff, and just like Jason.
So they never made any other trailer. That's weird.
No, like, I think people have, like, cut ones together, like modern trailers and stuff, but that's about it. Yeah. But I love that trailer for Part 4 though, like the whole voiceover and stuff. I can't remember his name, but the dude they got, I think he did like the voiceover for like at least the first 8 Friday trailers. He's passed away now. He's like a very famous guy. He did thousands of trailers. I can't remember his name right now, but he had like the perfect trailer voice, like,
Yeah.
It's the way he would do it.
You know what? I don't
think it was him, but the guy that did the one for Sleepaway Camp, that's a very creepy trailer. Have you ever seen the trailer for that? Like, welcome to Sleepaway Camp.
Yeah.
But that was always creepy.
That reminds me that's kind of a lost art in itself, like the trailer voices. Like, they don't really do that anymore, do they?
Yeah, not really. Yeah, it's usually just text, or they just like have like scenes from the movie itself, like, cut together. They don't, they don't really do that sort of thing very much.
That's weird. I wonder why trailer voices went out. Huh.
Yeah, I remember it going, like, around early 2000s. I remember them stopping that.
Yeah, like, everything went to shit as soon as the 21st century arrived.
Yeah, you could arguably say that. I mean, there are films that come out, every year that, like, films I really digging at, but they're kind of very few and far between. Like maybe you get like 2 or 3 in a whole year that are like, that are really good. It's pretty rare. But I remember earlier when I was just listening to the show, you guys are talking about X a little bit. I still haven't seen X, but I really want to get out and see that soon.
Yeah,
good things.
I imagine I'll see it on home video probably at some point.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing it in the theater, only because like I've never seen a Ty West movie in the theater. I think this is the first movie he's done that's gotten the theatrical release here anyway. Like, yeah.
Yeah, you might be right here as well. Like, I don't necessarily remember any of his stuff being in the theater, yeah.
Yeah, it's been years since he's even made a film, I think. I don't think he's done it in quite a while.
Nope, he had to think up something new, I guess. I don't know if he came up with the idea or whatever, but yeah.
Some of the look of the film does very much echo Texas Chainsaw. Like, it looks a bit like the original Texas Chainsaw a bit.
Okay, yeah, I haven't seen a trailer.
In the trap stuff, yeah.
Okay, I haven't seen a trailer yet. Let me just do a little chat. Joseph Wilson says, "Have you guys seen the movie Night of the Demons?"
No, I've never seen those. I know there's 2 of them, and now
Yeah,
they've kind of been on my watch list for years, but I've just never gotten around to them.
Yeah, I've seen them. My reviews are on the channel, Joseph Wilson. Austin says they used the Friday 4 VHS cover with the knife and the mask for the newspaper ads, but it wasn't a lobby poster. Yeah, probably, maybe they thought it'd be a little too violent for hockey fans. Joseph Wilson says, Night of the Demons, 10 teenagers party at an abandoned funeral parlor on Halloween night. Yeah, I prefer the second one, honestly, to the first, but that's just me. Austin says, some newer, lower-budget horror movies still do use paintings for posters still. That's good. He says...
Yeah, I'm not the biggest, like, foreign film fan, hey. Like, I've only probably ever seen, like, a handful of, like, foreign films. I don't know, I'm not a big subtitle guy. Like, it's distracting to me. It kind of takes me out of the movie. Have to read and like try to pay attention to what's going on the screen. It takes me out of the film.
Where did you think I said subtitles? Where did that topic come from?
Because like, isn't Night of the Demons? Isn't that like a French film or something?
No, those are a couple American films.
Oh, okay. I thought they were French or something like that. Oh, okay, my bad.
Oh, okay. Misunderstanding. Where the hell am I? Let's see here. Austin says, wasn't Scream 5 poster painted or photoshopped? It looks painted to me, or it's both. Yeah, I think it's a poster that's, probably photoshopped that's supposed to look like a painting.
You seen Scream 5 yet?
No, I'm just waiting for video.
Okay. I think it is available now, I think.
Well, I think not here. It's like, I think it's next week. It's next week here. It might be, I think it's digital now, but, I'll probably just see it on Blu-ray or DVD or whatever. Well, I forgot. What's your take on that again? Just take it or leave it?
For what?
Scream 5?
Yeah, it was another Scream movie, I don't know. I have like a love-hate relationship with that franchise. Like, I dig them, but I'm just not crazy about them. Even the first one, like, I never have been that crazy. I don't know. They have like a very kind of watered down kind of feel about them. I don't know. They just don't have a lot of elements that I love in slashers, really.
Yeah,
I don't know.
not very much atmosphere or any kind of environments that are necessarily even interesting. Just upper class, just suburbia or whatever.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, they do lack atmosphere. That's a big part of it, definitely. Funny enough, though, there's a game that I heard about the other day that's coming out, I think in the next couple of months, it's called The Quarry. And it's a slasher game. And David Arquette, he's playing a cop in the game.
Oh God!
So I thought that was pretty funny. And you can play up to like 7 players, and it looks like Friday the 13th meets what's that 80s slashers? It's called the 80s slasher. What's it called? Something is like Not Until Dawn. What's it called? Something Dawn. You know what I'm talking about, Nate?
From what? From the 90s?
No, it's from the 80s. It's about these hillbillies.
Just Before Dawn?
Just Before Dawn, yeah. It looks like Friday the 13th meets Just Before Dawn. This game has come out.
Oh, wow.
Looks pretty interesting. Yeah. It's up to like seven online players as well, so I'll definitely check that out and give feedback, on the show.
All right, cool. What the hell that's called?
It's called The Quarry.
Oh, okay.
Lynn Shay's in it too, apparently. Yeah, I saw her on the cover.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Austin says Don LaFontaine did the Friday the 13th trailer voices. Okay.
That's his name, yeah. Yeah, he passed away, I think, like 10 years ago or something. Yeah, he had the coolest voice, man, that guy.
Yeah, that, like I say, that trailer voice thing, that's a bummer that went the way of the dodo as well.
Yeah. Like I was saying, that I don't think it was Don Fontaine who did the Sleepaway Camp trailer, but I always thought that's like one of the eeriest trailers, I reckon. That like just the way it starts off with a little kid writing the letter, like, I've been at Sleepaway Camp for almost 3 weeks and I'm scared. But that always creeped me out as a kid, and then like the voiceover comes on, welcome to Sleepaway Camp. Someone is watching. Like, I always thought it was really creepy.
Yeah. Oh my God. Austin says trailers in the early 2000s still use trailer voiceovers. Now it's just pretentious and too serious. Yeah, that's what trailers are now. It's like, our movie is so serious and the best thing, you have to see it kind of a trailer, and it's just funny.
Yeah. To be honest, I'm not even I love trailers, right? Like, I like to watch, like, you know, classic trailers and stuff. Like, and I was big into trailers, like, in the early 2000s and stuff. But to be honest, like, nowadays, most of the time I want to avoid the trailers because they just spoil half the movie. Like, you watch the trailer and it's like, well, I've seen the fucking movie now. I don't need to see the movie, you know?
That's a good point, yeah.
I mean, trailers have always, you know, had a reputation doing that, but I think it's gotten much worse now. And what's this bullshit? Like, sometimes trailers are just like the first scene of the movie now. Like, they'll release like an entire scene, and it's like, I reckon, you know what I reckon? I reckon it's like they do this sometimes with like the Marvel films and stuff, but I reckon it's better to make a trailer with like scenes that aren't in the movie. Like, shoot scenes that are like, that'll give you like an idea of what the film is like, but they're not actually scenes that are in the movie.
Yeah, I can remember that being an issue. I can't remember anything specific, but I remember seeing trailers where, you know, some of the shots from the trailer weren't in the final movie, but I guess that's because, you know, in between, you know, after they did the trailer, is still working on the movie, and maybe they decided to not have the scene in or whatever, but yeah.
Yeah, one I remember is the trailer for Freddy vs. Jason. Like, there's one part where Monica Kenner says, Freddy versus Jason, place your bets.
Oh, yeah.
And that was never in the movie.
Oh, okay. So you're thinking maybe they just shot that for the trailer.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, even Ronnie, you said that. Yeah, that was shot specifically for the movie, for the trailer.
Oh, okay.
And apparently Tarantino, like, he was at the premiere, and that kind of pissed him off. He's like, that's the whole thing that made me want to see the movie. Like, Why is that line not in the fucking movie?
Yeah, that is really stupid. Why not just put it in the movie as well? I mean, like everyone's waiting for it, you know?
Yeah, I reckon that would have worked if you had to put it in the movie. Would have been dope.
It's just really weird. Austin says,
I can't lie. I still get a kick out of that movie. Like just getting to see those two titans of horror just duke it out. It's cool.
yeah, I mean, those scenes are cool, but for me, like, everything that just involves the normal characters is like, oh my god. Like, I agree, the fighting scenes are cool, but I can't really say I enjoy much of any other part of it, but that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, I go back and forth on that. There is some character moments I don't mind, but I can definitely relate, and I agree with that to a point. Yeah, there's some scenes and stuff with the characters that don't do a lot for me. But we'll talk about it.
What was I? Oh yeah, I was gonna say something really quick. What's your take, very quick, briefly, on the jacket wearing Jason?
Yeah, it doesn't look right, does it?
No, I'm just.
I mean, I don't hate it, but yeah, him wearing like I don't know. It's a bit weird.
I'll let you know what I think. I hate it. I can't stand it. And I think it only happened twice, Freddy versus Jason and '09 reboot, but it's just like, it seems like it's happened like a lot more. I just can't stand that look, but that's just me. I mean, that's coming from a kid who was watching the Friday movies in the 80s and stuff, so, but yeah.
Well, I'm watching them in the 90s way before, they did the Freddy versus Jason in the reboot. Like, I mean, I don't know. I don't hate it, but I don't love it either. Like, I mean, obviously, for me, Jason should be wearing a jumpsuit. Most of the time. Either a jumpsuit or a shirt and just I don't know, slacks or whatever, like he uses like Part 3 and stuff like that. But what do you? Well, I'll pose that question. Do you prefer like the attire he has in like Part 3 with like the green kind of off-colored shirt and the slacks, or do you prefer him wearing more like the jumpsuit kind of more look from like 4 and 6 and stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think he's wearing a jumpsuit in 4. He's pretty much just wearing the shirt and pants in 4, isn't he?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right actually. Yeah.
So I do like I do prefer, I guess, pretty much the Part 3/Part 4 look. It's funny how I was just thinking while you were talking now how Jason in Part 3 and 4 and basically all the way through, I guess 8, I guess if you really want to talk about it, is wearing basically Harold's clothes from that guy who at the beginning of Friday 3, the store, the fat. Well, I think he's got a fake gut in that movie, but Harold from the Crystal Lake Country Store or whatever.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know why, but I know he doesn't wear a jumpsuit in Part 4, but for some reason I don't know. Like the look of Jason in Part 6, like that is, I will admit that look he has, and that like it is one of the go-to looks in my head for some reason, and it kind of melds in my head sometimes, and I think like for some reason that he has that look like earlier in the franchise, but that's really where it started. But obviously, Part 4, he's not wearing a jumpsuit. Yeah,
you think he's wearing a
Part 3?
You think he's wearing a jumpsuit in Part 6?
Well, it's like it. Yeah, it's like a. Well, what do you want to? Well, what would you call it? It's like a.
It's a
like a mechanic kind of.
Oh, are you talking about? Oh, if you're So 5 is the one where he's wearing the Michael Myers outfit, the imposter Jason. But
yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah.
So in 6, it's the rotted pants and shirt.
No, it's like a jumpsuit. Isn't he wearing like a green? Isn't it like a green? Kind of like one piece. I'm sure it is, man, in Part 6.
Anyway, I didn't think so, but Will Powell's here. Welcome, Will. It's been a long time. Glad to see you. Austin says the trailers for Silence of the Lambs gives away Lecter's escape. So he's talking about trailers giving away too much back then. Austin says he didn't mind the jumpsuit in Part 5. Right, either did I. I mean, since it's imposter Jason, why not, have him be in a... It's kind of funny how they put him in Michael Myers' outfit for that one. But I'll tell you, I said this in my commentary for 7. It looks like that Jason's wearing a jumpsuit at the beginning of part 7 when when that character of what's her name is a little girl and her parents are having the fight, like they show Jason underwater and it looks like he's wearing a jumpsuit in that.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I'm gonna look at like images of part 6. I swear it looks like he's wearing like a one-piece thing that.
I think it's just a rotted shirt and pants, but that's okay. It's just me. It doesn't mean I'm right.
Yeah, I just find it interesting. Yeah. Okay, yeah, man. Yeah, it's not. I always kind of thought it was one piece for some reason. But no, yeah, it is. Yeah, rotted shirt and pants. Yep. Cool.
Austin says no, it's not a jumpsuit in part 6. Will asks who's up for a certain actor's marathon tonight. This actor was in Men in Black movies and iRobot and stuff. He gives us a wink. Yeah, we already had that conversation. It's a good idea though, Will. Thanks for the suggestion. I mean, It's funny how verisimilitude we always end up talking Friday the 13th, don't we?
Well, I mean, like I think I mentioned last time, when you have such a passion for a subject, it's kind of hard, not to circle back to it at some point.
That's very true.
I don't know. I think maybe because, don't want to keep harping on this, but I think maybe why I think in part 6 that it's like a one piece is because a lot of that film, it's, there's maybe just that one scene with the paintball stuff where you see him in the daylight scenes, and it's got that very blue tint to it, that film. So I don't know, kind of his costume kind of melds in with kind of looks like it's one piece to me in some scenes in that movie.
Austin brings up a good point. He says the shirt is just tucked in. That's why it looks like a one-piece jumpsuit. His shirt was...
Yeah, I think that's... Yeah, I was going to mention that as well. Oh, yeah, I think that's why as well.
His shirt was untucked in part 3 and 4.
Would Jason tuck in his shirt?
I know, that's so funny. But part 6 is where he gets the utility belt. So that can also probably make him look like he's wearing a jumpsuit.
Yeah, that's another good point. How do you feel about the utility belt? Do you think it's a bit much?
Yeah, I mean, that's after the success of Rambo First Blood Part 2, isn't it? So, I mean, honestly, I don't have a problem with it at that time. It's the 5th movie with Jason, so I don't have a problem with it. I think it makes 6...
Well, technically the 4th.
Oh, there you go. Well,
not...
Right, but I mean, a character wearing a hockey mask. I hear what you're saying if you're getting technical, but right. I think I don't have a problem with it. It sets the
Well, that's when I get even more technical. It's the 3rd where he's wearing a hockey mask.
Oh my God. Okay, I'll just stop talking.
Sorry, I'm on the defensive now because I look so stupid thinking that he was wearing a one-piece jumpsuit. So I'm gonna save face a bit.
You're gonna get some revenge.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a bit of revenge. Yeah, stick it to your back a bit. All good. Nah. Yeah. Sorry. What were you saying?
I don't remember. Oh, I was just saying that the belt in part 6 doesn't bother me. It's kind of cool to have that separate look that Jason has only in that one movie. Will Powell.
I thought it was cool.
Will Powell is on about Bruce Willis. Yeah, we also talked about that already. So no more.
Earlier in the video to listen to that.
No more diehards, huh?
Guess not, unless they remake it, which I'm sure they'll do at some point.
Oh yeah, there you go with some.
They give everything else
with some woman as Joan McClane.
Don't even put that in the Ethan then.
Oh, sorry, I take it back.
You're giving someone an idea right now. Hollywood types are listening to this.
And we all know what race she'll be.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Probably.
Anyway, welcome Will Powell. It's been a while since Will has been with us, so welcome back, Will. And now, of course, he got Joseph Wilson talking about Bruce Willis, so anyone who wants to see what he has to say, feel free to read the chat. Too bad there's no Easter horror movies. Are there any you can think of? I can't think of any.
I know there's one that's like really low budget. I can't think of what it's called now. I think it come out like 10 years ago or something. Like, I can't remember what it's called though. I always kind of wished, I think he was almost going to do it at one point, but you remember the fake trailer that Eli Roth did? The Thanksgiving trailer, like that was part of Grindhouse and stuff?
Yeah, I was going to bring that up several times. Like, that's just, I wish they would have made that a lot more than Machete.
Yeah, I don't mind Machete, but yeah, I rarely get the urge to go back and rewatch those movies. I haven't seen those in quite a while, but yeah, I reckon it would have been cool if they had done that instead.
I mean, it would have been perfect. I don't know how much you know about North American quote-unquote history, but I mean, it'd be perfect to have like a Native American go on the rampage, and rightfully so, I'd say.
Yeah, that would be kind of interesting. I guess it'd be kind of like a little bit reminiscent, a little bit of Creepshow too, I guess. Oh
yeah, that one story. Yep.
Yeah, Old Chief Woodenhead. Love me some Creepshow.
Austin says he's glad Die Hard 6 never happened. Stop making those. Well, I think they will with Bruce Willis anyway. He says Die Hard 3 should have been the last in hindsight. Also, Willis has gone direct to video, so I think might be for the best to quit now. Yeah, I think your buddy Verisimilitude said earlier he wish he could have quitted on more of a high note, but oh well.
And Wilson also says he reckons Bruce Willis should run for president. I don't think with these problems, I don't think he'd make a very good president.
Oh, is that something I didn't read? Oh, okay, yeah, there you go. Oh, I think he means because he's got thought problems. I see.
Okay.
Okay. Will Powell says, sad times that I have absolutely no desire to go to the cinema anymore. He used to go twice a week at least. Wow, sounds like the guy I started the channel with, Matt, would, I think he'd try to see a movie at least once a week or something in the theater. Sounds like Will Powell was definitely a theater cinephile. So why isn't it that you don't go anymore? Just because what they turn theaters into, or no good movies, or a bit of both, Will?
Like, I usually go, like, I mean, since, like, the world went to hell for, reasons that we know why. Before that, like, I used to go probably around every couple of weeks. Now I usually go around every 3, maybe 4 weeks. I like to wait for like a certain amount of movies to get released, and then I usually just go to the theater and just binge them all in one day. Like, I'm gonna go very soon because there's like about 3 or 4 movies I want to see. Like, I want to see Sonic 2. I want to see X. I don't know. I'll see Uncharted, but only because like I'm a fan of the video game. But I don't have a lot of high hopes for the movie. Morbius looks okay. That's like a new Marvel one. Wouldn't mind seeing that, and I actually wouldn't mind seeing the Batman one more time as well. But I can't see there arriving a time where I'll stop going to theaters altogether. Like, I don't go as much as I used to, but I still really enjoy going, and I mean, it gets you out of the house too, so there is that. Absolutely.
Yeah, I honestly was really not going very much even before, even in 2018, 2019. So I mean,
Yeah,
it just
it seems it. Yeah, you go.
yeah, I mean, possibly when you get into your 40s and stuff as well, maybe the same thing will happen where it's just like, so much of what they're making is just like such a far cry from what you grew up with that it's just like, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say like it seems like a sentiment that's pretty popular around people around like your age and even like my age. Where I'm a bit younger than you, but like a lot of folks like they're lucky if they go maybe twice a year. I don't know, like I'm a pretty like young guy at heart. You know what I mean? Like I can be. I don't know. I don't really have a hard time, sort of reverting myself when I watch something. Sometimes, you know what I mean? Like I can watch, the new Sonic film and have fun with it. But like, I mean, don't get me wrong. No, I totally see and agree to like a large extent that a lot of stuff they make now is nowhere near as good as a lot of the stuff they were doing even 20, 25 years ago, let alone like the 80s.
Yep. But to each their own. I mean, I am kind of a little bit, whatchamacallit, I guess, what's that word? Jealous? Maybe jealous of, of you and being able to still have so many movies in the theater that interest you. I mean, now it's just like, Like, I mean, I guess X kind of interests me, but not enough to actually go to the theater. But that's just where I am. Will Powell says just the quality of film isn't there anymore for him. The WOK NESS has ruined it for him, but he doesn't want to get too much into that, though, I guess. Thank you. Either do I.
Yeah, now see, now like something like X, that's a pretty big draw to get me to go to a theater. Like, if I think it's something where I can have like a memorable theater experience with it, then I'll that's definitely enough on its own to get me to go out and spend bucks on seeing that. But like, say something like the Batman, right? Like, I wasn't excited to see that movie. The only reason I went to see it was I was interested. Like, I was just excitement wasn't what drew me to see it. It was more interest. I was just curious about like seeing like how Robert Pattinson would do in the role and things like that. But there is a lot of things though, like even for myself, I'm like, really, like they're making another one of those again, or you know what I mean? Like even Marvel, like I'm a big like Marvel and DC guy, but like for me, Endgame really did feel like like where things ended.
Right.
You know what I mean? For the most part, for as much as I loved No Way Home and that, the newest Spider-Man, I really dug the hell out of it. It's really like Spider-Man's really the only thing they're doing now, as far as like Marvel in like in like movies that putting out in the theaters. It's the only one that I'm really interested in, like still watching and going to see. Like, I mean, Morbius. I mean, I don't even know like much at all about that character, if anything at all. I think he's got some sort of connection with Blade. That's about all I know about that character. But like, I'm only going to go see that at the theater because like I'm going to see other things, so like I might as well see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
But like like I tried watching the Eternals. That was like a new one that Marvel did. I watched that like a couple of months ago. I think it was on Disney Plus, and I thought it was pretty bad. Like it wasn't a good movie for me. Shang-Chi is another new one they did. That's another one I knew nothing about. I didn't mind that one. That was enjoyable for what it was. It was actually like, even though I'm not a fan of the character or didn't know anything about the character, I thought it was a decent movie. But like going forward, like I don't know. I think Marvel really have their work cut out for them, like trying to convince, like everyone to go see a lot of these newer characters, because like a lot of them just don't have the built-in fan base. Like they're going to be taking some risks in that. Which, I mean, I'm not saying they shouldn't do, because that's what Hollywood need to do more of, is take risks. But like Guardians of the Galaxy was a pretty big risk, but it paid off. But, yeah, like I couldn't stand Captain Marvel. I thought that was bad too. But yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not. I was exactly the same with you. Like after Endgame, I said to myself, "Yeah, this is gonna be the end for me as well." For Marvel.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a Spider-Man guy, like I reckon if you haven't seen No Way Home, maybe the newest one.
No, I'll probably do it on Blu-ray or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I reckon you'll get a kick out of that. I really liked it. If you're a fan of Spidey, I can't see how you wouldn't get something out of that. But yeah, I mean, like if they reboot Iron Man, like, I don't have any interest. They've just done that. You know what I mean? Like, what more can you really do with it, sort of thing? I don't know. Hollywood, they need to just stop rehashing things. They need to branch out and take some friggin' risk. You know what I mean? But they just want to hedge their bets on where they know the money is all the time. You know what I mean? And like, I mean, that's all good and well for a business model, as long as the business model works. But I think one day it's going to really implode, and it's going to implode on a big time level. I don't think theaters will ever close down, but like completely. But I think it might get to a point where some of them close down, and there's only a few like it that are around.
Yeah.
Because of things.
Absolutely.
Yep. Any new chat?
Yeah, I'm just doing something. Let me take a look, see at chat here. I imagine it's okay. Yeah, Will says he's also tired of superhero movies. He knows a lot of people love it, and he's not saying they're bad, but it's just not for me. I'm right there with him on that. Austin says to Will, not just WOKENESS for me. There's just no innovation or good talent anymore. Also, everything is shot on digital now and looks too clean and artificial. I agree with that, Austin, as well. Will Powell says, and it looks like Will Powell agrees as well. Yeah, like what are your takes on that verisimilitude in regards to these movies being shot digitally and just looking so, I don't know, digital and I guess digital?
Yeah, I don't know, like, don't get me wrong, like, I love the look of film, and that'll always have its place, and that'll always be, like, what I prefer, but I wouldn't say just because a film's shot digitally, like, it's enough to put me off the film.
Well, I've said this before, that just because it's shot digitally doesn't mean it's all gonna look like shit. Like, depending on who's doing the whatever, the color timing, or whatever, depending on the vision for the look of the movie, there have been digital movies that have looked better than others. But for me, it just seems like more oftentimes than not across the board, they just have that crappy digital look. But I mean, once again, to each their own. But yeah,
yeah, I can totally get where you're coming from. And yeah, there are films that come out where I agree they have that kind of very kind of fake kind of look about them. But I don't know. It's like same could be said about CGI. Like sometimes it looks shitty, sometimes it looks good. It kind of just depends on who you have, like who's behind it. You know what I mean? Like if they have any talent or what. You know what I mean? I'm sure the new Batman was shot digitally, but that had a nice look to it. I don't think that looked like it was. It looked like it had that digital mesh kind of look to it. But I mean, there are films that definitely kind of suffer from that. Though I would agree on that.
Verisimilitude. Have you ever seen It Comes at Night? That's like a go-to digitally shot movie that I think looks actually pretty good.
No, that's got Joel Edgerton in it, I think.
Yeah, I
Isn't it?
think so.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I never seen that.
That one is
I
actually.
heard mixed things about it at the time, so I never got around to seeing it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's one I can. That's the one that always comes to my mind when I think of a digitally shot movie that I think actually looks good.
Okay, here's a fun little fact. Jason X was the first ever movie to be like transferred digitally.
Yep.
You know that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that reminds me. I took a look at Crystal Lake Memories on YouTube. It turns out I had seen it before. I just forgot about it.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, great documentary.
Yeah, isn't that funny that Jason X would have been the first movie to be like all like scanned digitally and this and that? That's kind of funny. Out of all movies.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Austin's.
I remember hearing that. Yeah, like when there's like a little featurette about the film, and they talk about that. Yeah, on the DVD, the old DVD.
I think they talk even more about it on the extras on the Scream Factory. If you've seen those.
No, I haven't checked out a lot of the extras on all the Scream Factory just yet. I need to. I know there's that commentary that they got Aim Steel and all that back for part 2. Like part 2 finally got a commentary. I think it's like over Skype or something, but it's still cool to have.
Yeah, I guess it's better than nothing. Austin says most movies look like heavy DNR'd Blu-rays now. Laugh out loud. Let's see here. Austin says to Joseph Wilson, the guy from that one guy with the last name of Smith. Oh, is okay. Anyway, he has some opinions about some guy. Will Powell says he thinks the Australian guy is right. Verisimilitude. I don't know if I don't know if you're okay with your. I mean, your buddy wrote your first name in chat, so I don't know if you're okay with your first name or what.
No, I don't. Yeah, man. My name's Jesse. That's fine.
Jesse.
That's fine by me, man.
Jesse, Australian guy. Jesse. Will Powell says he thinks you're right. Sorry, didn't know your name. That's another. I don't know what he's right about. Chat's late, so we don't know what you're right about. But he said that's another thing. He's fed up for reboot sequels that are actually just another remake. Exactly. Austin says what's worse is when they shoot completely low-budget digital sequel to an older classic. I know, that's why I don't even care if they make another Friday the 13th, because it's just going to be digital, and it's kind of like the Halloween movies that they're making now, and apparently they just wrapped Halloween Ends, I guess. Yay. Whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed Kills. Like, I enjoyed it a lot more than 2018. I know there are some people that go as far as say Kills is like their favorite entry in the franchise.
Jesus.
I can't agree with that. Yeah, it's always going to be the OG for me. Nothing ever did it better than that. But I actually enjoyed Kills, man. Like, for what it was, I thought it was fun. But like, I wouldn't say at the end of the day it's it's not a game changer or anything. But I enjoyed it for what it was. I enjoyed it the first time I watched it. I enjoyed it more than I did the second time. There was a bit of a drop off, but I still thought it was a fun flick. It has problems though, obviously. But, I'm looking forward to Kills in a way, like see how they end it. But,
you mean Ends?
Ends. Sorry, yeah. But make no mistake. I mean, I'm sure this. It won't be the last Halloween movie.
Right.
I think they can call it whatever the fuck they want. They'll reboot that sucker in probably another 5 years. But I think what would be interesting, which I reckon they might do, is even though I'm not really a fan of Season of the Witch, I think you could like remake that, or you could do like a similar kind of story like that, and like keep the franchise going that way, and just do anthology movies.
Yeah, I read somewhere that at least at one point Blumhouse had no interest in doing that, which is weird considering how they, like in these 2 Halloween movies, they have the Halloween 3 masks in it and stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, like as far as I mean, yeah, I would like to have a longer conversation about like the future of Friday when we do the shows. But yeah, I mean, to get like a really good Friday film now, like you'd have to give a director who like is probably it would be probably good if he was a fan of the series, or at least just like someone who has a passion for horror and is a good filmmaker, and just let them do what they want, and as long as there's a good script and stuff. But and try to make it like have that old school look about it, But I just can't see them doing that, Like studios are gonna meddle with it and they'll probably fuck it up,
Yeah, that's what I think. Will Powell says Jurassic Park was the pinnacle of how a film should look to him. Everything has gotten worse since then. Jurassic Park has that warm tone to it and digital effects. Yeah, I'm also adding these points that it uses CG only when it has to. A lot of it is animatronic and practical dinosaur effects as well. So for me and also maybe possibly him, that's like a perfect blend of physical when you can and digital when you can't do physical,
I totally agree with all those sentiments. When I saw that movie in the theater, I was about, was that 93 or something, I think. So I was about 7. And I tell you, like, I mean, I kind of believe those dinosaurs were real when I saw that movie, like in the theater. And that, like, that movie, like, it blew my mind there, blew my child mind. And I even remember my dad would have had to have been younger than I am now and at the time. And I remember him just being blown away by it too. And, like, I've always, I'm gonna sound like a little kid right now, but, who cares? Fuck it. But I love dinosaurs. I've always been very fascinated with dinosaurs and all that. And I think Jurassic Park, it's a very special film in a way, because it's kind of like if that movie feels like an end of an era, like everything kind of after Jurassic Park has a different look and feel to it. I don't know. That's just the way. I don't know if I'm the only one that feels that way, but it's sort of like the last breath of the 80s or something, that movie, in a way, even though it's like 93, it kind of has that feel about it,
Yeah, based on Will Powell's comment, I mean, he probably would agree with that, I would imagine, and I can definitely see where you're coming from. Like, after that, because of the success of the digital dinosaurs in that, like, every movie all of a sudden wanted to do the digital effects. And what's so funny about the mid-90s and digital effects is, like, most movies doing them were just so horrible and laughable, especially if you look at them now. It's just like, oh my God.
When was the last time you saw Species?
Yeah, there you go. Perfect example. Yeah, it's been a while. But, stuff...
It's been a while since I've seen it, but I remember those effects do not hold up.
I mean, that's like Lawnmower Man supposed to be in the real world kind of stuff in Species.
Oh, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not a CGI hater. Not at all. I think, you use it sparingly, use it only when you have to. And, like, the best marriage is when you can fuse CGI and great, practical effects together. Like, that's a match made in heaven right there, But there are some like straight up pretty much digital effects that they look really good. Like, I did revisit, you ever seen District 9, Nate?
Oh yeah, that one. Okay, yep.
Yeah, the aliens and the prawns, they look pretty convincing for CGI. Okay, and that wasn't even a very high budget movie. I think it was not by today's standards. I think it's like a $50 million movie or something. So they look pretty good. And I reckon King Kong, like Peter Jackson's King Kong, that holds up. I reckon the CGI on Hong Kong is pretty well done.
Yeah, I remember.
Sorry?
I just remember thinking of that movie, that they had all kinds of plans for sequels, and then the movie didn't do what they hoped, so the sequels plans were scrapped. Just memories. That's funny.
Yeah, I don't remember ever really hearing. I didn't actually know they had plans for a sequel for that, but I guess they did. But
Yeah, I
don't think it ever needed. I don't think it ever needed a sequel.
right. I was watching all kinds of the behind the scenes video webisodes and stuff, and they were in the making of the first film. They were already talking about the second film and this and that. So yeah, it's just as well that we didn't get any because it's not really needed.
No, I dig the hell out of that film. I saw that a few times in the theater. I really love that film. But and the original film, I like the 1933 original as a classic. But yeah, I mean, it's like another perfect example, like when CGI just gets out of control, is like the Thing prequel.
Oh, okay.
Where they pretty much went over the friggin' practical effects with the CGI, and it looks pretty bad in some spots.
Yeah, they definitely can overdo CG. If I can do a little bit of chat here, where the hell am I? I think Austin. Okay, I think we're here. Austin says he'd say the best or the first four Halloweens are the best ones. For him, just got worse after that. He thinks.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the first two classics to me. I know you're kind of lukewarm on the second one nowadays, but I love the second one. Not as much as the first, but I think it's a pretty good sequel. But Season of the Witch, I don't know, it just never worked for me. I mean, I'm a fan of Tom Atkins. I like him in Night of the Creeps and stuff, but it's the story. It never really grabbed me. I just thought it was kind of lame, like possessed mask. It just, I don't know. Never, kind of like the story kind of feels like something you'd see, like not to totally knock Tales from the Dark Side, the series, but it kind of feels like a story you could, slip right into an episode of that. And I don't know how familiar you are with that series, but I think people's memory of that show is in their head. I think they think they remember it a lot more fondly and better than the actual show really is. Because, I mean, are you a fan of that show at all, Nate?
I'm not. No, I don't think I really ever saw it at all. So, at all.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, put it this way, I grew up with it. I think they released maybe 5 or 6 tapes of it, on VHS, back in the day. And so, I saw, I had, my old man had, a collection of them on a long play tape. I think it was, maybe 10, 12 episodes, right? And there were some pretty good ones. And then they released them all on DVD, about a decade ago or so. And I watched every episode. And there's 4 seasons. And for me, this is my personal opinion, but out of all those 4 seasons, there's a dozen, if that are pretty good. That are pretty good episodes. There's so many of them that are just boring and just not engaging or interesting stories. But I think because of, I don't know if you've ever seen the opening theme of it?
The opening of the show? I don't think so.
Yeah. You should look that up on YouTube and just watch that, because that opening theme, it's one of the creepiest opening themes to a show or a movie ever. It's really well done. I don't think it's Don what's his name, Fontaine or whatever, but it's some dude doing his best Don Fontaine, and it's really creepy, man. It's he just comes on and he's I'm trying to remember how it starts off. He's man lives in the sunlit world of what he believes to be reality, but there is another world unseen by most. It's just really creepy, and it's pretty cool. But I think the show gets by on a lot of the love for that opening. I really do believe that, because that's what people talk about. Anytime people who are fans of the show, that's usually what they talk about. It's not any particular episode. It's usually that opening theme. But like I said, there's a few good episodes, but I never thought overall it was a great show.
It's surprising you were able to watch the whole series, given that it seemed like it wasn't that great for you.
I'm a bit of like a completist now. I do try to finish whatever I start
Oh,
usually,
okay.
but I don't know. I just kind of kept going with it, hoping that, yeah, like by the end I'd pull a few more. By the time I got to season 2, it did start to really start to drain on me and that, and I was like, maybe there'll be a few more gems there, but they're just like, there's like a few good episodes out of a whole season. I think each season is probably like 15 to 20 odd episodes or something like that. But the movie, have you ever seen the movie?
I like the movie, yeah.
Yeah, the movie's pretty good, man. The movie is decent. The was actually the movie's technically actually supposed to be Creepshow 3. You know that, yeah?
I've heard of that, yeah.
Yeah. It was Romero's kind of what he thought Creepshow 3 should be, and I grew up with the movie as well. The movie's good, but the show's just not so much. Like there's a few good ones. Like I could probably, if I went through like the whole series like on IMDb or something, I could probably write you down a list of like all the ones you should see, and it's probably like 8 to 10 episodes.
Oh, no.
That's about it.
Oh,
but
no.
I'm telling you, that opening's theme though, you should after the show or whatever, you should check that out. It's pretty creepy.
Yeah, sounds pretty cool. Let me do some chat here. Will Powell loves Halloween 3 Season of the Witch. Austin says Halloween H2O was supposed to be much better than it turned out to be. Studio got in the way of things and wanted more of a Scream movie than Halloween. Well, they sure got that, even using, this is my addition, even using some of the Scream music, didn't they?
Well, that movie, there's like I've thought this for years, but also I've heard other fans say this. Like it feels like Michael Myers walked on the set of like Dawson's Creek or something.
Exactly.
Yeah. It really does. And like that movie's it's a crying shame, that movie, in a way, because Jamie Lee Curtis really tried to get Carpenter to come back for that movie and direct that movie.
Oh.
And he was going to do it, but he wanted $10 million. And the studio was like, fuck you. But in my opinion, they should have paid him. I mean, I reckon we would have got a better movie, and I reckon it probably would have made even more money. And not only that, but like Carpenter was kind of owed that money, man, because like he didn't make that much off the earlier films, man. You know, like he kind of like Arcade. I don't know how much you know about it. I know a bit about it, but Arcade and that like really kind of shafted Carpenter and Deborah Hill as well, like on the profits and stuff. But
yeah, I don't doubt it.
Yeah, Steve Miner directed that. The guy did Friday 2 and 3. It's an okay film, but it's not great.
Yep. Let's see. Where the hell am I? Will Powell says not even so great movies back in the days were worth watching. For example, Twister. It's not a great movie. It's cheesy.
I'm not a fan of that.
But good fun to look at and well shot and fun. Let's see here. Austin says Jurassic World used too much CGI. The first 3 got it right, in his opinion. Will says Terminator 2 is another great example of digital effects used right. Yeah, I'd agree. Back in the day,
digital effects in T2, they still hold up, man.
Isn't that something?
And you know what's fucking funny? The T1000 effects in T2 look better than the fucking T1000 effects in Terminator fucking Genesis.
Isn't that funny?
And that movie's from like 2015. That's crazy.
That is so funny. Well, did you see Dark Fate? You must have seen Dark Fate.
Yeah, it was. It ended up being my Dark Fate.
Okay.
It's a terrible movie. So bad. Hey, you know that kid that was so important in the earlier movies? Yeah, he don't matter. We're just going to kill him in the
Yeah, he's... Austin says to Will Powell, Spawn wasn't that great, but it's fun to watch. The outdated CG is an interesting specimen of itself. Yeah, I don't think I ever saw that myself, but that's okay.
I actually saw Spawn on my own in the theater. It was the first movie I ever went and saw on my own. I skipped school for the day and I went and saw Spawn there. It's like 96, I think, that movie. Yeah,
so sounds about right. Interesting. Yeah.
But I actually am a bigger fan of Jurassic Park 3 more than I am the second movie. I never liked the second movie that much. It's okay, but I don't know, like when the T-Rex gets to the city and that, I think the movie totally falls apart at that part. But third movie's kind of fun, and Jurassic World I thought was all right. And what was the last one called? Was it like Jurassic World Kingdom or something? That was it was almost like a slasher film in some ways.
Fallen Kingdom, I want to say.
Yeah, I remember that was all right, and at least in the next one, yeah, they're pulling on the nostalgia strings, and they're going to bring back Sam Neill and Goldblum and that, and what's her name, the chick from the first one? I can't remember.
No, little old to be chick, but yeah, Laura Dern, yeah.
yeah, Laura Dern, yeah.
Joseph Wilson's back. He says he's got Night of the Creeps on Laserdisc and makes a bunch of has a lovey face there. I hope that's not for me. Austin says to Will Powell, T3 kind of did the same thing, except it's much inferior movie. T2 Light is what I call it. T2. Oh, okay. He calls T3 T2 Light.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I totally agree on that. It just Part 3 is pretty much, it's like a rehash of Part 2, but it's just not as good.
I didn't know if Will Powell wanted to get on Skype or not. If it's okay with Jesse, it's probably definitely an option. We've had Will Powell on Skype before, so if it's something he'd be interested in, and if Jesse's okay with it, we could do that if he'd want. Just putting that out there.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah. Whoever wants to join is always welcome, man.
Yeah, I'm just putting that out there. Maybe a little too late, but let's see here. Blah, blah, blah. Joseph Wilson says, why didn't they bring back Edward Furlong for T3? I think he was like a junkie at that time.
Yeah. It was drugs, man. Like, he struggled with substance abuse for fucking years. I think, like, not long after Terminator 2 happened, man, I think his struggles started. Not to mention that, when he was like, I think, when he met this chick when he was making T2, she was like his stand-in or something on the movie, and she was like 22 or something. He was seeing her when he was like 14 or 15.
Yeah, I heard about that.
If that was, can you imagine if it was the other way around? If Furlong was 22 and it was a 14 or 15.
That would have been much more controversy.
Oh, yeah.
Much more controversy. Joseph Wilson says, did he quit acting or was too out of shape? No, drugs, Joseph Wilson.
Yeah, I think he tried to clean up for T3. He came close, I think, at one point to being in the movie, but just,
Yeah, that would have been so much cooler to have him in there if he could have cleaned up.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been cool to have him in that one, but I reckon that would have been probably where you need to end even with him, though, because like he's not suited to play like the heroic, older version of John Connor. I mean, he's not like the most kind of bristled kind of guy, is he really, Edward Furlong,
Yeah, that's a good point. Will says he'll join Skype. So what I think I got to do, Jesse, is I don't know if I can do that. Well, maybe I can probably do this while we're doing this. Let me see. I've already got him on my thing. I've got 2 Will Powells on here, so I'll try to add the most recent one to this. It's Jesus Christ. Bear with me.
No more.
What?
I just said no worries.
Oh, okay. Usually I have Matt helping me do this process. Okay, so Will's trying to call, but I got to, I think I know what I got to do. I got to go to Will. Shit. Usually Matt's here to help me with this. I don't know how to. Maybe I have to. Are you still with us, Jesse?
Yeah, man.
Okay, just bear with me.
No worries. Take your time.
Just got to figure out how to add them to. Bear, bear. Just talking to the show. Just bear with me, everyone. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay, so Will, you should be added if you can somehow join. You should be a part of a 5-participant group. If you can see that on your Skype, try to join that. Anyone with me here on here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess you and I can potentially still go on while we're waiting for Will. I think I did everything I got to do to add him. He's just got to try to find out how to make it work on his end. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it says 5 participants. It's like Will, it's like a group thing that's got 5 participants in it. So somehow just try to join that group.
Hello?
There we go.
How are we doing?
Might want to turn off your camera if you don't. I mean, you can't see you on the show, but looks like I can see.
Oh, that's all right.
That's okay.
Yeah, I don't. How do I turn off the camera? Hang on. Oh my god.
Well, in the meantime,
God.
yeah, it's okay. You're not being seen on the show.
That's all right then. I'll just put the phone down anyway. That's okay.
Are you still with us, Jesse?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so how's Will Powell been?
I'm okay. I'm doing pretty well in this last week. The weather's got a little bit better in the UK, so brightened up my mood a little bit.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. I'm waiting for that same kind of weather improvement where I am. I'll tell you that.
All right. Actually, it's got a little bit colder today. It's been freezing, but just in general, the sun's out a little bit more, and I always feel a bit better when the weather's nicer.
That's understandable.
Yeah.
When it's cold, you know, you just got to get that spot of tea, you know.
Yeah, that's right. I don't drink tea, actually.
Really?
I know I'm English and I don't drink tea.
An English person that doesn't like tea.
Yeah.
That's
I'm like alienated from society, I tell you.
like you walk into a pub and you order like friggin' soda and they're like, what? No tea then?
Yeah.
You're like, no, don't drink tea.
It's like an American life in London. Like
Yeah.
two Americans wanting tea.
Yeah. I love that movie.
I do too. Do you drink tea in Australia?
Yeah, like tea's pretty big here. I used to drink it more when I was a kid. Nowadays, like not so much. Like every once in a while, I'll have it, but not all the time.
My parents drink it.
Chocolate. I'm more of a hot chocolate guy, or I have the occasional coffee if I'm trying to stay up late.
Yeah.
Late and stuff.
Oh, I like hot chocolate, but just not too often. I find it a little bit too sickly, but I do like it.
Yeah.
Do you use that word, sickly?
Yeah, it's kind of a common term here. Yeah.
It's just a little bit too much. But every now and again.
I think even in America, I think they use that. Like, I remember hearing that, like, in old American movies. I don't think they say it so much now, but I remember hearing it, like, in the old, like, Honeymoon is showing that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, yes, I don't drink tea, just to go against the grain.
Yeah, don't let that rumor spread around too much.
I'll be banished.
I sure
That's
will.
right. Yeah. So we're from. Are you in Australia, or is that a New Zealand accent?
No, Australia. Yeah, I'm Australian.
Yeah.
Oh, you never call an Aussie. You never call an Aussie a Kiwi. Come on now.
Kiwi. Yeah. Yeah. So we're all over the world tonight, then.
That's for sure.
Yeah, pretty much. Well,
Yeah.
today here, guess what time's it there in England?
In England today, it is 11 o'clock at night.
Wow. Okay.
What time is it in Australia?
It's let me have a look at my phone. Just hit 9 o'clock a.m. here.
So you're basically tomorrow, correct?
He's in Friday.
Yes, I am. I am in the future. Yep.
You're in the future, right?
Take a look at my
You're
face. I am
to the past.
Yep.
What time is it in America?
It's 5 p.m.
5 p.m.
on
How
Thursday.
many time zones is there in America?
4.
Right. Wow. So are you in the same time zone as New York?
No, I'm 1 hour behind of New York.
Okay. Yeah, that's strange to me that the same country can
The
have
New
different time
York.
zones. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess when you got such a big country, then you've got
Yeah.
4 time zones.
Yeah, I mean, Britain is pretty tiny compared to Australia and America. I mean, it's just, it's so crazy, really.
How many states in America have you visited, Nate?
Oh God, I'd have to think about that. Let me just try to run through them in my mind. So when I was a kid, we were in Illinois. I've been to Florida. I've been to Iowa. I've been to California, Washington State, Nevada. I'm running out of fingers, but I think that's like 6 or 7 different states. Oh, never mind. Montana and North or South Dakota. Yeah, I've been to quite a few, like 10.
Yeah, that's a fair few. Illinois, that's where Halloween takes place.
That's where it takes place, but they shot it in California, and there's nothing but green leaves on those trees, isn't there?
Good old Pasadena.
Yep, Pasadena. Still with us, Will?
Yeah, I'm still sorry. I just got a text message. I'm being rude.
Oh, that's okay. It's a perfect time for me to read a little bit of chat here. Austin says Spielberg is the one who came up with the T-Rex in the city. That wasn't in the book, and the book is nothing like the movie. Joseph says Pet Sematary or Pet Sematary 2. Is one better than the other or too hard to choose? I'm a much bigger fan of the second Pet Sematary movie. I can't even really stand...
Wow.
I can't stand the first...
Wow.
I can't stand the first one. It sounds like Jesse agrees.
Wow, blaspheme!
Jesse agrees with me.
You must, you're a man on the island on your own, but you stand on that island proud. That's all I'll say about that.
Okay, so Jesse is in agreement. What about Will?
Sorry, what's that?
Oh, Pet Sematary or 1 or 2? Which one's better for you?
Oh, I've only seen the first one.
Oh, okay.
Keep it that way.
Yeah, I seem to remember liking the first one.
Don't go down that road down there.
Yeah. So I'm just thinking of South Park now, the old guy from that. You don't want to go down that road.
That road down there.
I know what you're thinking.
Good old Fred Gwynn.
Yeah. What don't you like about Pet Sematary, Nate?
Yeah, how can you not like that movie, man? This will be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I guess the thing that really stands out I guess to the movie's credit, though, those creepy shots of that cancer-ridden, bed-ridden sister.
Zelda.
Yeah, I think, to the movie's credit, that stuff really is disturbing to me.
Never
It is a
get
creepy
out of
movie.
bed again. Never get out of bed again.
It is a creepy movie, actually.
That was actually a dude, I think, who played that part, wasn't it?
Yeah, it could have been.
That's easily the creepiest part of the movie.
I like anything more or less Stephen King. Like, even if they're not that great movies, like Silver Bullet, I just like it. I don't know why.
Silver Bullet's good movie in my book.
No, I mean, it is a good movie. It's not great, but I just like that small town Stephen King 80s feel, you know what I mean? So
Gary Busey's best role to me.
I love Gary Busey.
He's great.
I will watch anything if it's got Gary Busey in it.
You've seen Ginger Dead Man. Seen Ginger Dead Man,
I
Will?
haven't seen Ginger Dead Man, no. I haven't.
Gary Busey's the shit, man. Like he's at least half the reason why Point Break works.
Absolutely, yeah. You'd think.
Yo, Utah,
I'm
there's a little
so
stand
with you.
down there. They sell hot dogs. They're the best around. Give me 2. Utah, that's 2.
That's the movie I want to watch. I just want to follow Gary Busey around looking for these surfers, not Keanu Reeves. I want to. But there you go.
Well, kind of like his character in Predator. What is it? Predator 2? What is it?
Exactly.
Yeah, he's got some. Or wait, no, he's got some weird name in. What is it? Lethal Weapon? Wasn't it you I was talking to?
Mr. Joshua.
Yeah, yeah, it's the same thing with Lethal Weapon. Like any movie he's got a small part in, you just wanted the movie to be about him and not everyone else.
Exactly.
You want to hear something funny?
Go on.
I've never seen Lethal Weapon.
Oh my.
Oh, wow.
Never seen those movies.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not the biggest
changed
Mel
my-
Gibson guy. That has something to do with it.
I like Lethal Weapon. It kind of grates on me, the kind of banter, the cop buddy banter always seems a little bit forced to me, but I don't know. Thoughts, Nate?
On what? Sorry, I was reading chat on Lethal. Oh, the cop.
Just the
cop buddy banter. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Just too forced after a while.
It does seem, especially in the second one.
Yeah, I'd agree with
it. A little bit like, I don't know. And then they have that saxophone music, and it's just really annoying.
Yeah, we talked about that before.
Yeah, it's just a bit obnoxious. It's just something about, I don't know. But yeah, it can't quite make its mind up if it wants to be a comedy or an action film, and that can be great sometimes. But I don't know. I do like Lethal Weapon. I will watch. I'll go through the whole series from time to 1 and 2. I'll watch 1 and 2. I do think they're good fun, but
yeah, Buddy wants me to sit down and watch all of them with him at some point. So
yeah,
I guess I'll come back with my thoughts on them pretty soon.
Oh, I think they're pretty solid films. The first 2, good action movies, just good fun.
It's funny how you say the movie can't make up its mind whether it wants to be an action movie or a comedy. It's sort of the same sort of thing a lot of people say about American Werewolf. That does the movie.
No, but I love that.
I love a horror movie or a comedy.
Yeah, but I like that about it. That works.
Yeah, so do I.
Works.
Yeah,
that completely works. Do you know what I like about American Werewolf is, to me, it is a true horror film, and I don't. I think it's more of a horror film than a comedy, and I think the comedy in it.
Oh yeah, I totally would agree with that.
And I think it's a movie that completely encapsulates a nightmare for me. It's just weird and random.
I've never really heard anyone quite put it that way, but you really make
why I like it. Some people, I know
and there is
really
a lot of nightmares in the movie too, So.
But the nightmares are in it are like almost childhood nightmares. Very kind of what's the word? I don't know what the word is, but just kind of nightmares that will linger with you the whole day, and you freak out. It's got a very eerie tone to it. I think it's a misunderstood
Naked American, a man stole my balloons.
Yeah. It's very funny.
I just love that shot where he's standing at, what is it, like a bus stop?
Yeah.
And he's got the dress on, and that one dude's just staring at him. And he's like, hi.
Yeah, I like Jenny Agatha in that film. She's very horny in that film.
Oh, dude. I would give my left nut to burn that chick, eh? Like in her prime. Oh, dude.
Have you seen Walkabout?
Adorable. She was adorable.
Have you seen Walkabout?
No, I'm familiar with it, but I've never actually seen that film.
I'm surprised you haven't seen that, being an Australian.
No, I'm not a big Aussie film guy, to be honest.
Well,
man.
I think you'll like that film, but I've only
probably seen about maybe a handful at best, probably, of like Aussie films, to be honest.
Yeah. Well,
my favorite one's called Death from Brunswick. You ever heard of that?
No, I haven't.
If you like Aussie films, I recommend that. It's got Sam Neill in it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like 1990.
Sam Neill, a Kiwi?
I believe so, yeah. I don't think he's Aussie. I think he's Kiwi, yeah. That's a very funny film to me.
Okay.
I really find it funny.
Yeah. Well, Walkabout has got Jenny Agatha in, and she's in the nude a lot, that movie.
Oh, we're sold. We're sold.
I have to say it then.
I think she's quite young in it. I think she's got to be 18 in it, surely, but she's quite young in it. But, yeah,
I even like her in Child's Play too.
Oh yeah, she's in that. She's also in Logan's Run.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's it. My old man loved that movie. I haven't seen that movie in years. Fun film.
Yeah, she was in quite a lot actually. Yeah. You was talking about.
She's even in the Avengers. She's like one of the dark friggin' people in the shadows. Yeah, like the government types.
I've never seen any of the Avengers movies. I've never seen Iron Man. I've never seen.
Wow.
I know.
So basically, you can't go anywhere in the world now because you don't drink tea and you're a pom.
Yeah.
And you've never seen any of the Marvel films.
Yeah. I know.
You're just going to be blacklisted, bro, from everywhere.
Definitely. I just wanted to mention, you were talking about Jurassic Park earlier on. I don't like the second one either.
Yeah, I mean, I would say I don't like it. Like there are elements about the film I do like. Like I like the first part of the film the best, but I think a big another part of why that film doesn't work that well is Jeff Goldblum really shouldn't be the lead of a film a lot of the time. I mean, really, the only exception I can think of is The Fly. You know what I mean?
Where's Sam Neill? Why isn't Sam Neill in The Lost World?
Yeah, he really should have been in the film.
I don't get it. I remember at the time I was 6 years old, and my brother had gone to see it because he was old enough to go. I wasn't old enough to go and see it. Well, I would have been, but
enough to see The Lost World.
I was 6 years old, and I think he went with a bunch of friends, and I needed to be. I don't know. He'd have been 50. No, how old would he have been? Anyway, he went to see it. I didn't. He said.
I'm guessing you're the sort of kid that didn't have the liberating parents that would like take you to R-rated movies and things like that.
It's different in the UK. We can't. I think in America and in Australia, can you go in to see an R-rated movie if you're accompanied by an adult? Is that how it works?
Pretty much, yeah. That's right. Yeah, I have heard that. Hey, it's a bit different in England. Yeah.
In the UK, you can't go in. You can only go and see. Well, let's just take it back to the 90s when I was a kid. I could get into a U film, a PG, and a 12 if I was a 12A. But you could not get into a 15 unless you were 15 or. Yeah, they're quite strict on that. Yeah,
the only time when I ever ran into a snag, I remember when New Nightmare came out.
Right.
And the usual theatre that me and my dad would go to, I don't know what it was about that film, but they were really strict on, this one theatre that we used to go to regularly. It was like a big multiplex theatre. It's still there to this day, but they've changed it now. It's like in a bit of a different location than the mall. Anywho, they wouldn't like even let me in, even with my dad. And we had to go to like this smaller mall, like out of the way, like in another town to see it. But I ended up still getting to see it.
Wow. That's strange. That did they just have a certain rule on that, or
I don't know, man. Like, I mean, it was like what 94 or whatever. So that's a long time ago. I can't remember exactly, but I just remember them. Yeah, flat out, they wouldn't let us into this one particular theatre, and
I mean, it gets to the age when you're like 13, 14, where you kind of look 15 anyway, so you can get into them and stuff. But
not me, man. I shit you not. Like, I would get in for like the child fair up until I was about 22. Like you had to be under 16. Because when I was 22, I still looked like I was about 12 or 13. I shit you not. Like, I just had one of those real childlike baby faces, you know. And yeah, like a lot of the time, but I remember when it stopped working. Like, I went to go see something, and I was on my own, and the dude looks at me. He's like, "Are you taking the piss, kid?" Like, you know, he's like, you got to be over 15, mate. And I'm like, all right, give us some gold ticket.
Right.
But,
So
I got away with it for quite a while.
Around, you're trying to get into kids' movies. You're trying to...
Yeah, pretty much.
Right. But I don't think it's a bad thing looking young, though, is it?
Nah, it's good because, like, when I actually am an old fuck, I'll still probably, hopefully, look like relatively young, you know.
I think when you're young, you want to look older, but when you get older, you want to look younger. So.
Yeah, I never really went through that. I never really wanted to look older, to be honest. I never really went through that phase.
Yeah. It's because you can get into any movie.
Yeah, pretty much.
If you're in England, it's different.
Yeah, that would have sucked, man. I would have hated growing up like under those conditions. That would have really pissed me off.
But to be fair, my parents would more or less let me watch anything at home. So
yeah, but it's not the same. It's not the same getting to see it.
No, but
like,
I mean,
me,
I grew up. I saw Terminator, I think, when I was 8 and stuff like that. And
I saw it still in the theater when I was a kid. But
wow.
I was only like about 6. I remember crying. At the end. I remember saying to my dad. Yeah, I remember saying to my dad, like, "Is he gonna die?" And my dad's like, "I think so, yeah." And I just started crying.
Oh
man! Is it like it's all right?
I don't care. Even to this day, like that movie, I don't know, man. That ending gets me, man. It's still I
need a vacation.
Drop here every once in a while because he kind of becomes like his dad, man. Like it's kind of like him losing his dad. Yeah,
definitely.
Love me some T2 and the first one.
Well, I think the pinnacle moment is when Sarah Connor shakes his hand. I think that's a good moment.
Yeah, that's a very good moment. That whole movie, one big fucking good moment, isn't it?
It's a great movie.
Yeah, I don't know if you're listening to last week's show, but I was actually telling Nate that I went and saw well at that point I hadn't gone yet, but I was going to see Predator and Commando in the theater.
Predator when you were a kid?
No. I went and saw them at a revival the other day.
Wow. How was that?
Nah, Predator came out when I was like 1, dude. So didn't get to see that one. But I went and saw him at a revival. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, Predator's a great movie. Love Predator. Nice. Did you say something about Commando as well?
Yeah, it was both Predator and Commando. The show.
Commando's It's cheesy as anything.
It's just cheese fun for me.
It's
I love
cheese
that.
fun. I think I'll
I'll be
start to lose.
I'll be waiting, John. I'll be waiting.
When I lose interest, that film, I kind of zone out when he jumps out of the aeroplane. That's when I.
Yeah, it's sort of like,
I like this film
like,
has lost all sense of plausibility now.
Yeah, I remember saying to me mate when we were watching it in the theater, and I'm like, "How deep do you reckon that creek is that he lands in?" Like, it's not. It's like there's no way.
2 feet.
We're broken everybody.
What about at the beginning of Commando with the trash collectors? I'd afraid you'd miss me. Don't worry, we won't. And then they shoot him.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, I love that. Good old Bill Duke, mate.
Yep.
You scared, big motherfucker? You should be, because this Green Beret's gonna kick your ass. I eat Green Berets for breakfast, and right now I'm very hungry.
Yeah. I think it starts off quite strong, the whole kidnapping bit. I think that's all really exciting. And if it kind of kept that tone.
But you waving guns around at people. How are we going to talk about you getting your daughter back? Wrong.
Yeah, all that's great. If it kind of stayed that tone and just kind of stayed like a suspenseful chase, I think that would have been better. But
I love what it becomes. I've never had a problem with any. I just love the cheesiness of it. I love it.
Yeah, it's just not one of my favorite Schwarzenegger.
I love how he's blowing up the buildings and like all the soldiers are just mannequins.
Yeah.
I always thought that was hilarious as fuck.
Yeah.
But yeah, I enjoy everything about that movie.
Yeah.
There was a rumor about a decade ago they were going to try to remake that with fucking Sam Worthington, which I call Sam on Worthington.
Oh, really?
Yeah, thank God that didn't happen.
That's the thing about remakes. Let's find the most blandest actor you can find. And find a lot of these movie remakes, films originally done by classic directors, and they just get someone you've never even heard of to direct it, some music video director. And
well, when you think about it, Taken is kind of like a remake of Commando.
Yeah, I'd go along with that. I'd probably say, I know this is a bit sacrilegious, but I actually probably prefer Taken, actually. But.
Yeah, I mean, I could see why someone would say that. That first Taken movie, I really did the hell out of it. I would say I'd still go with Commando, but Taken's a very good film.
I think Taken keeps up that suspense a little bit more for me. Just
a very different kind of tone of the film.
Different tone.
In a way, it's kind of like comparing apples and oranges in a way.
Yeah. Yeah. Go along with that. I guess Taken takes itself a bit more seriously.
Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, I'd say it takes itself a hell of a lot more seriously. Yeah, I mean, I think when they were making, you would like to think when they were making Commando, they had to have known the movie they were making. Like, come on, like, what happened to Sully? Tim Gore, like, come on.
Yeah, I don't know, actually. I don't know if they knew it was a bit goofy, and I don't know.
I think they would have had to, right? So many goofy things in the movie. Like, there are, then again, that wouldn't surprise me if they didn't. I mean, look at Elm Street 2. Everyone on that set pretty much swears black and blue. I didn't know it had gay undertones. Like, are you serious? Like, come on.
Yeah.
Do you not have a brain cell at all? Come on.
Yeah, I think they did.
I mean, he has a sign on his door that says "No chicks allowed." He has a game of Probe like in his closet. Like, come on, man. Like,
Oh, yeah, and the whole dancing around with that stick.
Yeah.
A pop gun.
You got a chick waiting in the cabana, and you want to sleep with me? Like, come on. Something is trying to get out of me.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna take me over. Like, come on, man.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a whole kind of friendly, play fight wrestling going on the in the
he
sports.
gets
You know.
bit. Like the gay bar scene. Like there's so many things. It's not even subtext, man. It's just text. It's just there. Like
Yeah.
you just. I mean, not to mention that Mark Patton himself is gay. You know. So
Yeah.
there's that as well.
The male scream queen.
Yeah. Did you guys know there's a documentary out about like just Elm Street 2 and him?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Like, yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen it, but yeah, I know that he did.
Yeah. It's not a bad film. It's okay. I like Dream Warriors better.
Yeah, I used to hate to like when I was a kid. I like pretty much violently just hated it. But I mean, it has its moments. I like the pool scene, even though like it kind of breaks every rule in the Elm Street book. You know, like it's Freddy, in the real world and shit. For no real apparent reason. But I just think it's a cool scene. Like the dude tries to, he's trying to help him. Help yourself, fucker.
Controversially,
you're my children now.
I don't know if this is going to get me in trouble, but I've always felt I like the first one, but I don't. It's not one of my favorites. How do you guys feel?
Let's film. I love the OG. Like it's it'd be one of my favorite horror movies even. What about you, Nate?
Yeah, for me the best, my favorite Nightmare is the first one.
Yeah, I think you're right.
1 and 3.
Yeah. No, I think it's got some great stuff in it. There's just I don't know what it is. There's just something about it that's I don't know. I like it, but I don't love it.
So, is your favorite Freddy Part 3, Will?
No, I think probably the first one still.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just saying, I much prefer Halloween and maybe Friday the 13th actually.
Now, like if you stack all three of those movies, like those first entries up against each other, like it's a hard pick because I love them all. I'd probably by just default because it's my favorite franchise probably say Friday, but can't deny. The first
Nightmare on Elm Street is the most ambitious and unique.
I think that's without saying. Yeah, they really did push the envelope a lot in ways with that film.
Yeah, there's just certain things that I don't like. The actress who plays the mom, for some reason,
she's in a movie all by herself. She's in a different movie.
Yeah,
she's not in the same fucking movie as everybody else. Yeah, she's not very good. Freddy's dead, honey, because Mummy killed him.
There's just certain things I'd have done differently if I was making that film. I don't know why. I think the music's a little bit too on the nose. I cannot even attempt to do it.
I love it.
Yeah, I know. It's just something a bit... I can't put my finger on it. I'm going to have my say about that. And the whole bars on the windows and the doors I always found was a little bit weird.
Sounds like we need all three of us should jump on and do an Elm Street retrospective.
Yeah.
Sounds like an interesting combo, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean,
I am being nitpicky on this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a film that it's been with me almost as long as I can remember. Yeah, that first movie. Yeah, I mean, like put it this way, like I love Heather Langenkamp, right? Like I love her as Nancy, but let's face it, she's not a great actress. She's not. Even by slasher standards, she's not a great. Like, don't get me wrong, I still wouldn't have anyone else play Nancy, but she's not a very strong actress.
Yeah, she's okay.
I don't know. Some of her line delivery in that, like, God, I look 20 years old. That's not the first movie like that makes me cringe.
Yeah. let's just.
What were you saying? Screw your pants.
What did she say? Screw sleep.
Oh, yeah. Have you guys ever seen the delete? Like it's like a small deleted like outtake or whatever of the scene where her mum's telling her about like Freddie and that in the basement. And she mentions how Nancy had an older brother, and how
really?
Glenn had like an old how Glenn and Tina and Rod, they all had older siblings, and Freddie killed them and stuff. You ever seen that?
No, but that could have worked well into it. I think that would have made sense.
Yeah, I don't know why they would have chose to cut that out of the movie. Like, it really adds lots of... Like, I kind of always, even when I was a kid, I was like, yeah, there has to be, like, a personal reason why this guy's going after these kids. So I kind of always before I even knew that, I kind of felt like maybe that was the case. But, yeah, it really
that would make more sense.
It's on YouTube.
That would make more sense why Heather Langenkamp's parents killed Freddie, or helped to kill him. If they, I'm guessing, the older siblings were killed by Freddie. And that
one thing, though, that like about Elm Street in general, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. And like, even though, like, it's a stupid movie, that I can have fun with Freddy's Dead. Like, I got some nostalgia behind that because, like, I saw it in the theater when I was like 4 or 5, and I saw it. My dad took me to see that. But they try to shoehorn that Freddy lived in Nancy's house for a bit. Like,
oh really?
Yeah, like in the 60s or 70s or whatever, and it's like, it doesn't make sense. And like. And I don't think Freddie was the sort of dude that, you know, had a family. You know what I mean? Like a wife and kid. I never brought that.
Like, have you seen Rick and Morty?
Oh, a little bit of it. No, I've not. I've seen like.
Well, there's a Nightmare on Elm Street parody episode. It's called Crazy Terry instead of Freddy Krueger. I don't know. It's just called Crazy Terry.
Oh, okay.
But he has a family in that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I always picture Freddy as like, you know, this is seedy dude that probably like, you know, lives in an apartment on his own, or you know, hangs out at the boiler room, and I don't think is like, you know, having a 9 to 5 and he's got like, you know, a little girl and a wife and living in suburbia.
Like a super nice guy kind of thing. I just don't think that fits the MO of the character. Did you guys ever like have that notion that like Freddy was a janitor? Only that thought is in my head because Wes Craven does that little cameo in Scream.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, I remember hearing people talk about that for ages, like people like thinking like, you know, was that his job? Like, was he a janitor at the school? And I used to always think, like, you guys had to have, like, amalgamated that from Scream. Like, you had to have.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. It sounds like I'm dissing Nightmare on Elm Street. I really like it. It just... there's just a few things about it, like the bars on the window, the mum actress, just things like that. I don't know. Yeah,
I don't know. I mean...
I'm being nitpicky,
and there's films like that. Yeah, I mean, there are films like that for all of us, I guess. You know what I mean? That they don't totally work for us. Yeah, that are considered classics. You know,
it's like a great concept, and there's some great stuff in it. But on a whole,
it's like are you a big like YouTube channel watcher? No,
I'd say so.
Have you ever heard of a channel? It's a fairly new one. It's called The Slaughtered Lamb.
No.
Yeah, you should maybe check that out, man. One guy on there, he's English, and it's an American guy, and obviously the name comes from American Werewolf. And why I bring them up is because they've recently done episodes like about on Friday and all that sort of stuff, and both of them like they like some of the other entries in the series, but they really don't care at all for like the original Friday. Like one of them
Oh, really?
go as far as to say is like it's a piece of shit, and like these guys,
Ooh.
these guys are freaking slasher fans, but they're very much Michael Myers fanboys though in a way.
Right. I don't think you'll like that channel, Nate.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, don't get me wrong. You know, like, I think it can be interesting sometimes to hear like, you know, different opinions on movies that you love. You know what I mean? I don't know. Even if they're really hating on the film, just sometimes I find that interesting. You know?
I always like people who are they give their subjective opinion and then an objective kind of analysis and say, yeah, that's well done. It's well shot, it's well scripted. But, you know, like I'll say that about Nightmare on Elm Street, you know, or there's like I've said to Nate before, there's certain films I don't like but I respect. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's like for me, one of them for me is The Exorcist.
Oh, I love The Exorcist.
I only first saw that a few months ago. Yeah. And I mean, you know, the film honestly didn't do a lot for me.
Right.
I thought Linda Blair was good, but she was really the only thing about the movie that I liked.
Oh, really?
At all. I mean, I can appreciate, it was well shot and all those sort of things, well made, but personally just didn't have much of an effect for me. But I recognise it as that it deserves the spot it has in film history for certain reasons, you know.
Well, it's like you mentioned you're not a fan of Season of the Witch, and I completely get people not getting it. Halloween 3 Season of the Witch, but
it's not because it's not Michael. That's
No.
I mean,
I know.
There are people that will try to throw that at you. Oh, you just don't like it because Michael's not in it.
Yeah, I know.
But just this story, it just doesn't particularly appeal to me. It's like it's the same argument you get with Friday 5. People try to throw that at you. Oh, you just don't like it because it's imposter Jason. And it's like, when I was a kid, that did rub me the wrong way. I won't lie. Like, no, it's not really the reason at all. There's a lot of things.
That's like someone saying you don't like Jaws 3 because Roy Schneider's not in it.
I mean, Roy Schreider not being in that film is the least of that film's problem.
Do you know what, though? I actually like Jaws 3. I'm just going out on a limb. I know it's bad, but I like it.
I haven't seen it since, probably the late 90s, and I think I only ever saw it once. I did actually watch Jaws Revenge was on Netflix, and I tried to watch that, and I got about 10 minutes in, and I was like, I can't do this.
Do you know, weirdly enough, I reckon I've seen that film about 5 times. And it's god-awful, but for some reason I can watch it.
Jaws is a film that never should have had a sequel.
I agree. Even though I really like Jaws 2, I agree.
Yeah, Jaws 2's it's okay. I mean, I've probably seen that. I've easily seen that the most out of all the sequels. I think I've seen that maybe 3-4 times. It's okay, but it's still it just feels so tacked on and inferior up next to the first film. It's like Psycho. Even though I enjoy the sequels to various degrees, that should have never had a sequel either.
Yeah, it's like Halloween. Halloween 2 I really like, but it didn't need to be there, you know?
Yeah, it didn't need to be there, but I love that it's there, though. I dig the hell out of part 2. And
same with Rocky. Didn't really need a sequel.
Yeah. I can see where you're coming from, but I love the entire franchise apart from 5. I love all the Rocky films. I'm a big Rocky guy. But I can see what you're saying, though. The kind of the story in the first one is very much encapsulated. You know what I mean? He went the distance. That's what he wanted to do. You know.
It's just sometimes I think a movie franchise you have an original, which is really well respected at the time, and it's usually based off a novel or someone's heart and soul went into the screenplay or whatever, I don't know, Rocky, Jaws, Rambo. And when they initially come out, they're well received, and sometimes like Oscar winners like Rocky, but then they get the sequels, and the original kind of gets thrown in with the sequels. As
It kind of tarnishes it. Yeah, I thought that's where you were going with that. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, sometimes you'll say to people, "Oh, Jaws," and they'll kind of like laugh, and I'm like, "What are you talking about? Jaws is a masterpiece. I really do think Jaws is a masterpiece."
I couldn't agree more. Actually, like a good buddy of mine, he's the only person I've ever met in my life that doesn't like Jaws.
Oh,
He doesn't like it. He thinks it's a boring piece
and
of
he's
shit.
a friend.
Oh well, I have wanted to cut him up a time or two. Not gonna lie, I mean, he's got very eclectic taste in some ways, anyway. But I mean, that's a movie that I don't see how anyone can't enjoy. You know, I mean, it's got kind of everything. It's got the horror, it's got the adventure, it's got the great characters, it's got the comedic moments. The score's great. It's fucking shot. The directing good. Like, yeah.
It's the birth of modern film. That's what I think. I really do. I think it's the birth.
Yeah, it's like the first blockbuster, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I think it's. There's a few precursors to it, like maybe Tower Inferno. I don't know, but
but they were like Jaws was everywhere, man. You know?
Yeah.
It's kind of weird that, like what Hal was saying earlier on the show. Jurassic Park really does kind of feel like the last, like, breath of that, like, 80s kind of feel to it in a little bit, even though it's like 93. And it's sort of like Jaws started it, like Spielberg started it with Jaws, and then he, like, kind of finished it with Jurassic Park in a way.
Yeah, I really do think films were like events, E.T., Jaws, Jurassic Park. I'm saying, Terminator 2, but do you think we've lost that now?
Well, I mean, you used to have what they would call blockbuster season, which would be, like maybe, you get maybe 3 or 4 of those sort of films a year at most. Sometimes you'd only get 1 or 2. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But now it's like, there's some big spectacle film like almost every weekend.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But I'll tell you the last example I can think of is the Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire. So the 2002, was it?
Yeah.
That was a big deal when it came out.
Yeah, that was everywhere, that film, yeah.
And now, is it a big deal? There's another Spider-Man movie. I mean, it is in a way to some, the fan, but it's just. The new one, I think was like for the sheer fact that they got them all back. You know what I mean? And like when I went and saw that in the theater, like that was like a rock concert. Like when Garfield turned up, there was a pretty big cheer, right? People were like, like Garfield, clapping and that. But then when Toby turned up, the place went nuts. Yeah,
man. I mean,
you would not get that in England. You would not get that. We're too embarrassed and stiff upper lip in England.
Yeah, I've heard that.
You just wouldn't get it.
I've heard even in America, like there are some parts of America, like in the Midwest and shit, where people don't ever cheer for movies and that unless they clap, they applaud the projectionist or some shit. So
I don't think I've ever been to a cinema where anyone's applauded. I don't know. Do you know the most energetic time I remember being at the cinema, and it's probably my favourite cinema experience, was going to see Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Oh, okay, that was a fun theatre.
Okay, when the end, have you seen that, Nate?
Yeah, I've got a review on the channel of it. Yep.
Okay, so when the end happened, and I don't know, you kind of call it the twist. Would you call it a twist?
Yeah.
I'd call it a twist.
I don't know if I'd say it's sort of like the evolution of the film in a way. I reckon because like Brad Pitt turns up there earlier and stuff. I don't know if I'd say. I don't know. In my opinion, I wouldn't say it's quite a twist. But it's a twist on real life events. But
yeah, that's what I mean. But the cinema went crazy. Just people kind of laughing and Yeah, it was great. It was a great night. So that's the closest I ever got to that, I think.
Yeah, it's happened. It's happened to like, well, put it this way: that place I saw Predator and Commando. Like it's a normal thing when you go there and you see a movie and people clap at the end. And I take great pride in always trying to, like, whenever I'm there, I always try to be the one that starts off the clap, like at the end, and usually it works. But
even if it's a bad movie.
Nah, not if it's a bad movie, but yeah, if it's it's a classic, man. Yeah, like I did it when I was there the other night. Like, yeah, the movie ended and I started clapping, and the entire audience was probably like about 300-400 people, and everyone started clapping.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, there was that experience. It was like a rock concert when I went and saw No Way Home. Same sort of thing happened when I saw Freddy versus Jason. Like that was a very visceral. Yeah, like people were really into that. Cheering on, Jason and Freddy. Like, who was going to get the upper hand, and just like people cheering when they. I remember when they first, one shot where you first see them face to face and the fire and all that. Like, people went nuts when that shot happened. Like the whole theater just erupted. Yeah.
Have you ever been, just a bit off topic, but in a cinema where there's been a confrontation where they've had to throw someone out or two people start arguing, and because that's happened quite a lot. Yeah,
I've been part of it.
Really?
I remember one time. I can't remember the movie, but I'm sitting there and I'm watching this movie, and I was pretty young. I was like maybe 19 or 20, and there was this kid like sitting like literally like I think it was the very next seat or a couple of seats over from me, and his phone rings,
right?
And he answers it. And he starts talking. Like, he just starts like having a conversation. And I just slowly kind of tilt me head, like, William, like Nick Castle, Michael Myers style, and look at him. Like, are you taking the piss, kid? Like, what the fuck, And he looks at me, and he's like, so to his friend, I better go, man. And he hangs up his phone.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sitting there, I'm trying to collect myself, and trying to just watch the movie again. His phone rings again. He answers it. He's like, man, I told you, man, I can't talk. And as soon as he said that, I just got up and grabbed his phone and fucking threw it.
Wow.
And I just went back to watching the movie.
Wow.
There was that. There was another time when I went and saw Stuck On. I think it was called Stuck On You or Stuck On Me. It's a comedy.
Matt Damon.
Matt Damon. That's it.
The Siamese twins. Yeah.
Yeah. I went and seen that, right? And anyway, it was like the last showing of the night, and I'm sitting in this theater, like right in the middle of the theater, and there was maybe like 2 or 3 other people like sitting like a few rows back, and these Swedes walk in, right? Swedish people, and they walk up to me, like the girl walks up to me and she's like, can you move over a few seats? And I look at her, and I look around me, and I look at her, and I'm like, really? I'm like, the theater's empty. You know what I mean? Like, and it was before allocated seating and all that. Like there was no numbers for seating and that. And like she kind of like just like was gonna just let it go and walk off, and her boyfriend's like, no, you have to move.
Wow.
And I looked at him, and this guy was big, man. This guy was like probably, I don't know, about 6'2", 6'3", and I'm not the tallest guy. I'm only about 5'9", right? And I stand up, and we're kind of just looking at each other, and she's like looking at me, looking at him, and she's like, no, it's all right. We'll go sit down here. And that, so that almost like became like a complete physical altercation. I remember one other time actually. Sorry?
That's like when you're in a supermarket car park and it's empty and you park somewhere, and then someone comes and parks right next to you.
No,
That's
it's
happened
like,
before.
yeah, it's happened a few times in the theatre. Yeah, I'll be like sitting in an empty theatre, man. Like, and some dude will come in and he'll sit right next to me, like right next to me.
Maybe he
And
wants
I'll
to be
look
a
at him
friend. He's trying to make friends.
and I'm looking at him like, the fuck, dude? Do I know you? Like, what the heck is that, man? You know?
That's a bit odd.
Yeah, it is. I usually just end up like looking at them like, really? And if they don't move, I'm like, dude, I'm moving. You know? But I remember another time actually going back to King Kong, because me and Nate were talking about King Kong before, the Peter Jackson one. I remember when I went and saw that with my girlfriend, and we got our tickets like 2-3 weeks before because like I really wanted to see that movie, so we got advanced tickets. Anyway, so we get in the theater, we sit down, get our seats, and it's like maybe 10 minutes or so before the movie's going to start. And I'm like, I'm just going to go to the toilet. I'll be back in a minute. I go, make sure no one sits in my seat. Yeah? So I come back, and there's this Asian dude sitting in my seat.
Right.
And I look at my girlfriend. I'm like, what's he? She's like, I try to tell him it's your seat. And then I'm like, and I look right at him, and I'm like, dude, sorry.
He's just sat next to your girlfriend.
Yeah. And this is like right around the time when they first started having allocated seating in Melbourne, right, where I'm in Australia.
Okay.
And so we had, actual numbered tickets, right?
Right.
So I look at this guy and I'm like, dude, why are you sitting in my seat? He's like, no, it's my seat. And I'm like, no, it's not, dude. I go, look at my ticket. He looks at me ticket. He pulls out his ticket.
Yeah.
And we've got a chain of theatres here called Hoyts. You've probably never heard of it. But there's like a little red border that goes around the ticket that says Hoyts, like all around the border, right? And it's in red. He shows me his ticket. He's got the same same seat, everything. He said he's got a blue border going around his.
Oh.
And I go, dude, I've never seen a blue border ticket. I go, get up. And he just looks at me. He gets up, and then I'm thinking, that's probably the end of it,
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sitting there, and a couple of minutes go by, and the usher comes up to me, and he's like, "Oh, I've been told you kicked this guy out of his seat."
Oh wow!
And I go, "No, I was sitting here. Number one, I was sitting here first, and number two, I've got the ticket for this seat. Look." And then he goes, "Yeah, this looks right." And the other guy shows his ticket, and I go, "Notice how he's got a blue border around his." I go, "What's up with that?" And he's like, "Yeah, that's kind of strange. I don't think we've ever had a blue border ticket." And that, and he's like, he just says to me like, "Okay," like, he walks away, and like he's talking to the guy in the corner. And the thing is, like, this guy wasn't even there on his own. He was there with like about 6 or 7 friends.
Wow.
And they were all sitting like where we were, like next to us, like just beside where we were sitting. And so the usher comes back up to me. He's like, would you? Yeah, he's here with his friends. Like, would you mind moving? And I said to him, I go, "Are you fucking serious?" "No, I'm not moving, dude." And he's like, "Oh, what if I give you like what they called here like La Premiere, like it's like the posh part of the theater." And I'm like, "Dude, that's at the back of the theater, man. It looks like I'm watching a TV from up there." I'm like, "Dude," and I said, and at that point I was getting annoyed because the movie was getting close to getting started. I looked right at this usher and I go, "Dude, there is nothing that you can say it's going to make me get out of this chair." And he just looks at me, he looks at the guy, and he's like, "You're on your own, mate. There's nothing I can do." And he just leaves, and then the guy's just looking at me like really pissed off, and I just waved at him. And then he just had to go take another seat, like right at the back of the theater.
Wow.
But that's kind of I mean, about other little things here and there, like telling people off for talking and things like.
Yeah, I've had quite a lot of incidents actually. I think if you go quite regularly, you are going to run into these things.
Any you wish to share?
I remember once. This is going back when I was a teenager, and there were some slightly younger teenagers sat across from us, and they were throwing. I think they had some friends, a couple of aisles in front, and they were throwing popcorn at the friends, and it missed one of them and went over to the next aisle and hit this toddler. So the dad of this toddler gets up and goes, "Right, you little bastards!" And he freaked out in the middle of this movie, and it was, I don't know, you just want to sink into your chair, kind of awkward. So that was good. What else?
The dad didn't do anything?
Well, he just freaked out and just told them off, and, that hit my son, and, understandable, I guess. I mean, it's only popcorn, but still, they're being obnoxious, so. Yeah, what else? Can I think of anything else? Just embarrassed. I tripped on the stairs and my Coke went flying everywhere. Because, you
ever had the drink explode on you when you're sitting down?
No, I haven't had that, but in that instance, your natural reflex is to, if you're falling over, is to squeeze the drink. I don't know, so you've got a grip of it. So obviously it's just them crappy cardboardy ones. So I squeeze it and it flies up everywhere. What else? This is a good one. I was on a date when I was about 19 with a girl, and I said, I need the toilet. And I got down to the bottom of the stairs and just wasn't really paying attention. I think I was a little bit nervous. I don't know. And I walked to the left thinking the entrance was to the left. And I just walked not straight into the wall, but it was like looking at me like, where the fuck's he going? Like just walking to a dead end where the entrance was on the other side. In front of everyone. Just that was embarrassing.
Oh.
I remember one time, a buddy of mine, his drink exploded and it went all over this other guy in the next seat.
Wow.
And this guy turns around. Oh man, I swear. He looked scary too, man. My mate's like, "I'm so sorry." this guy's looking at me like, if you weren't 15 right now, dude, I'd kill you. That was pretty funny.
Why did the drink explode?
Oh, he had like a bottle of Coke, and
I think he dropped it or something.
Yeah, I think he dropped it earlier. Yeah, and it reacted. It fizzed up. Yeah. Have you ever had this one? You're sitting there and you're watching a movie, and there's a couple in front of you, and you got the guy explaining everything to his girlfriend. Oh, I think that's the guy that killed that other guy earlier. You ever had that?
I guess so. I'm just trying to think about
I've had people do that, like explaining everything in the movie, and usually I just lose me shit and be like, "Can you shut the fuck up? I'm here to watch the movie, not listen to you commentate on the fucking movie."
Yeah.
I remember one time that was happening.
A commentary on the film.
Yeah, I remember that was there. I was in it because it's happened a few times. I remember one time I was with a buddy, and that was happening, and he literally leaned forward and went between the seats between this couple, and he goes, "I'm sorry, is this a DVD commentary?" I just looked at him, and then they didn't say anything else after that. But what about you, Nate? You ever had an awkward theater experience or a funny story?
All I can really think of is just seeing, because the first time I ever saw The Exorcist was, when I think I told you before in a past week, and when that version came out in the theaters, I think it was 2000, the version you'd never seen, and so the first time I saw The Exorcist was at the theater, and there were some people, as the movie was starting, people behind us that were talking, and I was just like not going to have it. So I kind of turned around, and for whatever reason, I did it in a British accent. I'm just like, can you please stop talking now? Or, can you stop talking, please? And so that's all I can think of. And I don't know why the hell it came out in a British accent. I guess it was past life experience. I don't know, but
Wow.
I remember when I went and saw the remake of Total Recall.
Oh,
Me and my
wow.
girlfriend went and saw that, right? And we're sitting there, and it gets like a couple of minutes before the movie's going to start, and these three Indian guys sit right behind us, and I look at my girlfriend, and I don't know, I picked up on it. I looked at her, and I go, they're going to be trouble. And I swear, immediately they start talking like really loud, like they're at home or something. And I'm just sitting there. I'm cracking my knuckles. I'm just sitting there. And my girlfriend's like, don't. And I'm like, the movie's going to start soon. If the movie starts and they're still going. So the movie starts and they're still going. And they start, like, I shit you not, one of them puts his feet on my seat.
Ooh.
I turn around. I just stare at this guy.
Yeah.
He's looking at me, and I go, is this your fucking living room?
Yeah.
Am I disturbing you? And he's just like, oh, no. And then like his mate goes, yeah, let's just move. And they move like a few rows back. And, oh, dude, like, they're nervous.
Yeah, I have that kind of one. I can let it go when the trailers are going. If people, are chatting a little bit and
the trailer. I mean, who cares about trailers? But when the movie stuff, and you got to shut up.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just.
Absolutely.
I mean, that is one thing that is a bit of a deterrent to like go to the movies nowadays. It's like even if the movie's good, it's like, is the theater experience going to be good? Like, are people in the theater going to ruin it for you?
Yeah, this is true. Yeah. I remember having a bad experience. We went to see The Impossible. Can you remember that movie? Which is about the tsunami.
Oh, is that the one with Tom Holland? Really young? Yeah, and Tom Holland's his son, eh?
That's right, yeah. It's quite
I have seen that. Yeah, I saw that a few years ago. It wasn't a bad movie.
It was okay. And it's quite graphic, actually, to say it's a 12A, and obviously. So there's quite a lot of young kids in there, and they were just kind of, I don't know, I think they were finding it a bit disturbing, so they were leaving a lot, and parents checking if they were all right, coming back in, and it was just, I don't know, that was an annoying experience. Yeah, I'm just trying to think if there's anything else.
do you ever have any of those, Will, do you ever have any of those revival, showings of older movies in the theater? Any experience with that in the UK?
Yeah, more of recent years, actually, which is good. So I went to see Terminator 2. That was great. Stand By Me.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen that in Revival. I love that.
Escape from New York. That was cool.
Oh, fun. So, but the audiences at those, are they reserved like everything else, or are they a little more energetic?
To be honest, any of those revival ones have usually been quite quiet, apart from Terminator 2. That was busy. And yeah, I just think it's the kind of the British way. We're just a little bit more reserved in that way, I think.
Yeah, probably right.
Yeah, I've seen T2 like, no joke, probably like 5 or 6 times in Revival. I even got to see it in IMAX once.
Yeah.
I actually last saw it, like last year.
No, Nate knows this because I've told him, but I'm one of those rare people. I freaking love Terminator 2, don't get me wrong, but I love the first one a bit more.
I can totally understand that. For me, I don't know if I can choose, man. I tell you,
Yeah.
I love them both so much that for different reasons. But I mean, that first movie's just so gritty. You know what I mean? It really does have that.
And that's another.
Was grit about it.
It's not. Yeah, it's very nightmarish as well.
Oh yeah, really, full on. Yeah, really
I think it's a. Do you think it's a horror film?
I think it has horror elements. Like it's first and foremost a sci-fi to me. I mean, sci-fi horror, I guess. Where I draw the line is when people try to lump it in with slashers. That's where I draw the line.
I see where they're coming from, but there's too much of a bigger kind of apocalyptic, bigger world to it for it to be a slasher. I think. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty much what I feel.
But
yeah.
I do not completely disagree with that, because it is kind of a slasher in a way. I get what you mean, but I wouldn't class it as a slasher movie.
Yeah, I don't know. It even lacks some of the slasher like classic slasher elements. I feel too is why also I take it off the table for slasher. But yeah.
Well, actually, Sarah Connor is kind of a final girl, I guess. But it's not a group. It's not a group of teenagers, and it's not.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
But yeah, but certainly, I don't know. I saw that one first, and I saw it as a kid, and it just always. I think it was the first thing I'd ever seen like that. I was just kind of fascinated with it because it scared me, but I liked it at the same time. I'd never really had that experience, you know.
Yeah, I love the shit out of that movie, man. It's great.
Yeah, awesome movie.
Scary film. When you're a kid, that film's scary, man.
I think it's still. I like Schwarzenegger in that as the bad guy. Because he's it's so creepy in that film. He's just.
I reckon, like, you know. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if Schwarzenegger does come back again for another Terminator film. But if he ever did, like, can't we have him be the bad guy again? Like, come on, that'd make it interesting, you know?
I think people forget he was the bad guy originally.
Well, that would have
kind of superhero.
That would have been cool for Terminator 3, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I reckon they should have went that way with T3. Yeah, exactly.
Why not have, Terminator 3 be set in the future with all this war going on, and it's Arnie as the bad guy again, trying to just kill John Connor, and John Connor's on the run through all the rubble and the nighttime wars and all that. I think that would have been cool.
Yeah, that's definitely a good idea. I'll go along with that.
But to be honest, Terminator Genesis is the only... not Terminator Genesis, sorry, Salvation is the only one after Terminator 2 I kind of like things about it. I like that it was trying to be different and it showed you that future world. And I think there's some good stuff in it, but overall it doesn't quite work. But what's your opinion?
Yeah,
on that?
that's kind of my sentiments. Like, I probably like the film maybe a little bit more than you do, but like I definitely agree with a lot of what you're saying with there. But I always was fascinated about that. Like, I always wanted to see the war. You know, I remember when the third movie was coming out, and in the trailers, they showed like a lot of things they showed in the trailers was like from the war.
Yeah.
And I got really excited. I was like, oh, but it's going to be about the war. This one, the third one. So I remember being really disappointed just for that
I don't know
aspect
why.
alone.
Like the cinema studios and just always get it wrong with sequels. It's just like, why don't you just naturally do what will come next, rather than trying to force it like Terminator 3? Like, oh, let's just do the second one again. It's like the story's already there, set up. You know what I mean? Just follow through with that.
They do kind of fuck it up a lot of the time. I mean,
yeah.
Look at another franchise that went to shit like the
Alien.
original that one, or the original Superman franchise. You know, like you got those first two films are so strong, and then 3 and 4 are just shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alien's another one. I mean, I can watch Resurrection. I don't love the film, but there are some things that I can watch it as like a dumb sci-fi kind of film, you know. But but I obviously understand. Yeah, it's heavily flawed. You know, it's not on the level of the first two films.
I mean, the third Terminator film could have been the first half, the whole nuclear attack, and just seeing the destruction. That'd have been cool. And then just kind of the initial kind of survivors, and then let's see John Connor kicking ass, I think. And
you know what's funny? There's a video game called Dawn of Fate.
Right.
Which is Terminator, right? It's like a PS2 game.
Yeah.
And it takes place in the future war, and your play is Kyle Reese.
Oh,
and
cool.
that story, I'd love to see that, like, as a movie. Like, it takes place, like, a few weeks before he ends up going back in time, and that's where the game ends. The game ends with him traveling back through time, and like his commanding officers like talking to one of the other soldiers, and she's like, "Do you think he made it?" And he's like, "Well, we're still standing here, aren't we?" I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, interesting. Because Terminator Salvation kind of does that, but kind of not. I don't know.
I don't like another thing about that movie is, like, don't get me wrong, I don't mind Bale in that movie, but it's almost like he wasn't trying his best in that movie. It's almost like he's kind of phoning it in a little bit. Like, and what's weird is originally, I'm pretty sure they wanted him to play the Marcus character, the character that Sam Unworthington. I call him Unworthington. the one he ended up playing. And when he got hired for the movie, he goes, "I'll do the movie, but I'm John Connor. Like, I have to be John Connor." And so they had to rewrite the movie because, like, originally, like, you know, the scenes where he's on the radio, like, you know, talking to everyone like, "You are the resistance." That was pretty much all that John Connor was supposed to be in the movie. He's just supposed to be like, voice on the radio. And there was even I think there was supposed to be an alternate ending where John Connor dies, and they like put his face on a Terminator to make it be like for the resistance to not lose hope, like John Connor's still alive, but it's really his face on a Terminator's body. Like,
oh, that's freaky.
Yeah.
Mm.
That would have been very interesting. But that was supposed to be like a whole trilogy. But it just wasn't successful.
I'm going to say something now. Now, I freaking give Terminator 2 10 out of 10. Right? I love it. All I will say is,
but it comes to but.
It kind of, if there was never any other sequels after Terminator 2, I wouldn't be saying this. But they kind of write themselves into a corner where they potentially kind of leaves it a bit ambiguous with a question mark if they did stop Skynet. Do you know, they blow everything up at the warehouse, the factory, or whatever, and they destroy. Basically, Arnie sacrifices himself. So with that, it's kind of like leaves it open. Does the war happen or not? You know what I mean? Because it just shows the road at the end. It kind of, she says, first time I enter the future with a little bit of hope or something.
If a machine can learn how to look, maybe we can too.
Now, so in the third film, I don't like it when he goes, "You prolonged it. It still happens."
I'm gonna play devil's. I totally agree with what you're saying, but I'm gonna play devil's advocate for a second here.
Go on.
When Arnie and the T-1000 are fighting, remember, he loses his arm. That arm is still there.
They could have used that.
They can be recovered.
See, I like the idea that why the first one I think is my favourite as well is the whole paradox thing. kind of like John Connor can't exist without the Terminator, and the Terminator can't exist without John Connor. Do you get what I mean? Like, if the war happened, John Connor wouldn't exist because he'd never be sent back. But if they stopped the war, it kind of like...
Well, he could still exist because at the end of the day, somebody else, in the first timeline, somebody else had to be his dad. That just has to be. Otherwise, it can't happen then.
No, but I like that. I like that mindfuck. That it's just kind of like that big paradox. So it's kind of like... I kind of like the idea that the Terminator in the first one could never kill Sarah. He just couldn't, because that's not the way time, the kind of like the laws of that time.
Totally what he's trying to do, though.
It's totally what he's trying to do. But within that, he's kind of like helped almost conceive John Connor because Kyle Reese had to go back. So it's kind of all this kind of like fate idea. I like that idea of...
Yeah, what about that in Genesis where they're like, oh, well, we can't kill John Connor, we'll just try to kill his mum then when she's a kid.
Yeah.
Take it that one step further. And it's like, why don't you just send a Terminator back to like the old West and kill like his great-great-grandfather or be done with it? You know what I mean?
I did have a great idea, actually, of how, just a little tag on, like a post-credits scene in Terminator 2, of how they could have like just forwarded just to let you know that the war is coming. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, you know how Miles Dyson has got a son?
Yeah.
In the film. And basically at the end, you've never told that kid's name, I don't think. But at the end, you could have just had him like...
Yeah. Danny. His name's Danny.
Oh, my God. But he was called Miles Jr., but you didn't know that. At the end, you could go, and then like this is supposed to be like a year after, just like, Miles, time to get off your computer. And it's like, oh, he was actually the one who creates it, not his dad.
Oh, that would be clever. That would have been fun.
Do you know what I mean?
Like, sit on the computer. That's interesting.
So I kind of like the idea that would have spurred him on to continue his dad's work, and kind of like they
ended up kind of doing that in Genesis. Remember, his son's in Genesis.
Oh, I haven't seen Genesis.
Okay, well, his son is in Genesis, and he's working. Yeah, he's working, following in his dad's footsteps. Yeah.
But I kind of like the idea of like John, Sarah, and the Terminator in Terminator 2 are trying to stop Judgment Day, but kind of accidentally cause it even more because they spurred on his son to continue on his dad's work. Do you get what I mean? I kind of like that they're just doomed. And
have you ever seen the TV series, the Sarah Connor Chronicles?
No, I've never seen it. Any good?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's got some interesting things in it. It suffers from that that cliffhanger syndrome though that a lot of shows do. They never got to finish it. Like the way it ends is kind of pretty interesting. They only had 2 seasons. They had got a 3rd season. The way it ends, the cliffhanger, is pretty interesting. But
right,
it's worth a watch if you're a fan. It's definitely worth a watch.
Is Kyle Reese in that? I guess he wouldn't be in that. Is he?
Don't think so. No, I don't think he appears at all. But the actress they get to play Sarah is pretty good.
Yeah,
and it's a female protector in this one, and she's pretty good actress too.
Right. Cool.
And the kid who plays Johnny, he's decent.
So does this take place between Terminator 1 and Terminator 2?
No, it's between 2 and 3. I think they jump ahead. Like after 2, they jump ahead, and they kind of.
That would be interesting to see a film in between Terminator 1 and Terminator 2. Just seeing Linda Hamilton going crazy and ending up in that.
I was literally just thinking that like about 5 minutes ago. I was like, you could almost make like a mini movie or something like just in that space and time. You could have like where she tried to break into Cyberdyne and take it out, arrested and stuff.
Yeah, and showing the recovery team from the first one getting that arm, which is actually a deleted scene. I don't know if
deleted scene, yeah.
But they could use that or something. But did you get what I mean, though? I like the idea that Terminator sparked Skynet. I like this kind of whole time paradox thing.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's kind of like it's got to go back in time to just bring on its own
To go forward.
Yeah.
So that's why
Yeah.
that's why it annoys me. Like Terminator 3 kind of ruins that a bit for me. You know, you just prolonged it.
Well, Terminator, like I've said already, like Terminator 3, it's basically like lukewarm T2. You know,
it's terrible.
I wouldn't say it's terrible, but it's not a great film. Like I can watch it and I can have a little bit of fun with it, but it's nowhere near on the level of the
I think it's just terrible compared to those first two. You know what I mean? It's just
I'd have to agree to that. Yeah, it's not.
It's such a downgrade.
Oh yeah, definitely have to agree on that level easily.
Because James Cameron didn't want anything to do with it, and Arnold Schwarzenegger was like, didn't know if you should do it or not. And James Cameron was actually the one who said, "Do you know what? Just take him for all the money you can get and just do it. You might as well." Apparently, that was it.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting. Like, I don't get that. Hey, like Cameron's like all for doing like 5 Avatar films.
I know.
But you couldn't do 5 Terminator films. You know, like, or even 3.
Do you know what I don't get about
Couldn't
Cameron?
round it out and have a nice little trilogy. You know.
Yeah, he had a massive bitch rant about Alien 3 because they kill off Newt in the first scene. In Alien 3, you remember that?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Apparently, James Cameron was really not happy that they did that, and he's gone and done the same thing in Terminator.
Wasn't happy about that.
Yeah, but he's gone and done the same thing with Terminator Dark Fate.
Yeah,
with
that's
killing off John Connor.
I remember, hey, like they had, like there was like some video with like Cameron and the director, like ages, man, before Dark Fate came out. It was like a year or more. And like Cameron's like, you know, he's saying like, oh, you know, this is going to be the true sequel. You know, it's gonna be everything a Terminator fan wants. And I remember watching it and thinking, Jimmy, you said this about, part 3. It was going to be a good film. You said this about every Terminator film. It's how many different times? Like it's like, you know, they believe it.
I just love to be in the boardroom and think, right, what you got the idea for this new Terminator movie? First 5 minutes, we're going to kill off John Connor. You know all that? Forget it.
Yeah.
All of that, like the first 2 films were about, forget it.
You know, exactly. Yeah, you know that kid that was so important? Yeah, he don't matter.
Yeah, just kill him off. And it's quite a disturbing scene. I mean, I don't think watching a kid
die... The leader of the resistance, it can be anybody. Now it's this little Spanish girl.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, it's dreadful. Dreadful film.
So you've seen Dark Fate?
Yeah, I hated it.
But how come you haven't seen Genesis?
Because at that point I was like, oh, they're wheeling out Arnie again, or blah, blah, blah. But then I was fooled into this one because it was like, well, Linda Hamilton's coming back. James Cameron's like producer or co-writer. I thought, oh, maybe this will be a return to form. I don't know. So,
well, I mean, for me, don't get me wrong, Genesis is nothing special at all, but I think it's a much more fun film than Dark Fate.
Yeah. Oh, Dark Fate! Oh my God. Have you seen it, Nate?
I mean, you know when.
Yeah, I've seen all of them, and I agree. Like, you probably, you know, if you can see it cheaply or for free, should see Genesis because. You know, I don't really like it as a whole, but there's a lot of interesting things that they actually do kind of Back to the Future 2-ish stuff that is kind of fun in Genesis.
Yeah,
I'm guessing in that one it looks like they really have fun with the timeline and kind of alternative realities and...
Yeah, like they go back into the first movie a bit. And in a way, like what they... kind of the end result of that, it kind of is shitting on the first movie in a way. Like that kind of rubbed me the wrong way a little bit. But
yeah,
I guess Nate knows what I'm talking about when I say that.
Not necessarily, but that's okay.
Well, the battle and the outcome of the battle that has to do with the first movie.
Oh, at the very beginning, okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like that, you know.
I
don't want to say too much because you haven't seen it, but yeah.
I hear you, yeah.
It just annoys me, though, that... Yeah, I get Arnie is the face of the Terminator franchise, but he's not at the heart of the story. But they have to shoehorn him like every new film. Like, how can we get Arnie back in? So they have to write this really silly, contrived story, like Dark Fate. Like, I was feeling sorry. I felt sorry that I killed John, and I settled down with a family. I'm like, oh my god.
because you know, like, when you think of the Terminator, you think, Drake salesman. Come on.
I was laughing in the cinema. I was like, oh my god. I'm like the biggest fan of the first movie. I never thought the Terminator would settle down with a family.
Like, how the fuck does, like, I mean, all right, money, but still, like, does Cameron not have any integrity about him at all? Like, he just lets his creation become this. Like, come on, dude.
I know.
I couldn't do that, I couldn't do that.
I imagine, I mean, just, this is what they should have done with the sequels, is just not made them. Terminator 2, great, leave it at that. It just kind of leaves it with a question mark. There's a bit of hope. I like that.
I mean,
just leave it.
Like I said, I have a lot of fun with Salvation. It's not a perfect film, but I am glad that film exists. But other than that, yeah.
Well, it's really, Salvations kind of gets a pass because it's really not a sequel to Terminator 2. It's kind of like just an alternate whatever.
It's like there's this whole, I don't know if you guys have heard, but there's a lot of talk right now about another Alien movie. And they're kind of trying to say, like, this is going to be like a return to form and that. But I mean, I'm at a point now where I just don't trust them, like, at all. Like,
I like that. When I saw
no matter who's involved,
the new Jurassic Park. Oh, we're bringing back Sam Neill and Jeff Goldblum and Laura Dern, and like me 5 years ago, I think I'd have got quite excited about that. But now, after what they did with Star Wars and
they'll probably be in it for like 5 minutes, and Sandy will probably get randomly attacked and eaten by a raptor or something. Like, they'll do something where it'll make his character look so stupid, like something he would never fall for. And it's like, oh yeah, this raptor opens the door to eats him.
Yeah. Well, I wanted Sam Neill to turn up at the end of Jurassic World, just because I thought it'd be hilarious. If when they're just about to get eaten by that T-Rex, by the fucking. What's it called? That new hybrid Velociraptor. Then Sam Neill stood up at the end and just jumped back or something. I don't know.
But, I mean, I was kind of interested a few years ago when Neil Blomkamp was supposed to do an Alien film, but I mean, it was supposed to be like a straight up sequel to Part 2. Like, he was going to bring back Hicks and Newt. But, I don't know, man. There's only so much you can cash in on nostalgia too,
To be honest, I don't think there was honestly anywhere to go after Aliens with that story. I just feel like it kind of came to its natural conclusion. They blew up that alien planet.
Exactly. Like, see, this is the thing, man. That a lot of like movie fans, like us or whatever, that have got to like come to terms with and learn. Basically, is that it's okay for a story to end.
Absolutely.
It's okay. You can have an ending where it's like, okay, it had a beginning, had a middle, and this is the end.
Exactly.
There's no more. There's never going to be any more,
Absolutely. This is how I feel about the Star Wars sequels. There is nowhere to go with Luke's. Well, they could have been, I guess, a bit better than what they did.
You could have totally went like the whole Obi-Wan route. I mean, like...
Yeah, he could have done. But...
For me, that broke my heart, dude. What they did...
Yeah,
that killed me, man. Like, I was like, really?
Oh, God. Thank you. I'm so with you, man.
This is really where you've gone with this character. Like, Mark Hamill should be ashamed of himself. Like, I don't know how many millions they threw at him, but still, man, like, come on, this is your legacy, dude. Like, you're just gonna let him do this?
A complete, what's the word, bastardization of his character. Complete.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, so...
Like, I'm one of those people who's a bit of what do you call it? Force Awakens apologist. Like, I don't mind Force Awakens. You know what I mean? I dig it for what it is. It's not great, but I had fun with that movie, especially when I first saw it. And when they had that cliffhanger, like literally a cliffhanger with Luke, I couldn't have been more excited. Like she offers in the lightsaber, and I'm like, the next one's gonna kick some fucking ass. Like we're gonna get bad ass fucking Luke Skywalker. You know,
No.
they pissed it all away. He drinks some blue fucking milk or whatever, and is a curmudgeon. Like, fuck me. I reckon we've reached a point in society now, though, where I reckon sometimes, I truly believe this. I reckon sometimes filmmakers, they make a film as a piss take, just to piss people. I truly believe that. I truly believe Rian Johnson knew. He knew, man. He had to have known how this was gonna go over with the fan base, and that it was the wrong move. But I think he just wanted to go down in history as like the dude who got to do that. You know what I mean?
The whole sequel trilogy on a whole is just one incohesive mess. It's just
it's a big
sense. Plot hole after plot hole.
I mean, the fact that you never got the big three back together again, not even for one, is ludicrous for starters. Yeah. Like, you know, like that's just stupid. I mean, there are things about it. Like, I don't mind Kylo. I think he's a decent character. He's kind of like, you know, Anakin 2.0 in a way.
But he's almost a schizophrenic character, though, because you just don't know where you are with him. 1 minute he's stoic and strong, and then he's just having temper tantrums.
Like in the third one, like at the end where he's gonna die and they kiss and that, it's like, really, where the fuck did that come from?
I haven't seen the third one.
Really?
I was not interested after Last Jedi, and I can't believe that from being like a deep childhood, like in love with Star Wars, for them to piss me off that much, to not want to watch a Star Wars.
Yeah, I don't know. That's sort of like where, I don't know, I'm kind of like a sucker for that, man. Like, no matter how much I'm hurt by a movie, like, if I have such a deep love and passion for it, it's like I almost can't help myself to see the next one. Like, and hope, just be like, please redeem this, please.
That's like trying to get back with an ex-lover for one night stand, and you think everything's going to be fine, but it's not.
Yeah, that's a very good analogy.
That's what it is.
It really is, isn't it? I mean, what's it called? Fucking the third. I can't remember what the third one's even called right now. Rise of Skywalker. Yeah. I mean, there's a few little things in there that I don't mind. Like it's a better movie than the second one, and they do. Like, JJ did what he could to try to retcon and damage control with Luke.
It's not any of them. Well, I hate The Last Jedi. I can't believe they just didn't come up with some kind of A to B through line and in story and think, right, we're going to start here and finish there, and then, you know, some of it's going to be left we can write as we go along. But they didn't even come up with a I don't think when Rey hands him the lightsaber at the end of Force Awakens, they knew what the next thing was going to be in the next film. They didn't. They were just like, we'll figure it out in a year or two.
Yeah. I mean, it makes you think, doesn't it? Like, something as big as Star Wars and it's mishandled that much, and then, like, all the criticisms that were already there from, like, what George did with the prequels, you know what I mean? Like, they were heavily criticized and that. But now it's like, you know, like, there are people that jump on the bandwagon like, oh, you know, the prequels aren't so bad in retrospect, you know what I mean? Like,
compared to this sequel trilogy, I think the prequels are mediocre. You know?
Yeah. No, well, I mean, for me, I kind of really dig the third one, man. Revenge of the Sith. Yeah. Like, the lightsaber fight, I think, is fucking awesome. Like, that's the best saber fight probably there ever has been or ever will be. I mean, as far as like skill based, I mean, Empire. I mean, Empire's Empire, but I don't know. I'm talking about purely from like a skill based kind of level. You know what I mean? Like, just to see these two skilled Jedi like just fucking go hammer and tong at each other. You know what I mean? But I mean, don't get me wrong. Like the level of emotion and that's behind the saber fight in Empire is incredible.
Oh, yeah. It's the set design as well.
Empire is my favorite entry
Absolutely.
in the entire franchise by far. You were
What's your favorite name? Have you got a favorite Star Wars?
Probably the very first one ever made, which you'd call what, 4?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the Phantom Menace?
No.
That's the first one, isn't it?
First one ever made. Funny joke.
Yes.
Episode 4, probably.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
fair.
I could easily go with the first one as well, but I mean, Empires.
I'm gonna go with them.
Uh,
I go
Sam-
Empire, then A New Hope, then Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, I mean,
First
Jedi,
one.
even Jedi, man, even like Jedi is not a perfect film, man, for me. Like, it's a good fucking film, but
Yeah.
there are things about even that film that like just don't work for me. Like the whole Ewok thing, I'm not a big fan of. You know.
Can I just say though, I feel like this has been more of recent times since the internet started that Return of the Jedi has got a little bit more flack because growing up, I can't remember anyone not liking Return of the Jedi.
I did. I remember as a kid, like, don't get me wrong, like, I mean, I really dug the shit out of it. And, like, I'm not sure, like, I think maybe my dad purposely did this, but I don't remember seeing Star Wars, like, on a TV. Like, I remember seeing it for the first time in the theater when they re-released them,
Oh, really?
the special editions. Like, I think maybe I wanted to watch it. My dad's like, nah, you can't watch it like this. I know they're going to re-release these movies. Like, I think he knew that
Well,
somewhere
I saw it the opposite way.
released.
I just saw it on just VHS tapes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
But you know what's
definitely.
weird,
I mean,
though?
even to this day, like, I mean, I don't know if I've mentioned this on the show, but I have my own home theater and all that sort of stuff, like a lot of us guys do. But that's how I have to watch Star Wars. Like, I can't watch it on TV. I just can't do it.
Well, I mean, that's understandable, though. If there's any film that needs to be watched on a big screen, I guess it's probably that original trilogy.
Oh, yeah.
But
I remember
still,
going to see Phantom Menace when it first came out, and like that had to have been one of the most disappointing like experiences. Like I remember, like I actually went as Darth Maul too. Like I got my dad to do the makeup for me and everything, man. And I remember like the end of the movie, like it was like me, my dad, and like a buddy of my dad's and mine. It was a big movie fan as well. Anyway, we all walk out of the movie, and we're all just quiet. Like no one's really saying much. And like I look at my dad and I'm like, it wasn't good, was it? And my dad looks at me and he's like, no, son, no, it wasn't.
To be honest, though, I was 8 when I went to see that, and my mother took me to see it, and I really liked it, being 8, you know? And I was pretty into movies at that point, but I don't know. I liked it at the time. And any thoughts? Just through childhood eyes, I liked, I don't know, I liked Darth Maul and the pod race and all that, but...
Yeah, I mean, I'm the same. I like aspects of the movie. I like the pod races, all right, and the whole Darth Maul thing was cool, but that was really all I liked. Like, I mean, like most people, I thought Jake Lloyd couldn't have been more wrong. And I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen like the making of Phantom Menace, but they show like the auditions from the other kids, right?
Mm.
And there's this one kid, and he was great. He was great, and they're showing George watching these, and he's like one of his like right hand men, like watching them with him, right?
Yeah.
And they watched the one with like the kid who's really good, and they watched the one with Jake Lloyd, and you can tell the other dude's like, oh yeah, this is definitely the kid we should go with, and Lucas is like, oh yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Jake Lloyd. And you could just see,
man.
Sorry?
That was good. That was funny.
And you could just see he's whatever cohort or whatever, like looking at him like, are you fucking serious, George? Like, you know, and I mean, that's the thing with Lucas, man. He's a great idea, man, but he's very flawed in some ways. I mean, he's made a lot of hiccups along the way, man.
Yeah, I think I've seen that. I think they're trying to find the kid who looked the most kind of a bit Mark Hamill-ish, you know.
Yeah, that's it. I think it's been a while since I've seen it, but yeah.
It's like
which kid you're talking about. I think he had blonde hair still, but he just had a little bit more of a sadness to him and a bit more of a, I don't know, a little bit more of an edge.
Yeah, he's obviously the better choice to go with, and
yeah.
Well,
to be honest, I think that's the first mistake though, is having Anakin as a kid. I don't know why you need to.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, you don't need to see him at age 10. You could have started, like Attack of the Clones kind of era, and that would have been fine. Like, I mean, I think, like, just off the top of my head, like, why couldn't we have it start where you get like the opening of the movie, and it's just Anakin like in a massive like lightsaber battle, and he's just like kicking ass. He's just like fucking up, like enemies left, right, and center, and that's kind of like your introduction to him. Like he's just this fucking ultimate badass of the fucking galaxy,
Yeah.
And then like just kind of find out more about him from there, like we didn't need to meet him to that extent.
Another problem is you go to see Phantom Menace because you want to say, oh, Obi-Wan young, as a young Jedi, but he's completely sidelined by someone you'd never even heard of, Qui-Gon Jinn. we want to know about Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind Liam Neeson as an actor, but I didn't really need him to be in that movie. I didn't really need another, mentor Jedi. I
get it how his death makes Obi-Wan kind of step up and become stronger and teach Anakin, but it's, I don't know.
Here's what I think, right? I think like Darth Maul should have been the Darth Vader of that trilogy, and he should have been in all three movies. And then in the third movie, Anakin and him face off, and Anakin kills him, and that's how he becomes the new Prince.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah.
I mean, and I'm just some 2-bit dude on a podcast, and I come up with this, you know what I mean? And like these studios can't get this shit right, dude. Like, it's amazing,
I must be honest though, I do think Phantom Menace is bad with all the Natalie Portman Tax Trade Federation talking very monotone. This awful, but I do think it gets slightly a bit too much hate because it's not completely terrible. there is some good stuff in it.
You're halfway with that. I mean, I think a lot of the hate is focused on Jar Jar. You know what I mean? Like, that hate got so bad that dude wanted to jump off a bridge, literally.
Yeah.
So I mean, there is that. But I mean, put it this way. Obviously, like I've said, I pointed out a few moments that I like in the film. But I would take Phantom Menace and I would watch Phantom Menace 100 times more before I'd want to watch The Last Jedi.
I'm with you 100% on that one. 100%.
I mean, at least, Phantom Menace didn't like, really destroy like the legacy of a character.
Yeah. I love how kind of this family. It's almost like beautiful, really, that it's his son. They think he's the chosen one, but it's actually his son Luke who is the one who's the shining light and ultimately redeems his father. And I think that's great. I love that.
I think you can look at that two ways. I mean, I think Anakin still kind of is the chosen one because he is ultimately one who gets rid of the Emperor.
But I like it's how through his son, kind of I don't know. I think it's great. But
did you know Jedi was supposed to have an alternate ending?
Really?
Yeah, it was supposed to end with Luke puts on Vader's mask and becomes Vader.
Wow.
That was like the original idea, but George just decided not to go with it.
Yeah, I'm pleased they didn't do that because I feel like that would traumatize me as a child.
It'd be a darker film, yeah.
I just don't think that's. No, see, that's Last Jedi territory, just fucking with you for the sake of it, you know?
Yeah, it is a bit.
But to me, The Last Jedi ruined that whole redemption of Vader through Luke and Luke's
Really did.
your resistance and defiance at the end of Return of the Jedi and just threw it all down the toilet.
One thing that's kind of funny about watching, because I've seen, actually just a couple of years ago, I went to a revival. They showed the original trilogy, and when you watch Jedi with an audience, it's pretty funny because like when it gets to that scene with Leia and she's talking about how Luke's her brother, and she's like, somehow I've always known. Like the audience is, everyone laughs at that.
Yeah.
Because it's like, what? So you willingly made out with your brother?
Yeah. So I hear what you're saying. I never took it that way. I thought she always meant it as I've always known there was a connection there. I just thought it was that.
Yeah, I know, but that's just sort of like how it plays, like for those audiences,
I know. But I never took it that literally. Like, I've always known you're my brother. I more kind of just thought she meant I've always known there's something between us, like something deep. That's the way I took it. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. Just on a
I
level.
mean, for me, I don't know if that necessarily had to have been the thing. I don't know if they necessarily had to have been siblings. You know, I mean,
I kind of like it that it all ties together nicely like that. Kind of makes it a little bit more.
So you have twin sister.
Yeah.
That always cracks.
Yeah. But that bit gives me chills, though. You know, when he basically Luke loses it at that point. You know, when he goes when Vader says, you know, if you will not,
if you won't turn,
you will. And then when he goes, no, I always get chills at that bit, and the music swells up, and
yeah, it's a pretty dope moment.
I like that.
But makes me think though, did he get that idea after seeing Halloween 2? Yeah, because I don't know if it's in that original. I mean, he kind of claims it was, but I don't know. Here's a funny little story. Sorry?
I was just going to say, you've got to do the pitch meeting of George Lucas coming back from seeing Halloween 2. If you could do an impression of that, that'd be funny. You should do that. Coming back
See,
from
when you put me on the spot, I can't do it.
Yeah.
It's got to be organic, otherwise I just have false rumble.
Did you see Halloween 2? And I've got an idea.
No, it'd be more like, you know, I've got an idea. Have them be siblings. It's like, George, you just saw a movie. You haven't got an idea. You saw a movie. No, but have you ever heard the story about like when they were doing the first movie, and when Luke and Leia jump across that ravine?
Yeah.
Well, apparently there's like at least one shot where that's really Mark Hamill doing that.
Yeah.
And he said to the stunt dude, he's like, "Is this safe?" And like apparently like earlier in the day, the stunt guy did it himself, and he almost died. Like the thing came loose or something. He made it, like the cable almost broke. And then when Mark was about to do it, he's like, "Yeah, you sure this is safe?" And he looked at him and he goes, "Mark, I wouldn't let you do anything that wasn't safe." So you're like, risked his life on that one shot, man.
I always thought Mark Hamill was slightly, even though he's the star of that franchise, slightly unsung a bit. I feel like he slightly gets a little bit, I don't know, not mentioned enough sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I have seen an interview with Carrie Fisher where someone sort of asking her about like Mark Hamill and that, and like, was there any like jealousy of Harrison Ford and that, because he went on to be Indy and become such a big star. And she did say, she's like, I don't want to bad mouth Mark, but there definitely was that there. Like there definitely was especially when they were working on the Star Wars movies, and it's like, this is my thing. I'm the star, you know. Like, yeah, why am I not the, you know, the bigger thing or whatever? Like, you know, I'm Luke Skywalker for fuck's sake. Yeah.
Yeah, it's strange because Harrison Ford is a household name. You know, it's like everyone knows it. But I've said before, I've mentioned the name Mark Hamill, and my mum's gone, "Who's that?" And I'll go, "It's Luke Skywalker." You know what I mean? He's not quite.
Yeah.
That's,
Yeah, I could totally see that. Yeah. Especially if someone's not like really like really into like movie trivia and like a big movie person, then yeah, I could definitely see how that's the thing. I mean, it's funny though, you know, like Mark Hamill, yeah, he went from being in like the biggest movie pretty much of all time to being in John Carpenter's Body Bags. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
that's a like. Don't get me wrong, I dig Body Bags for what it is, but that's a pretty big fall from grace for a star, that was in this big movie. You know what I mean?
It is quite bizarre, really, when you think about it. How, I mean, he's done like straight to DVD kind of movies, and it very strange.
But in saying that, like, don't get me wrong, he's tailor made for Luke. But I don't know if he kind of has the range where he could have worked as well as other characters. I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen everything.
I remember hearing him trying to. I think he did a bit of like Broadway shows and stuff. Went into theatre, and the theatre on the night advertised it Luke Skywalker starring in this, and apparently Mark Hamill went crazy that they did that. They used didn't use his name, but used Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, I could understand how you'd be upset about that. That'd probably piss me off. But even in Body Bags, like he's bad in that. Like he's pretty bad in that segment. Like he's really chewing the scenery in that. But
yeah, I think he's a bit. He's not great. Like, don't get me wrong, I love A New Hope. He's not bad in A New Hope. He's perfectly fine in it. I think he's really good in Empire, and I think he's really good in Return of the Jedi.
Get some power converters.
Yeah, but would you agree? I think he gets better as the series goes along.
I would agree, but especially like in the first two films, though, Luke can be such a sook. He can be such a binge. He just pisses him out so much stuff. When am I going to be a Jedi? When?
I think he's great in Empire. I think he plays that kind of angsty, early 20s kind of. I think he's good. I know he's kind of like he's a whiny, but I think he's good.
I think he's good. But yeah, he does. He's got that angst in him. He does want a lot.
Yeah.
But then again, I mean, I'd be interested to know if that was like kind of in their mind when they did, especially Attack of the Clones. But like Anakin's pretty whiny in that movie too. Like when he's talking about how Obi-Wan's holding him back and shit. Like,
I think he's a far better actor than Hayden Christensen. I'm just putting it out there.
Well, I think Hayden unfairly cops a lot of shit because of George's writing.
Oh yeah,
I think his performance is kind of hurt a bit by. I'm not saying he's a great thespian or anything, but I think he could have been better if he had a better script to work with. But I don't think he's terrible. I never hated him. I mean, I think it would have been really
for the role, to be honest.
I can't agree with that, but I think Leonardo would have been a better choice.
Yeah,
and he was almost going to do it. He was almost going to do it too.
I don't know. I just feel like the too much pretty boy angle, especially at that time for Leo. I feel like.
Yeah, it would have been against tight, but I think it would have worked for that reason alone. Like he was almost also going to do American Psycho as well, and he had to be talked out of it by his agent because his agent was like, "You got your fan base is 12-year-old girls, that love Titanic. You can't be seen on a screen with blood on your face, killing prostitutes, But like if that was me, that's exactly what I would have done because I would have been like, well, I'm not going to have my career just be known as this. I'm going to branch out and show I got, I've got range. You know?
Yeah, I'm glad he didn't do it because Christian Bale's awesome in it. So.
Yeah, I mean Christian Bale. Yeah, he really did own that role. He's great in that.
Yeah.
Probably his best role, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd go along with that.
He's great in that. I mean, what about you, Nat? You American Psycho fan at all?
Yeah, weeks ago, when I think I was asked what are some of my favorite more recent movies, that's definitely up there as well. Like when we saw American Psycho, I was just like, wow. We had to just like see it. I don't know if it was the same day, but probably the next day we had to watch it again. It's just so much fun.
You want to know what's funny? Like I have a kind of an interesting relationship with that film. When I first saw it, I didn't really think much of it.
Huh.
Like I was like, what's this? Like this is weird. You know, like I don't know, because I was like, I was young when it came out. I was like, I didn't see it I actually wanted to see it at the theaters, but I never got around to it. But yeah, I think I was like 14 or 15 when it first came out on video, and I don't know, like I don't know if it was I didn't get it or what, but my first viewing I was like, it's okay. Like I don't know, I think I expected it to be like more graphic than that, you know what I mean? Like because I'd heard, even though I'd never read the book, I'd heard about the book and just the title alone, I was like, yeah, this movie's probably like a big, gonna be like a real shocking gore fest and that. And then, like I ended up giving the movie another chance, like maybe a year or two later, and I ended up loving it. And what's weird is I know a few people who had the exact same experience. The first viewing the movie didn't appeal to them that much.
Yeah, it's funny. I think it's a really polarizing film. And on the other hand, I think I'm definitely on the camp of I think it's great, but I know some people really don't like it. And I understand why they don't like it. And it's an acquired taste kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big thing with the movie is the ending. Like a lot of people don't like the ending, you know what I mean? It's like, well, was this all just wishful thinking, you know? Is it just all in his head? You know what I mean?
You don't know, do you, really?
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to lean more towards it is. But, like, because there's even, like, there's that one part where he has the shootout with the cops. And he, like, fires a couple of shots into the car, and the car just explodes. And even at that point, even he, like, looks at his gun, and he's like, what the fuck? Like, how did I do that? Just by shooting the car a couple of times. Yeah, I mean, it's like even he doesn't believe what's happening.
Yeah, there's also the scene where he's just dragging that body across, like, the hotel.
Yeah, and there's like a blood trail. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's kind of like, wouldn't people see that? You know?
Yeah. Again, and then, I mean, that other scene where he turns up at Paul's apartment and there's the real estate chick down. It's like, what happened to the bodies? Did she just, cover it up because she didn't want the apartment to lose its value and things like that? It's like you don't really know, you know. And then it's almost like it's weird because, like, he's always mistaken for someone else too. Like, so it's supposed to be like, they all the guys that work at Wall Street have a very similar cookie cutter look about him. You know what I mean? But it's like even when, because I mean, there's a few different theories you could really run into that movie. Like even where he runs into his lawyer at the end, like his lawyer doesn't even recognize him, and like he's like, well, he knows him, but he doesn't know him as Bateman, and like he mentions Bateman, and like he talks about Bateman like he's some sort of nerd off in the corner, or maybe Bateman doesn't even exist, or maybe he's not even really Bateman. Like it's, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's really a film that you can really spend endless hours like thinking about.
Yeah, I suppose that is its appeal, I guess. But nonetheless, it's very quotable. There's some people down the pub.
Oh hell
I always quote it with them because they, if they're fans of it. So I'll just randomly go, "Do you like Huey Lewis in the news, that kind of thing. And
me and my buddy do that constantly. And
it's either that or Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs.
Oh wait, was she a great big fat person? Yeah, she's a big girl.
Have you seen that guy on YouTube who goes through the drive-through and pretends to be Buffalo Bill?
I think so. Yeah, I think.
And he goes, it puts the ketchup in the basket.
Yeah, American Psycho. Like almost every line in that movie is like especially all Bateman's dialogue is he's very.
The Phil Collins bit, everything.
You're an ugly fucking bitch. I want to kill you. Play around with your blood. Like,
wow.
Great.
Yeah, it is.
It should. That's another one that should have never had a sequel.
Did it have a sequel?
Yeah, it did with fucking Mila Kunis.
Really?
It's one of the most awful things ever put to celluloid.
Did you know about that, Nate?
Oh yeah, I was aware of that. I think was it direct to video. I want to say.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I don't even think it was a sequel to begin with. I think they kind of just tacked the name on it. They film a scene at the beginning where like her character kills Bateman. Like it's stupid.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
I've seen it, unfortunately. I wish I hadn't. But it's bad.
It's a bit like An American Werewolf in Paris. Is that an official sequel or?
I've seen it. I actually saw that at the theater. I actually have a soft spot for that movie. Like it's
Really?
not great, but I can watch it and kind of like just laugh at it and have fun with it.
Is the first film mentioned? Like the events of the first film, or?
I don't think so. I mean, it's been a while since I haven't seen that film in probably a decade or so. So I'm not too sure, but if I had to guess, I don't believe so. So I mean, you could argue and say that it's not an official sequel, I guess.
Nate, I think I mentioned ages ago. I want a sequel called An English Werewolf in New York.
Oh yeah. That'd be a good one.
Yeah, the flip. Yeah, that'd be interesting. Yeah. I'm surprised that hasn't had a remake, to be honest.
Oh, can you imagine if they did a remake with CGI wolves and it'd be horrendous.
Yeah, it would be. Even Landis says to this day that like even in his movie, like the wolf is seen too much.
Yeah, I guess so. But
that's creepy design.
I tell you, that
rabid thing.
That scene where it's a nightmare and he's running naked through the woods and he sees himself in the bed and he kind of just there's a quick shot and his face just goes. Do you know which bit I mean?
Yeah.
That bit, wow! When I was a kid, that freaked me out, and the whole Nazi werewolf turning up, machine gunning his family, and that's some freaky stuff.
Yeah, I remember hearing like the dude that has like the character that has the knife to his throat.
Yeah.
Apparently that was a real knife, and he's like, hey, I can't see through this mask, but you got to trust me. I won't slit your throat. Yeah. Have you ever tried to find some of the locations and stuff since you do live in London? You ever been to any of the locations? Oh, you don't live in London? Oh, okay.
I live in Cornwall.
Oh, okay. How far away is that from?
So I'm like 5 hours away from London.
Oh, okay.
5 or 6 hours. Yeah. I know. You wouldn't think in England. We don't all just live around Trafalgar Square, you know.
Yeah. That's the point, I guess. Yeah.
Would you like to? Have you ever seen any of those locations? Like, yeah, I'm looking at that cinema right now.
Yeah. Up there, yeah. Well, like when I think of England, I think of it like it's pretty.
London.
Yeah, just London is pretty like city kind of old style Jack Ripper city kind of place. Yeah.
No. probably guess you guys will have the same kind of kind of, I don't like to say stereotypes, but England, I tell you, it's just not like that. How you see it on, freaking some of these films that are just taking place. I don't know if you see Lock, Stock, and the Smoking Barrels and Snatch and stuff.
I've seen Snatch, but I've seen Lock, Stock, and I didn't like it. But there's one mate that keeps telling me I have to see Snatch, so I guess I have to do that at some point.
But
have you seen that new one, that new Edgar Wright one, Last Night in Soho?
No.
Yeah, I didn't like it. I thought it was.
Yeah,
I thought
to be honest,
pretty
I'm
bad.
a little bit off Edgar Wright. I just feel like he needs to make a proper film and stop being so gimmicky. Do you get what I mean? Just stop.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of very hit and miss for me. Like Shaun of the Dead is still the best thing he's ever done, I reckon. But Hot Fuzz, I know Hot Fuzz gets a lot of love. I just thought it was okay.
I feel like he's like an annoying film student who's come out of university or whatever, and he's very talented and he's got all these great ideas, but he's too. Oh, now we could do this shot and this shot and this shot, and it could be, we could have this edit and this edit and this edit. It's just like, calm down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, Baby Driver is probably the one that I can relate that argument to the most.
Yeah.
That is a very phonetic kind of movie, the way it's shot in some scenes.
It's like he has to pull out every filmmaking trick.
But then again, I enjoyed that movie. But yeah, he does that a lot in Soho. Like, he's really, masturbating over his own techniques in that film, big time.
That's what I'm saying.
And it really did feel like, it's like, dude, can you just, pick a style and tell a story? Come on.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's just cool. He's good. He's obviously very talented and stuff. It's just, I don't know. I just feel like
he's very hit and miss. I'm not a fan really at all of Scott Pilgrim. I
am so with you on that.
I only saw that recently, and it was because I knew it wasn't going to be for me. I watched it a year ago, and that was because a buddy of mine just wouldn't shut up about it and just kept telling me, you got to watch it, you got to watch it, you got to watch it.
Yeah.
And
it's like people,
I'd agree with that. And also, it's I don't know, I'm more for a film that's kind of got a weird slant to it. But it was everyone in that movie was intentionally being a weirdo,
exactly.
To the nth degree, and it just drove me fucking nuts.
Yeah, it's a hipster movie. It's like he intended to make a cult movie. You just don't get to do that. A movie has to become a cult movie on its own. Do you get what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't really sit out
get that reputation through. It's almost like he wanted it not to succeed and be this underground hipstery movie. And I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see how different Ant-Man would have been if he had have ended up directing that. But I really dig that film for what it is. But yeah, originally he was supposed to do that. But
can I just say, go back to it? We were talking about an American World in London. My place where I grew up in Nottinghamshire, which is about 6 hours away from me going up country, was a lot more like American Werewolf at the start of the film. That kind of Britain.
That sheep shit on my pack.
Exactly. A lot more like that.
Say knock knock.
Yeah. You made me miss.
I have never missed that board before. That's another film that's endlessly quotable.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
It's a great film. Yeah.
I always like the little Indian kid who just keeps going, no.
Yeah. Or what about the orderly dude? You can't understand a word he's fucking saying. I don't know, just push things around. I don't know what happens to them.
Yeah, I love. I tell you, there's some creepy shit in that film, though. Really creepy stuff. the whole Jack just decomposing the more you see him.
Oh yeah.
And when he turns up in-
If I ever met him, I'd just go up to him. I wouldn't say hi or nothing. I'd just go, "Can I have a piece of toast?"
yeah,
Just keep walking. Griffin done.
yeah. David. Keep saying that. David.
I will not be threatened by a walking meatloaf.
It's creepy.
Like he said, I never really thought of it that way, but yeah, it really is like a really disturbing nightmare one would have, you know.
Especially when he turns up in Jenny Agatha's apartment, and it's lit really dark, and he's just smiling at him in the mirror. It's creepy, that is.
Or he's outside, and that cat just starts hissing at him, and you think to yourself, that cat knows what he is and sees what he really is.
Mm.
You know,
Yeah.
always that was creepy.
Yeah, sometimes
That's enough. That's enough.
yeah. That's a Yorkshire accent more. That whole "you made me miss." That's more northern territory of England. David Norton is the main character. I've never seen him in anything else.
He's in Body Bags.
Is he?
Yeah, he's in the first segment.
I'm gonna have to watch this film.
The dude that he turns up at it's called the gas station, I think it's called. Yeah, that segment.
Is that
he's
film
in
just
that,
full
yeah.
of like one-hit wonder actors who've just been in one big film and then you never see them again?
I mean, well, Stacey Keach is in it. He's in one. There's 3 segments,
Right.
and John Carpenter plays like the orderly. He's sort of like the crick keeper of.
John Carpenter.
He's like, John Carpenter literally plays a character in the movie.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
he's the morgue attendant. Yeah,
I've never seen him.
it's a fun little flick. It was actually supposed to be a TV series for Showtime, I believe. Did you know that, mate?
No, I don't know much about Body Bags.
You've seen it though, yeah?
No, I haven't.
Really? Jeez, that's interesting.
Isn't
Would have
that
thought you would have seen that.
isn't that something? Yeah, I guess the cover art never really interested me. It just seemed nasty. But yeah, I'm more intrigued as well today. The more I hear about it.
Yeah, it's if you're a Carpenter fan, it's definitely Carpenter did the first 2 stories. The first story is called The Gas Station. I'm pretty sure it's called. Second one's called Hair, and that's got Stacey Keach in it. That's pretty good. Stacey Keach and David Warner is actually in it as well. He's another good English actor.
Oh, from The Omen.
Sorry?
He's in The Omen, David Warner.
Yeah, he's in the Omen.
Oh, and
yeah.
Titanic and
A lot of films. He was actually supposed to be Freddy at first, believe it or not.
right.
He was actually cast first before Robert Englund, but he had to drop out because of some other obligation. He had some other movie. But anyway, yeah. And then the third story is called The Eye, and that's got Mark Hamill in it.
Right.
Yeah, it's sort of just that story is kind of just funny just to see Mark Hamill just embarrass himself in a way, but it's definitely worth a watch. At least for the first 2 stories. It's one I go back to every once in a while. There's a decent Screen Factory edition of it. I don't know how much it goes for now, but yeah, it's a decent film. If you're a Carpenter film, you got to just say even just to see Carpenter just act, which is sort of fun to watch, you know.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm always down to see Mark Hamill make a fool of himself. I'm there.
What have you seen Mark Hamill as in the Flash television show as the trickster?
No.
I had the original show. Yeah. I grew up with that somewhat. Yeah.
Is he good in that?
No, he's making a fool of himself in the He's got this tight-fitting, a lot of times spandex suit, and he's just like, Luke Skywalker to this, huh? It's quite a shame.
I'm in.
Well, that can't be any worse than these Luke little cameo in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back where he's playing cock knocker.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
He's having a lightsaber fight with Silent Bob.
Wow.
Well, another interesting thing is Carpenter's Village of the Damned. Both Mark Hamill and Christopher Reeve in that movie, so you got Luke Skywalker and Superman together.
Is that any good? Is that any good, that remake?
Yeah, I don't mind it for what it is. I saw that in the theater as a kid. It's an okay movie. I wouldn't say it's anything special, but it's probably next to Body Bags. It's really the only other thing from Carpenter's later career in the 90s that I really, don't mind.
Mm. Yeah. No, a big Carpenter fan. Saying that, I haven't seen Village of the Damned or Body Bags, is it?
Yeah, Body Bags, yeah.
But I think I've seen Christine, Halloween, Assault on Precinct 13, Escape from New York. I've seen a good chunk of his movies.
He's arguably my favourite director. I know there's a three-way tie between Carpenter, Spielberg, and Hitchcock for me.
I think that's pretty solid. Have you got favourite directors, Nate?
Yeah, I mean, Stanley Kubrick's really up there. Stanley Kubrick and Orson Welles and Hitchcock, I'd say.
Yeah?
I've never seen an Orson Welles movie.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I'm going to own up. I don't think I have either.
Oh, my God.
I've never seen Citizen Kane.
No. It's gone silent.
Oh, no, it's surprising, but that's cool. I mean, I definitely don't regard Citizen Kane as his best. Like, I really like Touch of Evil. I would really recommend Touch of Evil, Orson Welles.
Yeah, that's got some things in common with Halloween, doesn't it? Like, I think the opening scene of Halloween, I think, has got something to do with Touch of Evil. They got inspiration for it or something.
Oh, that long shot in one take, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I've always been curious about that. Isn't Janet Leigh in that movie?
Yes, at her prime.
Oh, prime, mate, prime cat.
It's funny how Halloween kind of takes credit for a lot of things that was done already. Like, the opening was done in Black Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
Well, what's funny about Halloween is, like, no one's ever 100% confirmed this, but apparently, like, I think, was it Carpenter or it was either Carpenter or the producer, what's his name, Ewan LeBlanc or whatever his name is. One of them had a conversation with
Bob Clark.
I can't remember his name. Bob Clark, yeah. What he would do if he ever made a sequel to Black Christmas. And he said, well, I'd probably set it on Halloween and call it Halloween.
Wow.
And have him escape from the
mental hospital.
Escape from the mental hospital. Yeah.
Oh.
So take that for what you will. But,
Wow.
I'll tell you something you guys may not know that I reckon. I know Nate's not the biggest fan film guy, but there's a guy I watch on YouTube. Last year he made a Black Christmas fan film called "It's Me, Billy," and it's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
It's very good. It's very well made. Yeah, it's actually the cinematographer actually just got nominated for some award.
Wow.
It's pretty well made, man. Like, it's if you're a Black Christmas fan, it's
I'll give it a watch.
the next best thing next to it. And see, I'll tell you something funny about Black Christmas. I first saw that about 10 years ago or so, and I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. I thought it was boring. I didn't think it was engaging. Like, I was like, this is really, like, people think this is a classic. And then I watched It's Me, Billy, that fan film I was just talking about, and then I went back and rewatched, Black Christmas last year, and I'm like, actually, no, like, fuck my old opinion. This is actually a really good movie.
Yeah. I've said, Nate, you can clarify this. I more or less the exact same experience. I haven't seen the fan film, but I watched Black Christmas and I didn't hate it. I thought, yeah, it's got a good atmosphere, but it's kind of like it doesn't quite. I don't know. It never really takes off. But then I watched it again, and I kind of like had a real massive respect for it. I don't know. It's strange.
Yeah, it's pretty much my sentiments. Yeah, I mean, there's not that many movies I do a complete 180 on like that on, but it does happen every once in a while.
Complete 180 because I kind of liked it. I was kind of used to those slasher films that were a little bit kind of neither here nor there, kind of they just plod a bit. I don't know. It's kind of like, so I'm kind of used to that 70s. I don't know. Just slightly.
I mean, it can just be sometimes you're just not in the right frame of mind for a movie, you know?
Yeah.
Can be that, you know? Age, sometimes age can play a different factor.
Yeah. Like the second time, it was like I was watching a completely different film. It was bizarre.
That's pretty much how I felt. Yeah, it was like a completely different film. I mean, I'll give you an example. Like when I was a young kid, I couldn't care less about Star Trek, like the original Star Trek. Like I was like, this is boring. Yeah. This is so boring. Where's the lightsabers, you know? But then once I got to about 17, 18, I gave the show another look, and I dig the shit out of the original show.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
How much time? Hey, Will. How much time passed between your first and second viewing of Black Christmas?
Probably 5 years.
Oh, okay.
But it was weird.
Yeah, it's even longer for me, about 10. At least 10. It might even be more. It might even be like, nah, it's even more than that. It would be, I think I first saw it around 2000 because I remember, because where I live now, I remember it wasn't long after I moved in here, so it would have been like 2007 or 2008 when I first saw it. Yeah, just a very different experience much later on.
Yeah. And what's weird is, it was like, you've heard of the Mandela effect, haven't you?
Oh, yeah, of course.
It was like, I don't know if I had a little bit of experience with that, because I could not remember all of that phone call business and them trying to figure out where the phone calls were coming from and the guys rushing through the phone call centre trying to figure out. I could not remember that one bit. I was like, oh, this is quite exciting, actually. And the first
Speaking of that kind of... Oh, well, you keep going.
No, it was just like, my memory of it just kind of ended. And it was like, there was a lot more to it this time. It was strange. It was like I was watching a different film. I don't know.
You know what I love about that film, though?
You what? Sorry.
I said, you know what I love about that film?
Go on.
The unknownness about it. Like, you know, like you never find out who Billy is. At the very end, where she walks back into the house, she might die. Like, you don't know.
Yeah.
You know, and it was never answered. I remember, I remember seeing, like, a Q&A for the film a while ago. And I think, people in the audience wanted to grill, can't remember his name again. Help
Bob
me out
Clark.
here, the director. Bob Clark, yeah. They wanted to ask him, like, you know, like, who's Billy and all that. And he's like, no, I'm not going to ruin the movie for you.
Yeah.
So he held true. He held true all that time, all those years later.
I like to think it was just some lunatic in the loft. And I like it's for, you know, just some really disturbed mental...
But he had to have been someone who was in the group, though, because he knew things he knew about... Yeah, well, I don't know when the last time you watched the movie was, but, like, I mean, and I've only seen it, like, twice, pretty sure now, but he knew about, like, her, I think her name, is her character name Liz, I think? He knew about her abortion, like, her wanting to have an abortion and things like that. Like, that's why on the phone he's saying that weird shit, like, just like having a wart removed.
Yeah.
and all that crazy shit, you know, like, and all that sort of stuff is in the fan film too, like, and it's really fucking creepy, man. It's really well done, like the conversations on the phone.
He'd gathered that information just from creeping around the house, listening to conversations and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, could be.
Yeah. It is creepy at the end where he's just Billy. There's just camera just goes up into the loft because it kind of throws you off. You think it's the boyfriend who didn't want her to have the abortion, kind of like leads you down that alley. And
yeah, and the like that one shot where he's hiding in like the closet or whatever, and you just see him die.
That's
Dude,
creepy.
it's some creepy shit. Like, because I mean, I don't know about you guys, like, but for me, there's nothing scarier than fucking home invasion.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like, that's the creepiest shit, dude. To think that, like, you know, you could be asleep and, like, someone could just, like, walk in your room and just be staring at you, like, while you're sleeping.
Yeah. So you don't like Home Alone then?
Oh, no, I love the shit out of Home Alone. Yeah, and I love The Strangers, you know, but still, it doesn't mean the stuff doesn't creep the fuck out of me. That's actually, that's one of my most favorite modern horror films. I love that movie. I think that film's very effective.
The Strangers?
Yeah. You guys have seen that, yeah?
I've seen
No.
it, but I've got to be honest, that's a film that just kind of washed over me. I can't remember anything about it. I'm going to have to rewatch it.
What about you, Nat? You seen it?
No, I haven't seen it.
I'd be very interested to see what you think about that one. Yeah, I really dig the hell out of that film.
Black Christmas, you know, he's just talking about home invasion is really scary. And you never see this killer called nicknamed Billy. But you know how you see his eyeball, don't you? And you kind of see as she's running down the stairs, you kind of get the sense that he's behind her, grabbing hold of her. If you were in that situation, that's what it would probably feel like. You wouldn't get a good look at them. You'd be running, and there'd just be this presence behind you, grabbing hold of you. I think that's how it'd feel. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, I totally,
I feel like more realistic,
I totally agree with that.
rather than, I feel like it captures that.
Rather than like than in Halloween where after Jamie falls down the stairs, she's just sitting at the bottom of the stairs and like Michael walks in front of the stairwell and just like poses for a second.
That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah.
Like, here I am, come to get you now.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, I love Halloween. I love it too. I'm just taking the piss, that's all. No, but I just feel like that's probably how it would more feel like from the character's perspective. You probably wouldn't ever get a good look at them because you'd be that terrified.
Oh yeah, I totally agree with that. No, I just I think it's one now that I'll have to add somewhat to the rotation. It's a very powerful film, Noah.
Yeah.
There's got a lot of interesting things about it too, especially for a slasher, you know. But I remember just last week when me and Nate were talking a bit about like Friday, you know, like Friday, like a lot of slashers is just labelled as like, oh, you know, it's a kind of a throwaway thing. It's a slasher, you know, but there's a lot of things you can read into that film and a lot of different avenues you can take with it.
Black Friday?
No, Friday the 13th, I said. The original
sorry.
Friday, yeah. The original Friday the 13th. I think, there's a lot more than meets the eye with that film in some ways.
In what regards?
I just like a lot of things, just like the whole motivation of like Pam and like why she looks the way she does in certain ways. Like Nate even brought up to like, you know, maybe she looks so butch because, you know, Jason's become a very strong part of her like split personality, and it's like all kinds of things. I mean, I could go on like a whole thing about it, but yeah, I kind of want to keep some things fresh for when we do the show.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
kind of interesting how.
Go on.
I was just going to say, kind of interesting how John Saxton's both in Elm Street and Black Christmas, like two classic films.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, he died last year, didn't he?
Yeah, sadly, yeah. I really like John Saxton. Man.
Yeah,
Seemed like a really nice guy too.
yeah. It's a shame because he's not someone you. That's kind of like the news you hear. It just pops up randomly on your news feeds, but it doesn't. It's not a big. It's not a big story because he's not that big of a name. But he's been in so many films.
He'd work with everybody. That guy, like he was in Enter the Dragon with Bruce Lee.
Yeah.
He was in the Bionic Command. Like he was in everything. That guy.
Beverly Hills Cop 3.
Oh, was he in that? Yeah, I don't remember him being in that. The less said about that movie, the better. Let's be real.
I used to talking about a 180. I used to love that film as a kid. I thought it was the shit as a kid because of the whole when he's on the freaking Ferris wheel jumping from cart to cart, and then I watched it not that long ago. Like, ooh, this isn't how I remember it.
You can blame Eddie himself a lot for how bad that movie turned out.
Yeah.
Because, apparently, because John Landis directed that, and he had all these jokes and things for Axel Foley to do, and Eddie just went up to him. He's like, "Nah, Axel wouldn't do that anymore. He's matured."
Oh.
And kind of ruined the movie, I think.
Axel Fox, as he's known by the end.
Yeah, it's a terrible, terrible third entry, that one.
I do like the idea of having kind of a movie set. You've got Die Hard, which is set in a skyscraper. You've got Under Siege, which is on the boat. You've got I don't know what else. Air Force One on the plane. I think it's a good. Why not have like a fairground as a centerpiece for an action film? I like that idea, but
it's just not executed well at all, though, is it? No. It's funny, like even like when he was in that one tower heist, Eddie Murphy.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it's okay. Like I remember, hearing about that, like the way they wrote his character. I think Ben Stiller worked on the script, and like they offered it to Eddie, and Eddie's reading it, and he's like, "This is like the characters I played in the '80s."
Oh
and
wow!
That. And they're like, "Yeah, it's intentional." And then he's like, "Oh, come on, don't you want me to play it more like like more of a modern take on it?" And they're like, "No, we want you to do this, Eddie. This is when you were good. Do it this way."
Is Tower Heist a good film then?
I don't know. I haven't seen it in quite a while. I remember thinking it was decent. Like it's not a terrible film or anything. It's. I'd say it's worth a view. It's nothing special, but I'd say
I think Eddie Murphy's one of those people you like as a kid, and then you get a bit older, and he starts to grate on you a little bit. I don't know if you guys feel that way.
I don't know.
I think the best two things he ever did was personally 48 Hours and Trading Places.
Okay, well for me it's gonna be those first two Beverly Hills Cop movies.
Yeah.
I haven't seen everything he's ever done, but Trading Places I thought was okay. Best thing about that you get to see Jamie's tartars and that. It was good. But 48 Hours, I didn't see that until only a few years ago, and I didn't think much of it, dude. Like,
really?
I thought they were okay, but they didn't really grab me one way or another that much. But
I didn't like the sequel, another 48 Hours, but I liked the first one.
I liked it. I just didn't. I didn't love it. It wasn't something like that I'd feel compelled to.
Yeah.
Have endless watching or anything. But
that was his first ever movie, actually.
Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah.
And it's
I'll say one thing though. I think he's a hell of a stand-up comedian. I reckon.
Yeah.
Like Raw
Yeah.
and Delirious, especially Raw, is like that's some funny shit.
Yeah. I mean, 48 Hours is the first buddy cop movie, really. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I think it started that trend.
What year was that?
82, I think.
Yeah, you might be right about
Would you
that.
agree with that, Nate?
Yeah, I'm not big up on the buddy cop genre, but it's probably one of the first ones I can think of.
Yeah.
What about The Hidden? You guys a fan of The Hidden?
I haven't seen it.
No, I haven't seen it.
Are you serious?
The Hidden.
The Hidden, yeah. You guys have never seen The Hidden.
No, I've heard of it.
Who's in that?
Shit, you guys need to see that movie, man. It's got Kyle MacLachlan in it. You know who Kyle MacLachlan is? He was in Twin Peaks and things of that nature. Like
Oh, and Dune.
yeah, that's it. Yeah, he was in there.
Oh, and Blue Velvet and all that.
Yeah, that's a decent film, Blue Velvet. Yeah, The Hidden, like, yeah, if you guys, you know, obviously you guys are a fan of, like, you know, sci-fi horror, then yeah, I can't imagine you wouldn't have at least a little bit of fun with that movie because yeah, that's a childhood favorite of mine.
I don't think I've even heard of it.
It's pretty good. Yeah, it is kind of a little bit unknown. I mean, yeah, it was a New Line film. Like, it's, you know, it's not like a really really low budget kind of thing, but yeah, it kind of amazes me when people have never heard of that film. It's sort of a similar plot to Jason Goes to Hell, but way better.
Okay.
That's all I'm gonna say. Like, it's a similar plot, but way better.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an early New Line film. I think it's like 80. It's like 80s. I think it's like 87 or 88, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a fun movie.
I'll check it out.
It's a bit of a buddy cop film too. Like, it's a buddy cop film, but with a twist.
Right.
What
I'll check it
about
out.
another one that kind of is like kind of similar but kind of not is Dead Heat. You guys ever seen that one?
Dead Heat. I was thinking of Red Heat for a second then, not Red. No, I haven't seen Dead Heat.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's like a buddy cop kind of zombie kind of flick.
Who's in that?
I haven't seen it for quite a while. Vincent Price has got a small role in it.
Oh, wow.
The two main guys have been in a few things. I think, what's his name? Can't think of his name. He was in that other 90s creature feature where it's on a ship and there's these creatures. I can't remember what it's called, but that guy's in it. Yeah, it's decent. That's a pretty good one. That'd make a good double feature, Dead Heat and The Hidden. Similar films in some ways. Yeah, but I'm guessing you haven't seen Dead Heat either, Nate?
No, I haven't. I don't think.
Yeah, it's fun. You haven't seen Night of the Creeps either, have you, Nate?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, that I'm very surprised at that one.
What's that?
For me, that's the main staple. Night of the Creeps.
I've seen Night of the Creeps.
Yeah, I knew Nate hadn't seen it though, but yeah.
Tom Atkins.
That's a fun film.
Yeah, it is a fun film. Got the kid out of National Lampoon's Vacation 2. European Vacation.
That's him, yeah. Directed by Fred Decker, yeah. It was one of the only of like how many films he even done? I think 3 films. He did that, Monster Squad, and the awful freaking RoboCop 3. Now that's a film that Monster Squad. That's a film that I don't really get the love for much. Like I didn't see that till I saw that when it first came out on DVD, and I was like, okay.
I watched it. I thought it was. I liked it, but I didn't. Yeah, I thought it was fine. I think it's one of those, if you grew up with it, I think you'd have a lot of nostalgia for it, just because it's like. It's got like Goonies.
Again, I know people say it's like the like darker version of Goonies or whatever, like, but I don't know, just, it didn't grab me.
No, it didn't do all that much for me, but I kind of just liked it by default because it was the 80s and it's got that.
What about you? You got any love for Monster Squad, or have you seen it, or?
I don't think I've seen it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe if I went back and watched it now, maybe it'd grow on me a little bit. Sometimes a film does, but
Yeah.
when I watched back in February, I revisited the original My Bloody Valentine uncut, because I'd never seen it uncut.
Oh,
And
wow.
I tell you, that's a different movie uncut. Like I
Really?
really dug the hell out of it. Yeah, like the first time I saw it like years ago, and I was like, this is okay, but like I could tell that the gore wasn't there, but I don't know, yeah. I didn't really give the film the pass, but yeah, watching it, the unedited version, that's a decent slasher. That.
I might have to watch it. I've seen just the regular version.
Yeah, you have to see it.
Version. My Bloody Valentine. That's the one in the mine shafts, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I even enjoy the remake. It's not the best thing ever, but I enjoy it for what it is.
I haven't seen it.
Fun in 3D. That reminds me, I was going to say before when we're talking about Black Christmas, one of my favorite remakes, which I'd say is much better than the original, which kind of I'm surprised a lot of people don't really talk about, is the remake of When a Stranger Calls. You guys ever seen that?
No, and I haven't seen the original either.
Okay, what about you, Nate?
Who's in the original? I'm trying to remember. Do you know? Or who did it? Do you know who made it? Or
I'm not too familiar.
I always confuse it with Someone Is Watching Me. John Carpenter did one of the two. I can't remember which.
Yeah, I was going to mention that too. I've never seen that movie. I've always wanted to see that, but I've never seen that.
Okay, so that's the one I've seen. So I haven't seen When a Stranger Calls, I don't think.
Yeah, well, the thing is with the original A Stranger Calls, like the whole "Have you checked the children?" Like that only lasts for like the first maybe 15 or 20 minutes of the movie, and then it becomes like a police procedural kind of deal.
Oh.
That the remake focuses all on that. Like it's all about the girl in the house and she's being stalked, and
So
I reckon it's a fun movie. It's got some eerie moments.
It sounds like a case of a remake being better than the original.
Yeah, I really, like, don't get me wrong, it's not the scariest thing you've ever seen, but it has got some creepy moments, and it just, I don't know, I just really dig the atmosphere of it, like where it's like set, like, in this house on this like kind of cliffside kind of setting. It's I reckon it's a very overlooked remake. That I really enjoy it. I recommend that one. I reckon you'd have fun with that.
Cool.
Right, gentlemen, I'm going to have to say goodbye tonight, but it's been a pleasure.
Yeah,
No worries.
welcome back, Will. Good to see you again, Will.
Yeah, you too. I hope everything's all right over in America and Australia, and I'll tune in next week, all being well.
All right.
No worries. Always feel free to join the Skype calls too, man, if you want.
Yeah, great. Cheers. Yeah, nice talking to you. It's Jesse, is it?
Yeah, Jesse. Yeah, nice to meet you, bro.
Yeah, you too. All right,
Catch
cheers,
you.
Nate.
See you, Will.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
He's a chirpy fellow, eh?
He's a what?
He's a chirpy fellow. It's a different way of saying he's a cool guy. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you guys you got on pretty well. I remember way back in I can't remember when the hell it was. The time I'm just at this 6.5 hours into the show, my mind's mush. But there was a couple times where Matt Heagerty and Will got on Skype, and holy, talk about completely opposite personalities, and that didn't work out too well. And part of me is thinking Will hasn't been here since I think January 6th. I don't know why I can remember that date, but part of me is just maybe thinking because of that experience. But yeah, you guys, yeah, it was nice to hear you guys connect like that. That was cool.
Yeah. Seem to have a lot of the same love for films and stuff. Yeah, like in yourself as well, man. But yeah, I reckon you guys both need to get on the hidden yard. Yeah, I reckon you should have fun with that. That should go to the tippy top of your list. I can't imagine you've been enjoying that.
Yeah, I've known about the title for years and the cover art in America. I can remember the cover art and stuff. I've known about the title for years. Just one of those titles that eluded me.
I'll tell you a little interesting bit of trivia that's pretty unknown. The Kincaid's dog in Elm Street 4
Yeah.
pisses the fire and brings back Freddy. That exact same dog is in the hidden. It's the exact. It's not just the same breed of dog. It's the exact same dog.
That's funny.
Yeah, as I both made around the same time, and they're both New Line productions. But yeah, I'm pretty full of weird trivia, unknown trivia like that.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that before. Yeah.
Sorry.
I said, yeah, I think you mentioned that before. I mean, that you're full of goofy, random trivia.
Yeah. It's from many hours just studying movies and things like that. Yeah, spending way too much time doing it.
Spending way
like we all kind of, I guess, but yeah.
Way too much time watching Jason in his jumpsuit there and Friday 4 and 6 and.
Yeah, that's a nice little dig. I'll give you that one. I'll pay it. But yeah, it's been an interesting conversation. Eh? How long have we been going for? Over 6 hours.
Yeah, 6.5 hours. So as always, I'm pretty much brain dead at this point, and need to have some dinner and. Probably, I don't know what the hell is it, pushing noon over there or down under?
Yeah, 15 minutes too, actually, yeah. It'll be exactly noon in 15 minutes.
Okay. So,
yeah.
In regards to the Friday talks, how are we going to do it? Are you going to let me know, or am I going to let you know, or how's the schedule? How do you want to work the scheduling?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Whatever, I don't know, kind of whatever works. It's with the scheduling, it's kind of hard. It's I don't know, maybe might work better on my end, maybe to let you know, because I don't know, it's sort of more of because my early sort of your afternoon kind of deal, I guess. So I guess it's more or less whenever I'm up early enough, I guess, and fresh enough that we can do it, I guess. But I definitely want to make a start on it. I mean, we've been saying it for a while, but yeah, definitely got to make it happen. Yeah.
I got to ask you a question. Are you slightly intimidated to start these? I'm getting the feeling that like you're you want to be studied up enough. You want to be. Are they like to start them? Are they like intimidating to start? Like you don't want to forget anything, or?
I mean, maybe a little bit. I just want to do a good job, like more or less. You know what I mean? And just make sure, that I'm like kind of, not. Yeah, my brain's not much like you were saying before. I can really, help carry the conversation and just I just more or less want to make it the best sort of viewing experience, I guess, in a lot of ways. And also, like it's a topic I've wanted to tackle for a long time, like in a podcast setting, and I just don't want to fuck it up, I guess.
Okay, yeah, I'm getting a little sense of that. Maybe a little bit of intimidation of the subject or whatever, but that's okay. And yeah, just for the record, I have been, and I do think that's correct as well. I have been waiting for a message on Skype or whatever, so we can just do it that way. I figure it's more convenient for you to drop me a line when a time is possibly shaping up good for you or whatever, and can see if that same time is shaping up good for me or whatever, and can start this stuff. One of the questions I had about it was kind of like, I'm kind of interested in, I don't know how to tackle this. Part of me is like, I don't know if we want to do a separate recording just on this. Like, I guess we could tackle it in any of the topics, but like kind of a ranking of the films kind of a thing, or that kind of a thing. What do you think about just talk about that in any one of the movie part talks, or as far as the ranking of the films?
I don't know. I reckon we could maybe. I don't know. I mean, yeah, you could kind of give your sentiments at the end, obviously, but I mean, you could almost have like a whole segment of like another show where you could, rank the films and that. And I don't know. I'm kind of, from my point of view, anyway, I'm kind of all for milking this baby for all we can. You know what I mean? If it turns out to be, I don't know, like friggin' 13 shows or whatever, 14 shows, I don't mind.
Right. I'm of the opinion that, like we say, possibly it makes more sense to just talk, devote one particular recording to one movie a piece, kind of a thing, so we don't get burnt out or whatever. Like we say, I think we're just talking about starting the first one and seeing how long it takes or whatever, and decide after that. But yeah, that's my thoughts on it.
Yeah, I reckon. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, it's probably the best way to do it. I mean, you can have a more focused show about that, and I guess it's sort of easier to kind of remember things and that, and just have a really in-depth conversation on it. You're not sort of, I don't know. I think if you, I mean, the problem you kind of face if you're gonna discuss like a few films in like one show is, I think you'll find yourself, you might gloss over certain things and that. And I kind of don't want to do that, and just have some really in-depth shows that we can both be very proud of. And that's my thoughts. And maybe we can do like a ranking at the very end or something like that. Yeah.
Okay, very cool. What the hell was I gonna say? I can't remember. Well, my mind is mush. So yeah.
What's better for you? Like when I let you know when I want to do the shows, do you need to know like the day before or the day of, or what's easiest?
Yeah, that's a good question. Let's see. And then it doesn't make it any easier that you're a day ahead. So obviously, Saturday and Sunday generally isn't that good for me, which would be your, I don't know, I can't think right now. It'd be your Sunday and Monday or what, whatever.
Well, your Friday's my Saturday. Yeah, your Sunday's my Monday, kind of thing. So yeah.
I mean, we'll just see whatever works, and I'm fine with doing it later, just because I start the shows at 1 p.m. That's to get people like Will and in Europe and stuff, where they can enjoy the show live too. I mean, I'm okay doing it at my time at like 9, 10, 11 p.m. So.
Just trying to figure out what time. That for me, that's about. I think if it's like 8 o'clock, where you are, it'd be like maybe midday or around. Yeah, it's hard for me to think, but around that sort of time, I guess.
I guess just send me a message on Skype and we'll see what we can do or whatever. I guess, yeah.
So if I message you like on the day, would that be too short notice, or is it better like would you rather the day before to let you know? Or?
Well, it's a kind of a thing where, I mean, I don't look at Skype constantly, so it's kind of like if I see, I do check it more often now, now that I've got all these people on Skype and stuff. But if I'm fine doing it the day if I happen to see your your thingy, your little message. I'm happy doing it today. I just set up probably the same setup I use for the show in OBS. I can do recordings on OBS, so that'll be convenient. So I'm open to.
And I mean, it's sorry. Yeah, you go.
I'm open to the same day. It's fine with me.
Yeah. It's going to be an interesting way of doing the show too. It's not going to be a live show, obviously, so it'll be a bit of a different vibe in that, which will be interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yep.
Obviously, yeah, more.
No chat to read.
No chat to read and that, but after the shows, I'll probably if there's comments and that, like obviously, yeah, like at the end, maybe at the end of each show, we can get people to even just ask them to post in the comments, and then maybe we can get to that after the show and answer back that way, and maybe even if people leave like some really good questions and that, maybe we can like read them, maybe just a few of them at the beginning of the next show or something like that. I just thought of that as an idea.
Yeah, I mean, anything really goes, really, if you think about it.
Yeah, true.
Well, Austin wants me to go for 15 more minutes to make the very first 7-hour episode of the show. I tell you, that's just nothing but give and take with these guys.
I think it's mostly give, but
yeah, right. Well, I do the give, they do the take, right? I hear you.
I don't know, though. I can relate. When there's a stream I'm really enjoying, I try to get the host to keep going sometimes every once in a while. But if they're going to keep doing that, maybe we should introduce the old super chat, mate. Let them send some super chats.
I my channel's too small to monetize, I think. But yeah, that'd be a great idea.
Well, who knows? Maybe with the Friday shows, maybe you'll get some more traction, man. Maybe.
Yeah, you can always hope.
I've often thought that, man. Because obviously, like I said, I've been watching your show for a long time, man. I've always been kind of surprised, man, that the lack of views, man, to be honest.
Oh, God, I'm right with you. I'm like, Jesus criminy. Like, when I started doing just my own stuff on the show after Matt kind of fell off the radar, I was doing a lot of stuff, and, during the warm weather months, a lot of output, and even this winter, a lot of output. I am really... the whole channel's been kind of a little bit of a teeter-totter between, I want to do this video, and then it's like, fuck it, no one watches this shit anyway. I want to do this video, fuck it, why do I keep doing these, no one are watching them. I want to do this video. So it's like a love-hate relationship with the channel, it's like you put, a considerable amount of effort into a 30-minute review and this and that, and it's like, 15 views, it's just like...
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I must commend you on your staying power with it, because you've stuck with it for a long time, and it's kind of been up and down like that, for a long, long time. And I remember, around the time when you had to start doing videos mostly just solo, and that when Matt wasn't a part of the channel anymore. And I did kind of notice, your kind of demeanor in some of the videos. You're like, I don't know how to quite do this yet on my own. This is a challenge.
Oh yeah.
Which was interesting, but you can only put the content out there, and like I said, I'm happy to share it around here and there, and just on Facebook and that. I don't know how much that will help, but just have to, I guess, keep trucking, but it's like I said, I've always been pretty dumbfounded about that. Just the lack of attendance on some shows, but like you said, though, these live shows are some of the higher viewed videos. But still though, there's not a lot of feedback in the comment section for the views, so it kind of makes me interested in like knowing like who are these other people watching that don't leave comments or anything, because like I mean some of the streams have got like 100 views or more now.
Yeah, like you said, the one from last week, I think when I started today was 7 days old and 100 listens on last week's show. So yeah, it makes you wonder.
Yeah, it makes you wonder who's listening after the fact. But if whoever's listening to this after the fact, feel free to leave some feedback, even if it's just a little quick, little message. It's greatly appreciated. That people are enjoying what we're doing, I guess.
I hear you there, and yeah, I guess the thing that kept me going, I guess, was just obviously not feedback, because my views have always been shit. It's just complete and total huge movie fanaticism, just passion for this stuff and the need to, I guess, share my thoughts with all 15 people out in the world that are watching, I guess.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Yeah, would be a big part of what keeps you going. It's just the passion for everything, I guess. Have you ever done much to promote the channel online at all, or?
No, like what would you recommend? Like, for example, other people have asked that, and I'm like, well, I'm not on any other platforms or anything, and don't really have any interest in signing up for any other things either. So I mean, obviously it's hard to promote,
Okay, so you're not even on Facebook or anything like that?
Oh, I'm so anti-Facebook. Yeah, I'm not on it. This is all I'm on is just YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, I used to be on there quite frequently a while ago, just because I love talking to other movie fans and that, like on movie channels and movie pages and stuff on Facebook. That's mainly what I used to do, but I haven't really done much of that for like a long time. But I mean, yeah, I'm a member of a few different pages on there, and that I'm pretty sure if I shared the video that the Friday videos, and I think we get a bit of traction that way. But I mean, don't get me wrong, I totally understand. Like your unwantingness to be a part of like the whole social networking thing, because I mean I totally get that myself, but it would be a little bit helpful to have some sort of traction somewhere around that sort of area, just so we can get a few more views. But I don't know, I did have one thought. I don't know. I mean, obviously you're not on Facebook, so I guess I would have to moderate it. But I mean, we could always make a Facebook like fan page or whatever for the channel. You could do that, but I don't know if you're interested in that at all.
Well, I'd hate to give you more work than you've already got in your life. I mean, that'd be nice, but I mean, I can't ask you to do that. I mean, if you want to, I mean, you surely can, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be open to it if it's more or less like I said, man. It's first and foremost, it's your channel, and I don't want to step on anyone's toes. So like, obviously, I'm not just going to go ahead and make a page, you know what I mean, without getting the go ahead first.
Yeah, we need to talk about that when my mind's not mush. I can't really think about it right now, but obviously, yeah, I mean, yeah, probably wouldn't. Yeah, like I said, my mind's mush right now, but I appreciate the thought. That could be something to discuss at a later date when my mind is working.
Yeah, for sure, man. But just a thought. Yeah.
Well, I definitely
might help along the way.
Definitely appreciate the thought. That's for sure.
Yeah, no worries. But I'll let you go eat, and I'm probably maybe gonna get some rest and do what I'm gonna do. But hopefully early next week or something, I'll be in a decent enough routine where we can start these shows. What do you reckon? Like one a week, or?
Yeah, I guess we could start there. I mean, because as long as I don't know how long into the spring I'm going to be doing the show. Last year I went pretty much all the way through May until it got really nice. So while I'm doing the show, I probably wouldn't want to do more than one a week.
Yeah. No, that's cool. It's funny because we're only it's a Friday the 13th next month, so maybe we should try to release at least one of the episodes like right on Friday 13th. That'd be kind of cool.
Oh yeah, good idea. Let me look at. Okay, yeah, I got the final chapter poster here. It looks like that movie came out on April 13th, huh?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that'd be perfect. Yeah, maybe we should try to schedule that. Try and get that show out on that day. That'd be interesting.
We'd have to do it before so I can make sure to get it published by that day. Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, of course, yeah. No, that'd be really cool. I'm totally down for that. But yeah, we'll get it going as soon as we can. Pump these shows out and hopefully grow the channel a little bit and have some fun along the way. And it's always fun to talk about good old Voorhees,
Yeah, exactly.
All right, man. I'll sign off here and let you close out the show.
All right, sounds great. As always, thank you very much for talking. I think you and I think Will probably really appreciated that conversation. That was really cool. So thanks again for talking on Skype.
Nah, no worries. All good.
All right, well, you have a good week or a good several days, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Catch you later. You too, Nate.
Yeah,
Bye.
we'll see ya. All right. Austin says 3 more minutes. Nate, you can make it. Actually, on my end, it's like 7 more minutes. So, obviously, kind of got behind on chat reading, as is to be expected. I appreciate everyone for showing up this week, and we tried to keep up with chat for a while there, and stuff like that, and this and that, and whatever. But obviously trying to get gonna try to do a series of audio recordings and stuff with Verisimilitude, aka Jesse. I think he's fine with me using that name to talk about our favorite franchise, Friday the 13th. Austin says 1 minute. Yeah, from where I don't know, from where I sit, it's 6 minutes, but that's okay. I'll go for another 6 minutes. If I stop, that means I fainted from hunger and starvation before I could end it. But that's so funny. Yeah, I was kind of disappointed by when the topic of the Oscars situation came up and stuff, but whatever. I let the show be its organic self, and whatever. If this is what people want to talk about, fuck it. Who am I to, we'll just join in the bandwagon of what everyone's talking about this week. Fuck it. But yeah, these shows are definitely something. Huh. Well, Austin says it says 7 hours on his end. I made it. Yeah, I'll tell you. I'm nearly dead. Let me look in if I can see what he's seeing. I don't even know. Oh, okay. Started streaming 7 hours ago. I see what he's saying. Okay. Yeah, but on my little thingy, the counter says 6:55. So, well, I'll just go until mine says 7, and then I'll collapse. Yeah, I mean, what are we going to get to where the show's freaking ends up being 12 hours? See, the reason why it went so long is, we finally, for the first time since January, we've had Will back, and we've actually had the best show so far with Will. Will was on for a record, I don't know what the hell it was with Will. I could probably look at this convenient phone and see how long we were on with Will, possibly. And it's not going to say that because it was a group. That was a group call. I'm not going to be able to find that out. But regardless, we were on for the longest time on Skype for one day, for one show with Will. So that was really fun. And having Will and Jesse meet for the first time. And they really seemed to connect. So that was fun just to have that happen. So that was really cool, and it was really nice to see Will back again. And Austin says the Oscars are behind him. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, you can bet I'm going to have some dinner after this and try to stay alive and conscious. 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so about 3 minutes left, everyone. Jesus Christ, 7-hour show. What a joke. I mean, it's not a joke. It's good. I appreciate people talking on Skype, and sometimes I'm like, God, I think I'm a huge movie fanatic. Anyway, I don't want to say something wrong, or something mean, but yeah, there's no way I could read chat for 7 hours. I'll tell you that. But I can listen to two people talk for 7 hours and give my thoughts here and there, I guess. Yeah, and I would imagine same thing kind of like with last year, unless people are giving me financial incentives and donations, expect the show probably to, kind of go on hiatus or whatever you call it, probably, assuming the weather actually warms up, maybe just like last year sometime in, May, late May or something. It's just, when you get into summer and stuff, it's just too important of a time to waste sitting on here for. This isn't a waste during the cold months, but during the warm months, I don't really want to be sitting here once a week for 7 hours doing this. So, might have the occasional. Who the hell knows? Well, I'm just rambling. I'm just trying to talk for the last couple minutes. Austin says 7 hours is brutal but awesome, I'll say. I can't even keep my eyes open right now, and I'm very hungry. But like I say, today's show went so long because, Will was back for the first time in nearly 4 months and had his longest single talk on the show, and I think he and Jesse, as did I, enjoyed it, so let it go on. Yeah, Wilson, it's just kind of the beginning of the federal. Fuck it. I ain't gonna say it. He's getting. No, Austin asks if I could sit through a 7-hour movie straight through. I kind of doubt it. I really doubt it. All right. Well, seconds away from whatchamacallit. So, as always, thanks a lot for. I just worry that the shows are going to get longer and longer and longer. I'm going to be doing 12-hour shows. Thanks a lot for showing up. Guess that pretty much does it for me this week. Guess that'll do it. I really guess that'll do it.